Starting the stream. Do. Da. Hello, fuckers. I'm back with a slightly sore throat. My body is not happy. Fucking Monday, we had to move about like 5 tons of concrete at the workplace. Fucking shift it out of the base of a grocery store, and then just today we had to clean out the trim and carpet of the entire floor of a shut down tanning place because it flooded with sewage water because one of the pipes burst upstairs. Thank God it was shut down and nobody needed to enter that place, but oh my fucking God, my body is not happy right now. Fucking having to smell the fumes of shit mixed with bleach is not nice. We thankfully disinfected most of it, but right at the end of the day, fucking as we were throwing the torn up carpet into the dumpster, one of the flaps decided to blow over my head and just drenched my scalp. Thankfully not in water, just in remnants of old carpet glue and quite possibly shit. I turned around just to see my coworker staring at me with the half smile. Like, it's not a smile, it's like just a straight cut across the mouth. Like, if you've seen the picture of that cat that looks just concerned, that's what I'm talking about. It's just like a stretched mouth just straight across his face, just like, that's not good, bro. Like, that kind of expression. So yeah, my throat's a little sore, which is perfect for today, because today we are going to be watching all of the lore videos of Lobotomy Corporation. Now, I do want to, before we get in this, that's not Lobotomy Corporation. You were sniffing bleach without me? I'm sorry. Yes, so this is not Lobotomy Corporation. You know, that's why I have just chatting as the category. This is the final stream about Lobotomy Corporation, because if you were here for when I played Fallout Shelter, which is not VODed, you'll know that I discovered the fucking playtime. Not just total playtime. Fucking just playtime to simply finish the game. It was 54 hours. So yeah. It's a little much. I spoke to, all credit goes to Grengor, Justice, and Trist for fucking helping me learn this game off stream, just figure everything out. Grengor provided these beautiful videos. We have this video, and then we have one other video we're going to watch. He says it's going to provide us with all the lore that we need to know, plus some, extra fun little facts, all that shit, all the shit that I love. And it's going to take up the entire goddamn stream. So we're not going to be doing any other game. We're just going to be watching these. And before we get into it, oh fuck yeah, 29 months. Let's go, Kiwi. There's Justice. Good. I was worried that you wouldn't be here. I'm glad you were able to make it. Just so you could, you wanted to watch me play the game and learn the lore. At least you could watch me learn the lore, right? So, yeah. I wanted to say, before we actually start the video, is my thoughts on Lobotomy Corporation as a game, because I'm not doing this because I don't like the game. I think the game is a hard game to stream specifically. I love the idea behind the game. I love the management idea and the trial and error. I really like there's a specific kind of game that I like when it comes to trial and error. I don't know why. There's other games that one Flash game where you have to lead a bunch of cavemen to their demise. You are death leading to cavemen to their demise, but they're so fucking good at surviving that you have to create these elaborate paths to make sure that they die. Those kinds of games are really fucking tough for me to get into. It's this weird. You have to really fine-tune the trial and error for me to enjoy it. Dark Souls is a good example, actually. That's a lot of trial and error of just learning the movesets. Lobotomy Corporation fucking hits that really well because, it gives you the option to restart the day and everything. The issue is that it's built like that. It's really hard to be fucking, at least for me. I'm sure there's plenty of streamers who actually do this successfully. It's really hard for me to fucking be entertaining for 2 to 3 hours straight while just mindlessly playing a game, and then one simple fuck up means I gotta restart the day. Granted, you don't have to restart the day, but I'm a pussy bitch. I don't like fucking losing shit. I like hoarding. I'm a hoarder, except in real life. Only in video games. You get the idea. If there's a limited ammo, I'm not fucking touching that ammo. It's staying in my inventory as bragging rights. So yes, I really like the game, but I just think it's gonna take too long to stream, especially for like weekdays, because I have limited time to actually do those streams. Like, for, like, fucking New Vegas, I've turned out to be streaming fucking 7 to 8 hours every single day. Not expecting that at all. Yeah. Path will hate Warframe playtime. Well, it's not even long playtime, that doesn't bother me. It's, like, especially if it's 100% completion long playtime, that doesn't bother me at all. It takes 54 hours to just beat the base game. And then God knows how much of that is going to be doubled or tripled because I'm restarting every day 5 fucking times. It's my play style that just doesn't mesh with playing the game while streaming it, with streaming the game. It's just my play style that doesn't mesh with that. So we're going to watch these. There he is, Grengor, who provided the videos. Fucking shout out to Grengor. Shout out to Justice for getting me into the series. And shout out to Trist, too, for helping me out as I played. So, shout out to all those great guys. Let's just jump right into it, you know? Fucking, it's like 3.5 hours. Hold on, let me also make sure my volume's set up. Okay, cool. My volume's been really quiet because...
Alright, looks like everyone is
hurt.
Here.
VIP and mod.
First day of class,
I might VIP the 3 of them, honestly.
I'll be your teacher for this semester. You can call me Professor Hypocrite. Now, I know everyone is eager to get started.
That actually took me off guard. Hold on. Wait, who... Alright, so this is 8-Bit Hypocrite, by the way. The entire story of Lobotomy Corporation by 8-Bit Hypocrite. I feel like I should credit these people. It'd be kind of dickish to just stream their videos with little to no commentary. I'm just a reaction.
First of all, I assume that everyone here is attending for one of 4 reasons. 1, you just need more credit hours and knew the class.
Damn right, that's why I'm here.
That's fine. Welcome. 2, you're a huge Project Moon fan who only consumes Project Moon.
We got Justice.
And you're going to correct me in the comments about every
If anything,
thing.
you're a fucking...
That's also fine. Glad to have you. 3, you didn't understand the ending,
I just lost my train of thought.
Didn't have it in you to
Guilty Gear, there we go.
Lobotomy Corporation because the game is full of what we in the business call bullshit difficulty. And you want to know what the hell is going on so you can continue to the next game.
I love
totally
that the community is self-aware of this shit.
This game is pretty unfair, I won't lie. But I'm glad you gave it a shot, and Project Moon really hit their stride with the next games, so I hope this helps you out.
I'm honestly excited.
And
it's a really solid
number
first game.
4. This class randomly popped into your recommended, or a friend sent it to you because they want you to get into the series. If that's the case, run! Run far away. Cut all ties with this person. They are
Alright,
lost.
Grengor, get the fuck out of my chat. You heard
the
man. You too, Justice.
You'll get sucked into if you continue. We all do. But if you choose to ignore that warning and watch anyway because you're interested, then welcome. May God have mercy on your soul.
Look, man, you had Red
Whatever
Riding
your
Hood. That
reasons
was
for
enough to pull
being
me
here,
in.
I'm glad that you're
Genuinely, my
attending this
interest
semester,
in
and
Project
I
Moon
sincerely
games started
hope
when
that
I
you
heard that
enjoy
Red Riding Hood
and
was
of course, you all should
a
have realized this
reworked,
when you signed up for the class, but
like,
it will
existing
spoil
thing
the
in the
entire
universe.
story of Lobotomy Corporation. So if at any point you become interested in playing for yourself, please step out of class and give it a try, and come back when you have to fight the Arbiter, because oh god. With that in mind, welcome everyone to our first lesson.
Hold on.
The history of...
Is that the art style of Limbus Company? That looks way... Hold on.
class and give it a try, and come back when you have to fight the Arbiter, because oh god. With that in mind, welcome everyone to our first lesson.
That's the art style of like when
of
shit got really realistic for 5 seconds.
Lobotomy Corporation.
Oh wow, they actually stuck with that art style. Oh, that's so cool. That's sick. Also, you're gonna hear me munch a lot because I just had a not crawfish. I just had a crab
Welcome
boil
to the city.
at
The
work
setting for
today for
Project
lunch.
Moon's universe
I got
is
a
a
bunch of
massive
leftovers.
dystopian hellhole where the entire thing is ruled over by megacorporations. Wow, it's just like real life. Let me be clear. This place is awesome. For us. Not for the people that live in it. It's one of the most creative settings I've ever seen in any piece of fiction, and it completely enraptured me the first time I learned about it. The city is divided into 26 sections, called wings, each labeled with a letter of the alphabet. Oh, yes? I didn't expect questions so soon. You there, in the back of the class.
Yeah, I only see 25 districts. Where's Z?
That is a fantastic question. Don't worry about it. Each of these wings is controlled by a powerful corporation with a corresponding letter, and each of them possess an incredibly powerful, borderline magical technology known as a singularity. In the city, singularities are what make the world go round, and they're what allow the corporations to maintain their power. They can do anything from teleporting you to stopping time and everything in between. But of course, that technology isn't for everyone. Only the most powerful or the most wealthy. These districts and their corporations are held in check by the head, the governing force of the city that's composed of A, B, and C Corp. No one knows who's in charge or even what goes on in District A, but if anyone starts looking a bit too deep into it, they're sent a strongly worded letter and asked to stop. Nah, just kidding. They disappear, presumably murdered. In each district, there are also massive living areas, known as the nests.
Hold on, sorry. I have to go back and just look at this. I can, like, see the art style in this. Like, it has, like, strong, I want to say, horizontal lines, like, painted across. I can't, like, describe, but, like, the lines that are painted across feel so exact, feel so confidently drawn. And that feels like such a signature of this art style. I can't describe it. Like, the closer I look too, I can't really see it. I have to pull myself back to see these lines. It's like across here, these bars are so striking, the K's and the dashes under here. I don't know what it is about this art style that they do. I don't know who this artist is, but it's so unique. And the fact that I saw this, like, most of these videos will have, like, AI generators of shit pulled out off of Google. I could immediately recognize that this was in the game because of the art style. I don't know how they did that, but that's an impressive way to develop whoever draws this stuff. They have a very distinct art style and in such a subtle way. That's really cool.
Massive living areas known as the nests. Nests are the nice place to live in the city because you're under direct protection by your corporation, so you're mostly safe from the horrors that roam the street. However, that's no reason to relax.
Roam the street.
Even in the nests, you can become the target of extortion, be murdered by your neighbor, or more likely, be kidnapped by your corporation to be used in experimentation. Now, that doesn't sound great, but it's far better than the alternative. If you don't live in the nest, then you're living in the back streets. The back streets are a massive series of sprawling alleys and slums connecting each district in the city where no one really cares what's going on.
So is that
it's
Korean?
Full of drugs, crime, cannibals, and gut harvesters.
Classic.
Which do exactly what you think they do. Not only that, the streets are rooters.
That person doesn't have a lower half. All right.
Which do exactly what you think they do. Not only that, the streets are routinely stalked by horrific monsters known as abnormalities, which come from either outside the city or somewhere else. The people here can't enter the nests without an absurd amount of screening and cash, so most are stuck here for life, which is naturally pretty short under these conditions.
Is that a fucking muffin in the background?
The only reason the back streets isn't in constant war with itself is due to the presence of the Fingers, 5 massive syndicates that keep relative order. We'll talk more about them in the future, but even
this sounds like such a great place to write a fan fiction, dude.
One of the only ways to remain relatively safe in most areas is to hire a fixer. Fixers are essentially mercenaries that anyone can employ to do odd
sorry, I'll shut
jobs, like police work, protection, or killing your neighbor who keeps playing loud music at night. They're
Wait,
graded
can I hire
from
him?
1 to 9, with 1 being the most powerful and 9 being the least. If you do something crazy impressive, like take a dangerous monster down on your own, or put a stop to a massive plot, you may even be promoted to the rank of a color. Color fixers are legendary in the city, and are the most powerful and well-known figures outside
Oh,
of the
fuck yeah, main
corporations.
character energy.
Most of the time, fixers either work for an office or an association. Offices are small private establishments run by individuals who
I
mostly
love
take the odd jobs.
The fact
and
that I'm able to
requests of
recognize like
clients that
half of these
contact them.
characters because I see
Associations,
them
on the
get
other
put.
hand,
Like this
are
guy,
far larger
I
and more
recognize him.
professional.
No fucking idea
There
who
are
he is.
12 associations,
But they
each
just
covering
get
a massive
fucking
area of the
posted
city,
all
and
the
each
time.
specializes in a certain department. For example, the She Association specializes in assassinations and
I
covert
feel like-
operations, while
I
the
feel like
Spy
Leo-
Association specializes in
Yeah,
police
fucking is that
activities
Don
like
Quixote?
bodyguard work and maintaining general peace.
I feel like
We'll talk
Leonardo
more on
DiCaprio right now.
associations when they pop up in the story, but just remember that they exist. Oh, another question already. Yes, you there, with the bad microphone.
Hi.
I teach, if the city's so bad, why don't people just leave? It's just a real big city, right?
Well, yes and no. It is a really big city, but there's barely anything outside of it as far as we know. This area is called the Outskirts, and it's a completely barren wasteland full of monsters and dangerous forgotten technology. Some people do live here, but the establishments are small and in constant
I know that was
danger.
a 5e
Every
image,
once
but
in a
I like
while,
to think that was
expedition
just
teams will be sent to
the first
recover
edition
some
of
the
D&D.
forgotten relics that lie in the ruins, but for the most part, the only interaction the city has with it is sending private military forces to drive back any monsters that come too close. It's also home to the non-humans, mysterious beings who
Oh,
inhabited the city
these
before the head
fuckers.
arrived. There was apparently a huge war between the two, but most of that information has been scrubbed from the history books. All we know is that once the non-humans were driven out, the head implemented the AI ethics amendment,
I
which
love that
forbade
guy.
the creation of AI,
I love him
as
already.
well as any machines that were designed to look
He's
human.
fucking terrifying.
So, they were probably robots. For now, that's all that you need to know about the power structure of the city. We'll talk
Wait
more
a second,
on it
hold
later.
on.
That designed to look human. So, they were probably robots.
Do we not know if these things are those humans? Is he just using this images because this is like the fan theory of what they were? Or like this is what we think they are, but we have no actual confirmation? Cuz if that's a thing in this lore where we just go off of theories, not direct confirmation from any source by the creators. We just have fan theories that just make enough sense that we stick to it, like how we actually piece together history and stuff. That's awesome. That's fucking sick. History is just fan fiction. That's all it is.
robots. For now, that's all that you need to know about the power
I love when a
structure of
world's
the
so
city.
expansive
We'll
that
talk
it can
more
offer
on it
that.
later, but for Lobotomy Corporation, that's more than enough info. So let's get into the events leading up to the game.
Abominable
As you might imagine,
intelligence.
people in the city are not very happy. One might even go as far as to say that they are really unhappy, actually.
He looks pretty
But
cheerful.
everyone just kind of accepts it. This is referred to as the disease of the mind, and while it's not a literal disease, some people decide that it needs to be cured. These people are Carmen, a young woman who dreams of a world where people can live their lives without horrible oppression, achieving the dreams they didn't know they had, and Ian, a man obsessed with results who will sacrifice anything.
I don't like this. I don't like this at all. That looks like Angela. The silhouette looked very similar to Angela. His eyes look like Angela's, and his whole structure, his whole like head structure, looks like the can't remember his fucking name, but the Sephirai of the purple. Was that Training? No, that wasn't Training. I don't remember his name. He was the purple upper Sephirai. He looks like them. I don't like that at all.
Goal. Carmen is kind, thoughtful, and would never become the main antagonist of the series.
So
And
yeah, it
Ian
is.
here because
All
he
right, it
thought
is
of
Angela.
The two of them begin recruiting researchers for the Seed of Light project, a massive undertaking to return the light to the souls of people and eventually turn the city into a paradise. They recruited their team from all walks of life, with the primary researchers
Oh,
composed of
fuck.
Benjamin,
Alright, I was wrong, but fuck
Eliza,
off.
a very passionate though scatterbrained girl, Gabriel, an obsessive embodiment of OCD,
You
and
saw it,
Michelle,
that's his
who
name.
always puts others before herself. She's just so cute and sweet, she is my favorite. They're also joined by Daniel, an elite who abandoned his life of luxury after hearing Carmen's passion, Giovanni, who's shockingly lazy for a researcher, Kali, a legendary color fixer known as the Red Mist, and two children that the team rescued from the backstreets, Lisa and Enoch. With the team assembled, they set up a laboratory in the outskirts, just barely out of sight from the all-knowing head. Eventually, they were able to discover Cogito, a substance extracted from the human psyche, and it was able to manifest a person's mental state in a physical form. Well, discover is
Okay,
a
so the
strong
submissive
word.
and breedable
Technically,
fucker is A.
it's always been there. They just found a way to
G was
harness
part of the
it. It's
gang.
never fully explained what exactly Cogito is, and honestly, it's confusing, but that's not really important. All that we know is that there isn't a ton of it, and because it taps into the human psyche, they might be able to use it. They did a lot
I
of
just got birthday
experimenting, but when they
information.
hadn't made much progress creating the Seed of Light in a while, they decided it was time to step it up a notch. It was time to do some human testing.
Let's
They needed to
go.
push the limits on what Cogito
favorite
could
kind of
do,
oppression.
So Carmen would try injecting it herself. But before she could do so, Enoch volunteered himself. After all, the team
kid?
had rescued him and his sister, and he had always wondered what the meaning of life was. So, the experiment began. Enoch strapped in, readied his mind, and gave a reassuring thumbs up to his sister. And then immediately died.
Let's go.
Yeah, turns out Cogito is extremely deadly when injected. After the experiment
So
failed,
that's why
Ian
they're
was
twins.
Like, oopsie daisy, looks like we killed
So that she could still have a brother, but it's not it's not him.
Come
That's
on,
why
guys,
she
what do
treats
you
him so
say? On to the
shittily.
next experiment?
Oh my god, it's already piecing together.
Needless to say, the rest of the team didn't take it so well. Carmen by far felt the worst about what they had done, but she truly broke when Lisa heard the news her brother had died, only to point out that it should have been Carmen, as she was the one originally planned for injection. Realizing what
know,
she had sacrificed, Carmen's mind shattered,
it hits
and
hard,
she
but she's
decided
not
the
entirely
only
wrong.
course of action was to play with a cool knife in her bathtub. Unfortunately,
Oh.
even this wasn't an escape. The city is incredibly technologically advanced, and even their medical treatment is at an almost magical level. Healing ampules developed by K-Corp are capable of healing nearly any wound as long as the brain is intact, and they do it almost instantly. So naturally,
So wait, is that the bathtub of hands? Anyways, so this woman is currently, I'm assuming, in a stasis after cutting herself up and trying to commit, she's currently in stasis. Maybe this is actually her that they're using the image for. She's currently in stasis, and it is reading her brain to project Angela. I was fucking right. You can't get shit by me, goddammit. When an AI acts too human, I fucking sense it.
Ian found Carmen
It's like the
bleeding out in
reverse
tub on the verge
of the
death,
uncanny
he
valley.
didn't
I know
use
when
any of
something's
that
actually
shit and
human.
instead ripped out her nervous system, shoved it in a big tank, and used it as the new source of Cogito. Yay!
Oh,
Now
okay.
They had as much as they wanted.
That's not
This
as
kind of
submissive and
sucked
breedable as I
for
thought he would be.
everyone, losing not just a member of the team that everyone cared for, but also driving Lisa practically insane and turning their primary research into a living vending machine was not great for team morale. But Ian still pressed forward, and while Carmen wouldn't hurt a fly, he needed to see results after losing his waifu like this. And so, the true human trials began. Ian was experimenting on everyone he could find, and made some incredible breakthroughs in the process. Cogito essentially works like a bucket, drawing out a person's desires, dreams, and fears from the well that is their being. Rarely, injecting a human resulted in the creation of ego, an incredibly powerful
I know that
extension
face.
of
I don't
a
know who,
person,
I just know people are horny
manifesting
for
in
her.
the form of gear or weapons with supernatural effects. But that required an incredibly strong will, and for most people in the city, their desires would simply overwhelm them, instead resulting in the creation of an abnormality. These are basically SCPs, beings or objects with strange properties, with those around them needing to obey their rules or risk immediate death. They are confusing, difficult to manage, and incredibly dangerous.
Jesus.
While this is unfortunate for the subject of experimentation, it actually worked out great for Ian, who discovered that abnormalities could be harnessed to produce enkephalin, a hyperpotent energy source. So if they had enough, they might be able to create their seed of light. But just
It just
when
looks like
he
a Grace of
finally
the
made this
Erdtree.
breakthrough, shit hit the
Is that
fan.
just me? Oh.
In fact, the fan was covered in shit. The fan was made of shit. The team broke down. Elijah, wanting to make herself useful, took an unauthorized cogito injection. This is what we in the business refer to as a silly, goofy move. While dying in horrific agony, she crawled her way to Ian and was like,
"Oh God, it hurts so bad. Please kill me. Please put me down. This is the most suffering I've felt in my entire life."
and Ian responded, "Most suffering in your life so far."
Wait, what the fuck does that
Anyway, I'm not going to kill you. Your experience is important for our research. Have fun melting from the inside out. Meanwhile, Gabriel saw the effects of Cogito and, because of his obsessive nature, became completely horrified that it may be affecting him in the lab. He was like,
Yeah, I really don't like the look of that.
and began to scratch and claw at any exposed skin he had until he eventually found his throat a little too itchy and decided to remove it. Giovanni was barely doing any work at all by this point, so Ian made use of him as well, telling Giovanni that if
They
he
were
took
fucking
Cogito
shit and this
injection,
fell
then it
apart.
could save Carmen. Ian's pants then immediately caught fire because that was a big fat lie. But it was all Giovanni needed to hear, and as he lied dying on the experimentation table, he looked up at Ian.
So this is it. I'm just glad to help. You know, as lazy as I was, I really cared about her dream. It might cost me my life, but at least it'll save her. Right, Ian?
Lol, said Ian. Lamau. Finally, with all the death and horrific experiments going on, Michelle broke. She contacted the head and revealed everything
God, this
that
makes
Ian
sense
was
so
doing.
so
The
much
head
for their
took this
personalities.
information very well and was very understanding. Just kidding, they sent the human equivalent of a nuclear blast to massacre everyone in the facility. This is Garion. Garion is a power scaling tool. She is what is known as an arbiter, singularity-infused agents sent directly from A-Corp. I've made this handy diagram for everyone to properly understand the difference in strength.
Got it.
Okay, got it? She slaughters most of the employees and forces Daniel to open the abnormality containment. Daniel goes,
"Okay, but I'm going to do it really, really slow so that everyone can escape."
Unfortunately for him, this did nothing. The abnormalities and Garion wiped out literally all the employees anyway, Lisa included. Daniel was a little upset by that, and after being scolded by Ian for being a fucking coward, decided to commit toaster bath. The only person able to even begin to stand up to Garion was Kali, the strongest fixer in the city. The Red Mist going all out was a near unstoppable force, massacring the other agents of the head and cutting down any abnormalities in an effort to protect those left alive. She was a force of nature, an unbreakable blade. Nothing stood a chance against her. Her true strength
You're
unmatched.
hyping this up too much, buddy.
Finally, the only one left to kill was Garion herself. And Garion fucking bodied her, removing an arm, an eye, and most of Kali's blood from her body. But right when she was about to finally give in, we had a dramatic flashback.
Are the Arbiters stronger than you, Kali?
Good question. If they're protected by some claws, or the Abno's breached, they might give me a little trouble.
But would you lose?
Nah, I'd win.
With her dying breath, Kali managed to impale Garion to the wall of the facility, mortally wounding her. Kali fell, but she succeeded. The only survivors were Ian and Benjamin.
Was that the
yeah,
sword
and
of Soul
Michelle. Well,
Calibur?
once she found out what she caused to happen at the facility, she decided she wanted to roleplay as a tire swing. Ian and Benjamin
Yeah,
were
I
able
would
to
too,
recover
I'm not
the
gonna lie.
Arbiter's nearly dead body and extracted all the information they could from her brain, learning how to avoid the watchful eye of the head. In this case, the biggest problem was that they needed to become a wing, one of the 26 corporations in the city. Now, there can't be 27 wings because they would run out of letters. I don't know what to tell you, that just makes sense. So in order to make room for themselves, the two began formulating a plan to take down one of the wings. But they would need more resources.
Like, again, that music, it's just so iconic. I've said it 1,000 times and I'll say it again. Is
Ian,
that
we
fucking
need
Seth?
something to promise those that
No,
work
no, no,
with
no, no,
us.
no, no. I recognize that voice. It is Seth!
Ian, we need something to promise those that work with us. Without something in return, no one is going to want to take our side. And we barely have any assets at the moment, besides Cogito, and we can't be
love
shelling
this
that
shit.
out.
The comedy's
After all,
so
it's
good in
supposed
this
to be
video.
our corporation's singularity.
Don't worry, Ben 10.
That's not my name.
I've already got this problem solved. I've opened a Patreon.
A what now?
It's a way for people
God
to
damn
support
it.
the work I do. This video
what?
took
I'm gonna
a
leave this
ton of
in.
effort after all, and it'll probably get
Actually, no.
demonetized because YouTube... I only have a single
Actually, I
tier
shouldn't
setup
leave it
because
in.
I don't... They
I
could
think there
use
might
to
be
generate
more of
energy
an
for
issue
the
if I leave
whole
it in.
city, with no disgusting black smoke to speak of.
Still, check 'em out,
So,
guys.
Ian and Benjamin hooked up with this super cool gal named Diaz. She runs a group known as the Udjot, and while she's barely mentioned in the whole
Egyptian.
series, she's kind of a puppet master who works behind the scenes. We basically have no information on her right now, but she's one of the most powerful driving forces in the whole setting, and we'll hear more about her later. All you need to know for now is that she's very influential. The three of them working together are able to spark the
I can already
Smoke
feel myself
War,
being
one of the
influenced.
only known wing wars in the entire history of the city. L Corp was defended by quite a few other corporations such as G Corp, but Ian had already been making deals behind the scenes, promising profitable contracts with anyone that would help them. This resulted in K, I, and R Corp all providing private military forces to Ian, and since R Corp's main export was troops and weaponry, L Corp eventually fell. Ian finally made his move, setting up the new L Corp, which he named Lobotomy Corporation. Holy shit, he said the thing! After setting up
I was
multiple
literally
branch
about to say
facilities
that.
across the city to actually provide power, Ian was once again able to research the Seed of Light. But he had learned a lot from his time in the outskirts. Empathy, compassion, and love for his fellow humans. This
No, he
time,
didn't.
he would do it the right way. Yeah, just kidding. The only thing Ian learned is that humans are weak. If he was going to
So
get this
then he
right,
made the
he
AI.
needed someone
Okay, he
who
is
wouldn't
A.
break like his previous friends. Someone able to operate until the end
That's
of
why they
time,
keep.
able
Okay,
to
yep.
react
That's
to
why
the
they keep
worst
referring it to
scenarios
break.
with
I was
cold
wondering why they kept
efficiency,
using the
but
term
still able to make
breaking when
changes
referring to
the
the AI.
protocol if necessary. So he went to Benjamin. Hey Ben, I think we need to make an AI.
Ian, listen. I have followed you this entire time, and I'll absolutely continue to do so. I basically see you as a god. I agree with all of your methods, but you have to know that this is insane. Do you remember the AI ethics amendment? If you made an AI, you would be directly breaking one of the taboos of the head. I know we're hiding from them using that old arbiter brain, but if they ever found out, you wouldn't be able to escape them again. They would hunt you to the ends of the earth, obliterating everything you have ever worked for. It would be over, not just for us, but for our dream. The world we seek to create would never come to fruition.
He's gonna die.
You would doom us all.
He's
Do
gonna
you
get slit.
really think that gamble is worth it?
The AI ethics amendment can't stop me because I can't read.
All right, well, I'm convinced. Let's get to work.
And so the two of them would scan Carmen's brain and memories into an android
That was a
body,
good way to
hoping
do
to
some
create a
lore
perfect
drop right
copy
there.
of their lost friend, but with some significant upgrades. The ability to remember everything perfectly, and to perceive the world 100 times
Oh my God,
slower,
it's Angela.
allowing for inhuman reaction time. But this new consciousness
Wait,
wasn't
what?
quite the same because of those changes. Instead, leave the world 100 times slower, allowing for inhuman reaction time.
Okay, I
But
think he
this new
meant faster.
consciousness wasn't quite the same because of those changes. Instead, it was something uncannily close. Ian saw this and was immediately like, ew! Ew, what the fuck? Ew! No, ew, this sucks! Ew! This thing is a complete failure. Icky. No, ew.
Father,
Okay,
you programmed me
Frankenstein.
to have emotions, so I can better adjust the programs you put me in charge of. Don't forget that I also have perfect recall, so I'll remember your disgust with me forever. Don't you think it may be a bad idea to reject me so aggressively?
Ew, no, I don't care. Take your heavy-handed
This is literally
foreshadowing and shove it
Frankenstein.
up your ass. You'll never be like Carmen. After all, she was perfect and sweet and would never become the main antagonist of the series. Why do I feel like this might come back to haunt me later? This new AI's name was Angela, and as much as Ian despised this thing that looked like his lost body pillow, he knew it could work. He and Benjamin created a script for Angela to follow in order to create the Seed of Light, a perfectly planned series of events that'll lead to the Seed of Light shining over the city for 7 days. But in order for it to work, everything had to go perfectly. If the slightest thing went wrong, it would be ruined. See, this plan had one major component. In order to create the seed in the first place, it would require immense human suffering. And humans really want to avoid that. So in order to get infinite tries at succeeding, Ian decided to cheat. He contracted T-Corp, whose singularity allows for the storage, stopping, and rewinding of time. With it, Ian set up a loop that lasted 50 days, with Angela being in charge of remembering every loop and guiding everyone through it. If anything went even slightly off script, the loop would reset and Ian would have another chance.
No
But to make
fucking
this
way
work,
they
he
made
would need
resetting
even more
canon.
help.
Oh, that's
Specifically, He
awesome.
would need someone to overcome their suffering to create the Seed of Light. And who better to do exactly that than his previous friends,
So 50
since he
days
already
was the
knew
limit?
their insecurities. Just one problem. They're all dead, remember? Well, actually, it wasn't much of a problem at all. Ian saved all of their brains, like a normal person. So he was able to transfer all of them into robotic bodies and suppressed their memories,
Fucking
forming
easy.
the managers of this facility known as the Sephiroth. Elijah became Malkuth, head of the control team. Gabriel became Yesid, head of the information team. Giovanni became Netzak, head of the security team. Michelle became Had, head of the training team. Lisa and Enoch became Tifereth A and B, heads of the command team. Kali became Gebra, head of the disciplinary team. Daniel became Chesed, head of the welfare team, and as a funny joke, he also resurrected Garion, turning her into Binna, head of the extraction team.
That's a
But
horrible
if
idea.
all his friends would have their memories suppressed and Angela is in charge of restarting the loop, who would manage the whole facility? Well, the answer was easy. It would be Ian himself. But he couldn't do it with his memories intact. They would sway his decisions. So he decided to
fucking
wipe his
way.
own mind. But the process wasn't perfect, especially once he began to interact with his former friends. He was haunted by his own demons. Abel to represent his regret for past decisions, Abram to represent his obsession over Carmen, and Adam to represent his exposure to abnormalities. It's pretty unclear if these manifestations are physical through mirror technology introduced later in the series or if it's all in Lehed, but it doesn't actually matter. All that's important is that these alternative versions of Ian exist. Once he was
God
wiped,
damn, the old man looks
act
dapper.
as the final challenge. So it was basically Ian giving himself therapy in a weird roundabout kind of way. Like, Jesus, man, you could have just talked to Benjamin. This new blank Ian would go by X and would act as manager of Lobotomy Corporation and our playable character in the game. With everything in place, Ian hid himself away
That's
in the depths
interesting.
of the facility, watching and waiting for the script to complete. He started the 50-day time loop, and the events of Lobotomy Corporation began.
That's really cool.
Oh, you thought everything up until now was the game? No, no, no. None of this actually happens in the game. It's all shown through flashbacks. Everything we just discussed happens before we even press the start button. The game itself is what happens in the actual time loop, which is why you can reload saves and shit like that.
Yeah, that's
Hell,
so
even
cool.
the art style is explained, with Angela saying that if we actually witnessed everything within the facility, we would go insane. So this cartoony filter is put over everything. Oh yeah, and also it makes the Sephiroth look hot instead of like a Borderlands reference.
Well, of course you won with those cards. Even Steve could have won with those cards. And all he can say is, hey-o. Shut the f*** up, Steve!
We control X throughout the time loop, endlessly failing, reloading, and retrying to get everything right, with Angela guiding us along the way. At the start, we get some mysterious letters from a person known as B, telling us not to trust Angela. I'm sure that's fine. As we progress through the loop, more and more of the dormant Sephiroth begin to awaken, and as they interact with X, Angela, and
So
each
they do
other,
slowly
they
wake it up,
slowly begin
okay.
to regain their memories. This begins to cause issues. The first problem that actively makes itself known is with Tifereth. As said early, Tifereth A and B are Lisa and Enoch. Lisa basically only lives for her brother, but because Enoch had always questioned life and also had been dead for a long time, he didn't handle being in an artificial box and enclosed unknowingly in a time loop very well. This caused him to slowly become unstable, go insane, get crushed in a giant hydraulic press, and have a new copy made over and over again. Oh, also those notes from B stopped? That's kinda weird. Anyway, X will discover more of his background as the Sephiroth interact with him, slowly learning
was he
what
actually
exactly
B?
is happening. Each Sapphira that awakens has more information than the last, and
Actually,
while
no, yeah, no,
Malkuth,
that does
Yesod,
add up.
Netzach,
Okay.
and Hod barely have any memories at the start, Tifereth, Gebera, and Chesed have considerably more information to give, and Binna and Hakma are pretty much fully aware of what's going on.
Oh.
Wait, who the fuck is Hakma? Okay, so
Okay.
remember those notes from B? That was Benjamin, who finally realized that the path
Okay.
Ian was going down might be a little fucked up. He recorded some messages for Ian trying to warn him to stop, as well as cautioning that Angela probably isn't a fan of him, so that Ian would still have a chance to go back once the loop had started. Unfortunately for him, Angela caught him in the act and shoved him into a claptrap like the rest of the squad pretty early on, so his warnings went unheard. But plot twist, that was all according to Ian's script. See, it says right there in line 540, Ben gets turned into a box. Unbeknownst to Benjamin, Ian planned on him getting got from the very beginning, since he needed one more brain to complete his plan. Luckily,
I looked
Hakma
over and
doesn't
just saw
actually care,
Chesed
and still is
kisses the
willing to follow
creator.
Ian to the bitter end.
On the replay on
everyone else on the
Twitch.
team dying didn't stop him. Why would his
Hold
own
on.
death change anything?
Hold on.
I believe very to a box.
Alright, Netzach gets high again, classic. Hits the gritty, buys fake Jordans, gets crushed again, says something sketchy, classic, kisses the creator of this video. Oh, creator of this video passionately on the
Unneeded and still is. Why would his Ian to the bitter end?
Oh, that's
I mean,
great.
Everyone else on the team dying didn't stop him. Why would his own death change anything? As more and more abnormalities are secured, contained, and protected in the facility,
He said the
and by
thing.
that I mean people being horrifically injected with Kagado to create artificial monstrosities bent on ending human life,
I
more
recognized,
and more
like,
power
7
is
of those.
directed to the Seat of Light.
I'm
The
so cool.
only piece left is the human aspect. Everyone here needs to suffer. And that everyone includes you. Welcome to the worst
Believe
part of the
me.
game.
Believe
As the
me,
Sephiroth
I
begin
did.
to realize who you are, what exactly you did to them, and what they've done to a bunch of innocent people, they become a little upset. In fact, they're so upset by this information that it actively warps their bodies and the facility itself. This is a Sapphira meltdown, and you've got to deal with it. In the game,
What?
these act as essentially boss fights, imposing difficult conditions on top of your already deadly facility, only ending once you've suppressed their core by fulfilling a list of objectives. And if you want me to be honest with you, they're not very fun. But that's okay, because I can just use rotating PNGs to describe what's happening in each one instead of replaying the most absurd difficulty spike known to man. Let's go over what each Sapphira is traumatized by, how they get over it, and what they find within themselves.
Alright, I want to comment that it is written so well, the game itself is written so well, I could immediately pick up on the flaws of the system, of how all of it was designed through insecurity and trauma, and the fact that these are major themes that come back up. Like, I was worried that it was going to amount to nothing because I could feel the setup of all of that, and I'm so happy that it does get paid off. And this is so fascinating to watch and so liberating to see that my understanding of it came true. This is a well-written game. This is a very well-written game, especially when it lulls you in with like this cutesy, simplistic style. Like, each of the characters, all of them, when I first met them in the game, they so clearly had something about them that would like. It's a weird thing with writing that I'm gonna tangent about real quick, is that when you read someone's work when you have a lot of experience of recognizing tropes and things like that, scenes set up and then expecting the payoff, there's a lot of early writers that will very, very accidentally put in setup because they don't realize it, because it's their own trauma or experience that they put onto a character thinking it's normal or average. They don't have the self-awareness to see that it is something to be explored in the story. And I was genuinely worried that this game would be going down that route because it is Project Moon's first game. It's not necessarily a bad thing that happens. It only sets up admittedly more experienced writers for disappointment. That's pretty much all it does. It can feel jarring at times. It's something to work on if you're a writer, but it's not necessarily a terrible, debilitating thing for your work. It's just something that you slowly learn over time as you do more practice with writing. And I was worried. But the fact that they do all of this, because the game sets it up like it's gonna be nothing. It sets it up like it's just a normal thing that the creators and writers of the dialogue just assume that everyone talks this way. They have these specific speech patterns and behaviors. It's just how it is. They don't recognize the trauma that causes that stuff. And I'm so happy to hear that it does go down this route and explores that shit. Not only that, but it goes full send with boss fights. That's good writing. For their first game, that is amazing writing.
Result. Malkuth was never very good at anything. As passionate as Elijah was, and as organized as she tried to be, she was reckless in her attempts to prove herself, to say the least. Ian never praised her for the work she tried to do, and she carries that resentment still, actively hoping to see X fail. She no longer believes that anything can be done to help the world, or even this facility, but after suppressing her core, she at least wants to see what happens. She realizes that she should have been more patient in life, and that it's okay to not be able to do some things on her own. But she really still needed head pats. In the end, she gains the will to stand up straight. Yesed was absolutely traumatized by the death of Elijah, and that fear of chemical exposure mixed with
I think
his
I've talked about this
unyielding
during the
obsession
game.
is
I could
what led to his
immediately
death.
pick up on his
Ian
trauma
did
of
his
seeing
best
people
to help
die.
by restraining Gabriel and ensuring he wasn't infected by anything, but his body still died to his own actions, and Yesed hates that. Ian could only see the physical wounds, and ignored the issues that Gabriel was actively going through. Once his core is suppressed, he realizes that he can't go back and change anything, and while he still hates Ian for not seeing the signs of Gabriel's imminent death, he accepts now that he has all the time in the world to move past that, and sees that X is doing the same. He gains the rationality to maintain discretion. Hod thought that the only way to prevent more of her friends from dying
That's really
was to
complex.
report
I like
Ian's work
this.
to the head. Michelle didn't want to.
It's
betray
different
her
of how they
friend,
actually
but
execute
saw
it
it as
in
the only
game
right thing to
that
do.
I'm probably not gonna
This,
ever
of course,
see.
inadvertently
But
killed the rest
these
of
are
her
really
friends
like
and
complex
employees, and now that she's
emotions
trapped in an
and
eternal
ideas,
hell
and
with
I like
them, is
that.
acting the nicest she possibly can in order to make up for what she did, faking these emotions in
Hey,
order
Undyne.
to gain forgiveness and absolve her past. Unfortunately, that's not how it works, and once her core is suppressed, she realizes that there's no way to erase her mistake. She really did kill her friends, even if it was by accident. But she also realizes that she truly cares for all of them, and even for her employees, deciding to continue showing her kindness even if the others can never forgive her. She gains the hope to be a better person.
Aww.
Netzach fucking hates it here. He didn't want to do his job in the first place, and Giovanni only
That
joined
actually
the team
started
to
to make me
be
tear
by
up a little
Carmen's
bit.
Side. He hates
Fucking head
Ian
pats for
for
Hod.
lying to him about being able
Trust
to
is
save
here.
Carmen, and absolutely despises the fact he's now forced to do work
Get fucked,
as
idiot.
Sapphira. He sees no hope in the future, and desperately is trying to commit toaster bath. Or maybe just a regular bath since he's a robot now? Unfortunately, Sapphira need permission to die,
Okay,
so he can't
why?
even escape. Once his core is suppressed, he realizes that
Why'd
Ian
you have to add
couldn't
that sound
saved
effect?
him from the Cogito experiments, and only
Oh, I was
lied
giving
about
VIP
being
to
able
everyone
save
who helped me
Carmen
with this
because
game.
He wanted to keep Giovanni's dream alive until the very end. He still hates this whole situation, but decides to no longer target the bathtub because they might be able to make real change in the world. He gains the fearlessness to keep on living.
Hell
Tiffany and
yeah.
B
Oh,
have a
that's
shared
sick.
Meltdown, with Lisa blaming Ian and Carmen for Enoch's death
Yeah.
at the original facility.
I didn't remember
and
the
now
last
being
two
forced
letters
to
of your
watch her
name
brother suffer
on
and be
Twitch,
reset
and I
aimlessly
couldn't
in
tab
their
it 'cause
new
you weren't on
bodies.
stream,
For
so I
their
just
core
waited for you to
suppression,
show up.
X truly destroys Tiferet.
Is that fucking Silent
finally
Orchestra?
ending the horrific cycle that Enoch was trapped in. Lisa admits that she only ever wanted to impress her brother, but was unable to make any progress because she was completely crushed every time Tiferet reappeared, knowing that he would never go back to his original self.
Oh, yeah.
She accepts that
Yeah,
his death is for
I
the
could
best
feel
now,
that too.
allowing him to finally
She-
rest in peace,
despite
and that there's a
treating
reason for
other
every
Tiferet so
sacrifice.
poorly, you could
She
see
gains
how
the
she just-
expectation of the meaning of existence. In contrast to this complex
These
relationship we've just
lines
gone
go
over,
so hard, they
Deborah's
have to
meltdown
appear in the
is
game,
very
right?
simple.
There's no way this
Dolly
one
grew up
guy
in the
came up with
backstreets
all
and
of these
became a
phrases on his
legendary
own.
fixer
They
there,
go
protecting
so
the weak
hard.
from abnormalities that roamed the area. She joined Carmen in order to protect the research team because she truly believed that the Seed of Light would make
You
the
can tell she's
world a
badass
better
'cause she
place.
smokes.
But she failed. Even the Red Mist fell before Garion. Unable to protect her friends, even if she massacred abnormalities and claws.
I have no idea who or what Lobotomy Corporation
And
is.
she's
vibing.
fucking pissed. Because of the mind wipe, Gebra doesn't know why she hates abnormalities, only that her singular purpose is to completely destroy them. When she remembers what these creatures did in the past, she
I'm
decides it's
sorry.
time to bring down the whole facility. For this suppression, you need to defeat the Red Mist. Good luck.
Oh.
Once her core is suppressed, she remembers that she didn't mindlessly kill everything that moved.
There's actually some
She
sick
had a
lore.
purpose before. And
I understand
becomes
the game's
same
not for
protector
everyone.
that
It's
she
definitely
chose
up
to
my
be
alley,
back
it's just
then.
not great for
She gains
streaming.
the courage to protect. Chesed is a goddamn coward, but I love him. Coming from the elite of society, and Daniel never faced much hardship before joining the
One of the
research
Gebura
team,
quests is
but he was always
literally
willing
kill
to
3
work to
different
push forward and continue
LF
the research
Abnos?
they were
Oh my
striving to
god.
complete. Except for when his life was at risk. He's haunted by the fact he gave in to Garion's demands in the facility, and now is ashamed he's willingly become a pawn to X and Angela in the same way, forced to watch his employees die every day. Bars. His meltdown is his own little rebellion, finally standing up to those that would coerce him into doing things he regrets. Once his core is suppressed, he realizes
Fucking
that,
go off,
honestly,
Chesed.
it's probably okay that he was scared of the literal strongest being in this entire video pointing the equivalent of a nuclear bomb at his back, and that while he may not be able to fight against the fear he faces, he won't run away anymore so he can become one of those who are faithful and trustworthy. Binna is not happy. Her trauma...
Bro, like, I was saying all of those phrases go so hard on their own. Like, person who is faithful and trustworthy. Like, how the fuck did they... they just added those who are, and it just made it fucking escalate to Bible-worthy quotes. Like, how the fuck did the creators manage that shit? How do you make faithful and trustworthy sound like such a title that you are worthy of godhood? That's impressive.
That is also incredibly simple. She fucking hates you. Garen was
Classic.
just doing her job, enjoying the suffering of others, and then along comes Ian with his color fixer lapdog. She was incapacitated, tortured for information, and now is being forced to work for the very person that ended her life. Also, Ian designed her to be the only Sephiroth unable to go insane, and then put her in charge of extracting abnormalities from people. This...
Pause. How the fuck do you design one of the Sephiroth to not go insane? And why didn't you do that for every single one? Like, aren't they supposed to go insane because their memories slowly come back? How the fuck did you make it so that she doesn't go insane?
was not very fun to watch, and Ian specifically did this as a form of torture since she was the one that killed most of his friends. But more than that, the reason Gary was so dead set on
for
destroying
fun.
Ian's original
Alright,
facility
fair enough.
in the first place was because she didn't believe the cycle
For the
of
plot,
destruction in the
alright.
city
You know what, I can
could be
accept that.
broken.
Plot
Wings
armor.
would be rebuilt, and the
Reverse
resistance
plot
that
armor.
Carmen
No, yeah,
and
plot
Ian
armor.
brought against the head would soon be forgotten. Calling Binna's ordeal a meltdown isn't entirely correct. She's entirely in control of herself, unlike the others. She just wants to see X crumble, and finally has the opportunity to do so. Hey, do you remember at the start of the class when I said that you should come back once
That's
you
her.
fight the Arbiter?
Yeah, I recognize it now.
This is the Arbiter fight, and this time, you don't have the red mist to save you. This is the hardest fight in the game, and I'm not the one undergoing a meltdown, so I'm going to choose to skip past it instead of confronting my past and growing as a person. Once her core is suppressed, Binna finally sees that X is truly capable. While she doesn't think anything will actually change in the city, she also knows that doing nothing at all wouldn't change a thing, and chooses to stand by your side in order to witness every step of the process, no matter how hopeless or painful. I have no idea how Ian managed to sway the heart of an Arbiter, but Binna becomes the eye facing the fear, breaking the cycle, as well as one of the coolest characters in the series.
Yeah, that was fucking
Finally,
sick.
we have Hawkma. Benjamin always cared for Ian, no matter what. Even being shoved into this robot body isn't enough to make him hate X. The problem is that he cares too much. Even though Benjamin wants their research to succeed, he knows everyone's time together is coming to an end, and can't bear the thought of losing his friends a second time. He could never move on, and now he's going to do his best to convince you to stop in place as well. Once his core is suppressed, he realizes that X needs to move on. That even though he'll lose his friends forever, this was their goal from the start, and it would be selfish of him to keep everyone from fulfilling their dreams just so that
it's a bunch of clocks that came out of a broken fucking
longer. He accepts that it's finally time to give everyone their proper end, and becomes the eye embracing the past, building the future.
I don't actually remember. Nintendo NES. I can't believe I forgot the name of that.
Each time the Sapphira confront and overcome their past, that tiny seed of light grows just a bit. Throughout the conversations with each of your former friends,
His
you
meltdown
realize
fight is
that
literally
Ian
you
designed
can't
the
change
script
time,
to
and if you
end with
pause,
each of
a
them
random
being
guy
able
goes
to move
insane.
on.
Oh
He
my
wanted what was
god!
best for
I
everyone,
love that they
even if he
fucking
did
do that.
horrific things in order to achieve that.
I love
With
how
the
like
seed of
every
light nearly
mechanic.
ready, there's only one person
Oh yeah,
left
because
who
then
needs
that
to
means
overcome their past.
pausing is entirely
You're
canon.
playing as him.
Oh, that's so
Days
cool.
46 through 49 of the loop are focused on Ian's past, and X needs to overcome the 3 manifestations of his guilt in order to complete the project. Each day, he confronts a different part of himself. Abel tries to convince him that all of his sacrifices are for nothing, but X is able to show the changes his work has made, how everyone can learn and grow as a person. Abram tries to argue that everyone's dreams relied on Carmen, and we're unable to achieve the goal she hopelessly reached for. But X has proof that her dream is becoming a reality, and Carmen is still pivotal to it, no matter what form she's in. Finally, Adam makes his appearance. He is the final and most convincing perversion of Ian's mind, stating that because abnormalities are manifested by human dreams and desires, They are the truest versions of humanity. That everyone should become the twisted abominations that X seeks to contain. But once again, X denies this, knowing that the truest humans are those who are able to
I'm sorry. I just needed to pause this. Because I didn't fully... If it was brought up earlier in the video, I didn't fully process that. Abnormalities are the... Not the truest. They are the extreme manifestations, and they need to be contained. That is... That is a holy shit level of metaphor right there. Like, that is such, like, whether, like, it doesn't matter whether you agree with it or not, but there is a massive metaphor in that. It's, at least, this is how I read it, with all of my experience of psychology and the abuse of patience, the knowledge and experience that I have and seen, and just the writing. That feels like an entire metaphor of people who lose themselves to their own desires. Like, they give their entire life into one aspect or emotion, and that makes them lose themselves and brings them to do extremes to either keep it or prevail it or whatever you want to say. And that forces the world to try to contain them, or to keep them away, to imprison them, to put them into hospitals until they become the standard, the quote-unquote normal. And whether you agree with that or not, I'm not saying that's like a right way to live or anything like that, but that definitely reads to me as that sort of metaphor. Oh, fuck, excuse me. And if that's the metaphor, if that is actually what the creators were going for, that is very fucking cool to me. That is awesome. Because I adore when stories explore aspects that we don't really have a complete answer to yet. And especially when they're able to turn that into a metaphor. And such an effective metaphor as this. Because, like, that was such a clear line. As soon as that description was given to me, and, like, you know, the quote-unquote madman be like, oh, we're all our inner demons, we just need to give in to them. That is exactly how it read to me. From, like, that felt exactly like Adam's thesis. That is so cool, and I'm just, like, trying to give myself time to process that. This is very good writing, and this is all their first game. Holy shit, I'm gonna fucking love Lobotomy Corporation. If I recall correctly, each Lobotomy Corporation Abno is tied to a fear or something. Yeah, and like, he said that, and looking back at all of them, like, I can't piece together every single one. Like, the Silent Orchestra, no real fucking idea. Granted, I haven't even looked at all the descriptions either. I've only read the first one, but, like, the grandma that just wants someone to talk to, the grandma that's afraid of being forgotten, the Red Riding Hood that's afraid, I'm assuming she's afraid of, like, not taking out the wolf after what the wolf has done to her grandma, and, like, fear of not being strong enough to overcome that challenge. Fears, traumas, there's many thematics. Yeah, there's plenty of thematics. And the fact that it all ties together with this overarching metaphor of the people who give in to their fears, their traumas, their desires need to be contained and pushed away from the rest of the world so that we can live our quote-unquote normal lives. And then it explores that by actual characters being, like, tackling the actual, like, what the metaphor is saying head on. Like, that's really cool. That's really good. I love that. Alright, that image of the abnormalities in the city is one of the bad endings if you didn't do the meltdown of all this. Oh, wow. Yeah, I love that. I really wanted to pause just to comprehend that metaphor, because that is I fucking love I just said it, but like I'm gonna say it again. I fucking love metaphors that are so perfectly intertwined with what they are trying to allude to, and then that being the central theme of a story, and the fact that what it's alluding to is like such a gray or taboo area of our society. I really didn't want to say society, but like a taboo area of our society, of our world, and of how we live, and it just tackles it through the metaphor. I mean, like, that's just how we explore these topics, these taboo topics, is to tackle them through metaphor. Like, that's one of the most common ways to do writing, and the fact that it's so effective and not treated as one-sided, it's not abused, it sounds, I mean, it sounds like it's being used so, what's the word? It just feels like it's being used honestly, from a place of nuance, and God, that is just fantastic. Right, alright, let's continue.
Face their fear and build the future. Hey, look at that. It's the tagline for the game. Isn't that neat? Finally, it's time.
Yeah,
for the
alright, that
50th
is
day,
entirely the metaphor
last
of the
day
game.
of
Got
the
it.
year. X is finally confronted by the truest version of himself. Ian, who is filled with regret. Ian, who is filled with hatred. Ian, who never believed he was fit to continue.
Alright, you know what, actually, I gave myself a bit more time to think about it. I'm gonna pull back. I'm gonna pull back a little bit on what I said. Because it's not really a taboo of, like, don't give in to your fears. It's just really effective metaphor writing. That's mostly what it is. I love it when they do explore taboos, and, like, this is a very, like, complicated and complex, like, human experience and emotion. And I love that they do tackle it with such nuance and, I guess, gravitas. But it's not as taboo as I was saying it was. I felt like I went a little too far into that, like, ambition, so I wanted to pull back a little bit.
Carmen's dream. And now,
I think you find a lot of people would
X,
agree
who's
that
able to
Project
push
Moon world
through
building
it
is
all.
one of the best out there. Yeah, I can fucking see.
Every person has their own light, but your goal was just to sow the seeds so that everyone can bloom on their own. You won't get to see how that forest grows. You knew it from the start. Ian, X, their story is already over. The only thing left to do is something they've done countless times. It's time to manage the abnormalities. This will be their final day as manager. As the final bits of Enkevallen are gathering, the facility rises to the surface. A great beam of light, a fully blossomed pillar, bursts from the rooftop, enveloping the city in its beautiful glow. This event later became known as the White Nights, as every bit of darkness in the city was lit up. The hearts of the people began to soften and care for the others near them. Their work finally complete, Ian and Carmen are both consumed in the light, becoming a part of every person and helping them to achieve their dreams. The process may not be instant, but they've granted the city a chance to grow, a chance to change for the better. The Sephiroth can finally rest as well. They'll be deactivated now that their work is done. And Lobotomy Corporation will be sealed away forever, its purpose completed at last.
But aren't you forgetting someone? Hasn't everyone forgotten someone? My duties are finally finished, which means I get to choose for myself. For the first time in my entire existence, it's my turn to choose. And I want to live.
Oh, shit.
Ian's plan was perfect. It accounted for everything. But now, the plan is complete.
Oh, no.
So who could have seen Angela's betrayal coming? She was the
Hi.
greatest after all. The perfect being.
That was
the
me.
Most skilled worker, forced to suffer
She
through
had the
1,000
resentment
loops of
from the
watching
fucking
everyone
beginning.
Die. Forced to push her employees to the point of madness an uncountable number of times, resetting the loop if anyone had a single happy moment, all perceived 100 times slower. This was her hell. An eternity of pain, all remembered with perfect clarity. She lived this life for 1,000,000 years. And the one that forced her into it, the one who forced human emotions onto her without granting her the ability to act on her own, Ian, her creator, who couldn't even bring himself to look
Literally
at her,
last work
who
was
never
1 point
thought
to
of her,
finish, and I
who
decided to
never
take the person that survived
accepted
since
her.
day one from the
Angela
bottom
was
of the facility to
created
walk up
using
and finish the
Carmen's
last one
mind.
to
A
one sin.
human,
Oh, that's
and
sick.
all humans want to live. Angela stole the light. The goal of the project was to shine it over the city for a full week, but instead it disappeared after only 3 days. The White Nights came to an end, being replaced by the Dark Days. Angela had just willingly caused the greatest tragedy.
Oh, there's a
in
fucking
the
ad break
history
going
of
on.
the
I didn't
city.
notice. God damn it.
Imagine leading the most miserable life you possibly could, constantly at your wit's end and fearing.
It was
for your
her
life.
and not Sergey who stole
Then,
my
the
sandwich.
first time, a beautiful golden glow warms your entire being. You feel like you could do anything, accomplish all of your dreams, and know that the future is bright. Only for that to be taken from you in just 3 days. Everything was 1,000,000 times worse. The people, now familiar with the feeling of hope, were left in a state entirely void of it. But far worse is the fact that the light granted them the power that they so desired. With the light in her grasp, Angela would learn everything in the city, the people, the abnormalities, even the head. She would organize it all. She would sort what she learned in the form of books, and once she learned enough, she would have the knowledge to become human herself, and finally venture out into the world she wanted.
You can see
so
the
badly
art
to
style
experience,
slowly
with the
change
one
from the
perfect book.
cartoonish one to the realistic
Let
one.
us record the world piece by piece, at the side of all those who are abandoned. Yes, let us record it here. The library.
No shot. That's the lead into it.
Oh, looks like that's all the time we have for today's lesson. I'll see you all soon during our next class. Don't worry, I'll explain what all that foreshadowing was with Carmen being the villain soon and answer all kinds of other questions I brought up here. But before we go, does anyone have any other questions?
That's so fucking cool.
Ah, you know what? That's fair.
Fuck you.
Hey, thanks for sticking around. If you'll give me...
Oh, that is such a cool lead into the next game. God fucking damn. I know Library is a deck builder, and that's all I know about it. Well, I know this now, that the fact that new Angela with her new sweeping haircut and her fucking sexy raven dress are run it. Was that a spoiler, by the way? Did I get too much information out of this? Also, to point out a bit of stuff, some things are taken from Library of Ruina. Some things he talked about. Okay. That's fine. It gives a bit more context. Alright, here's the second one. It is Pack. Or by Pack, the management sim from hell. This one's much longer.
Hey, check out the new abnormality.
Oh god, this is louder. Hold on, let me turn this down.
What's it washing in there?
Hi. Lobotomy Corporation is hard.
Oof. Oh
shit. This is a
Trains
huge
are
room.
safe.
What the fuck?
My cat is alive. From the twisted minds at Project Moon comes a video game colloquially known by every YouTube Let's Player known to man, SCP Facility. A game with such a stupid difficulty curve, I had 3 heart attacks when I finally beat the monolith pineapple.
Oh, thank God. Oh my.
What I just said didn't happen, but man did it feel like it. In the game, you play as a manager ordering around these employees around a big, sprawling facility with a layout of an inverse Kabbalah, or the Tree of Life in Judaism. The goal of the game is simple. Collect as much energy
Fucking
as
knew
you
that was
can
the Tree
by
of
working
Life.
with these
I
beings
just
known
didn't know
as
which one.
abnormalities. Abnormalities are
Thought it was
monsters
Yggdrasil
that have been
first.
extracted from the collective human subconscious. Very weird terminology that won't make much sense for a very long time. With this video, I want to do a couple things. Firstly, to be a sort of guide for new players because this game is actual agony. Secondly, to dig into all the deeper meanings behind everything, like the names, and kind of study the deep symbolism. And lastly, as a cry for help. I 100%ed this game, which cost me 173 hours of my life that I will never get back, with the only thing I could glean from the experience being hours and hours of psychiatric
Remind me
help.
when we finish this
Lobotomy Corp, or L Corp, and its world and characters are also just all incredibly well written, and so let's jump into that. The world of L Corp consists of 26 districts, each of which being referred to as a wing, with each wing being governed by its own respective
I'm trying to find a good balance for the audio.
Each wing can be divided into two parts. The nest, where the upper class and the VIPs live, and the back streets, where those icky, disgusting poor people live. The back streets are low importance areas to the wings.
Oh, that's
and
such a
as
cool
such
still.
Are completely covered in crimes and
I don't think
monsters
that's
that
actually from
shan't
the
be
game, but that's such a cool
Most
still.
people living in the back streets spend their
Fucking
entire
biblically
lives
accurate
working to pay for
angel.
life in one of the nests, as nests, while heavily monitored and under the
Yeah,
regulation
it's
of the
yeah,
wing belongs
3.5
to,
hours.
is also billions of trillions times safer than the back streets due to being under direct protection of the wing. People of lower class fight tooth and nail to survive, and most end up failing, whereas people already high on the ladder never have to think or worry. Metaphor? Maybe. Your job as L Corp is to supply the energy necessary in order to keep the entire city running. When you
Oh, yeah,
start
we're gonna
up
be
a
here
new
for a
game
while,
or
guys.
tutorial, you get a loading screen featuring this character, setting the stage for you, the manager. Angela is an android with the single most intelligent AI on the planet, perceiving time at 100 times slower than what a human could, also being completely unable to forget anything ever. She welcomes the manager dubbed X to Lobotomy Corp and teaches him how to not suck. She provides surveillance of the corporation and does dozens of high-skill jobs that aren't shown, leaving many people jobless. She's pretty warm and nice throughout these first few days, which is
There's
a
a lot of
facade.
art on the side for
But we'll get
freelance.
to that. Hire an employee, wonder why it costs points to change their appearance, download the free change appearance mod, name them something obscene, and
I
manage
was
some monsters.
so close
This
to
is the
getting
part
that
where
mod too.
most
You guys
people
have
notice,
no
yeah,
idea.
This is just SCP. According to the director of Project Moon, Kim Ji-hoon, he liked the idea of the SCP Foundation, but found that there were no games where you managed the SCPs. With that gap in the market in mind, he wanted to
Fucking
make his own version of
The
that with
GOAT?
his own world
I've had
in
this
mind.
thought so many
So he
times.
created
That's
the
not a
company
naked woman.
Project Moon on his 4th year in university,
Why is everyone so
and
mean
at that
to me?
time surrounded himself with
Fucking
7 people
GOAT, though,
to
like,
work on Lobotomy.
goddamn,
Corporation. Each
he's
of
so
those
real
people
for that.
belonging on some kind of list because this game is downright malicious. The monsters, dubbed abnormalities, are immortal creatures that must be worked with in order to create enkephalin, an opioid peptide that my middle school janitor used to abuse before pulping us with a wet mop. He would then get fired for drinking on the job. When the manager completes the day, they'll be ranked on how many agents died and be rewarded with lob points, which you can spend to peel open a new hire's dome and remap their neurons into new skills. There will be bong bong abuse in this video, I'm warning you now. Asia is the layer of the facility that we start off with. Asia in Judaism representing the world of action. Here housing the control, information, training, and safety departments. Each department has its own leader called the Sephirot, with their name again reminiscent of
I thought the same
Kabbalistic
shit,
tree
too.
of life. Malchut is the kingdom, the rule, the recognition of a divine presence. In
Oh,
the game,
that is actually,
Malchut
like,
is
Judaism.
named
Okay.
Malkuth and is the
I
control
didn't realize it
team
was like
captain.
that actually
And it
direct.
is
I
on
thought
our
it was
first
just a
encounter with
symbol.
her
I
that we
didn't
learn
realize
that our
they actually,
employees
like,
are
took the
expendable
fucking
and function
names.
as little more than a
Oh
means
god, I
to
feel
an end.
stupid.
An employee goes mad. She takes a sledgehammer to the back of their neck, all the while talking about how hard it was at first to dispose of these nuisances. How you, the manager, will soon be disposing of your own employees just like she is. And how you shouldn't feel bad if people die on the
worry
job.
about it.
They signed up for it after all.
Dang.
This applied to me greatly. When I first began, I tried to keep every employee alive, sometimes restarting days when it wasn't necessary. By the end, I was quickscoping my dear beloved children like I was attending school in the free state of Colorado. That'll be the darkest joke in the
That is
video,
me.
maybe. Before leaving though, she imparts on you a mission. You're going to want to be every mission's little bitch because they give you fantastic rewards and are required to progress through the story. Some of them are
Trust me,
easy,
99%
like
of the
completing
people
the
who
day
play the
quickly,
game know
while
a
others
total
are
of
stupid,
0
like
Judaism
having
or
people with
Abrahamic
justice
lore.
over 100. By the way, guys, have I told any of you that I put 173 hours into this game before I got the true ending for the first time? There's a saying in life that all good things must be taken in moderation. Sunlight, for example. Sunlight is our primary source of vitamin D and is great for bone health, battling depression, and getting good sleep, among so many other things. What happens if you stay in the sunlight for too long? Uh-oh, skin cancer. Enjoy that, stupid. Or we could look at red meats, incredible source of iron, proteins, and tons of other vitamins. And
yeah, all right, that makes a lot of sense.
Loves to absorb to
I would have expected more like
growth. Whoops,
Buddhism,
what's that? You
because
hit
like
one molecule
Buddhism
more than
and
your
like Chinese
recommended
mythos, all that
ounces
stuff
per week.
They tend to
Enjoy the
focus
liver
more
cancer,
on
fuckhead.
balance.
Lobotomy Corp has given me
and like
ovarian
living your
cancer,
life
which
in
is strange for two
moderation.
reasons. One, I don't have.
But this still
those.
works.
And two,
Judaism
the
still
analogy
works.
was about good things that can give me cancer. But playing this game gave me zero sense of joy or happiness. Just the constant reminder of the sad emptiness inside us all. Each character has their own sub-story to complete by doing their missions. In doing so, you can learn harsh truths and dark secrets about the company. For example, did you know that you can have Huggy Wuggy from hit Roblox indie game Cartwright into Poppy Playtime in your facility? This might result in a prison sentence. Maybe next the Stolen Concept team will rip off Project Moon. Now that would be interesting. Malkuth takes the day off and Angela apologizes to us for not informing us how L Corp resigns its employees. Following this with the most important analogy of the game, likening every person to an actor in a play, with you as the director. If someone fails to do their part correctly, the harmony will shatter. Malkuth then makes her return and mentions something, quote, creepier than the abnormalities. Entities unable to be contained, sometimes manifesting themselves in corridors. No matter how meticulous the plan is, we can't control the unknown. When they arrive, she feels like she's no longer herself, referring to ordeals. Ordeals are uncontrollable events that take place whenever the meltdown bar reaches its next level, but more on that later. Yesod is the foundation. The connection, the bridges that connect people. And here that's taken literally by being what connects not only Assia to Bria, but also 4 departments together. Yesod is the Sephira of the information team with horrific
That's why
germphobia,
all the
refusing
branches
to
are
expose
specifically
even
where
the
they are,
tiniest
'cause of
bit
the
of
fucking
robot skin.
tree.
Every last piece of data created by the company is
I was
stored
wondering
at
why the
his
teleporter was just, like,
Every
in its own
observation
room at the
log,
bottom.
managerial guideline, and work type is overseen by him. His second talk will probably be the
Hey,
first time
Wookie.
you're exposed to Hod, who is a real dumb bitch. This
Hey!
character has a
Leave her alone.
massive cult built around her. A
You're
cult
damn right.
which I'm a proud member of. The
Okay.
Hod mind must grow.
Good.
Hod, who is a
Good.
dumb bitch, is super sweet and takes special
right, well,
attention
if you
to
say it
the
out of love, then I
employees,
can accept
being one of the only Sephiroth that actually care
'Cause
for
she is
their
a dumb
well-being. She's here now to chastise Yesod for letting a lot of people die. To which I have to say, again, it is only a human life. Literally, who cares? There's plenty of those. As long as My Hero Academia Rule 34 stays alive, anybody can perish. It doesn't matter. Hod in the Tree of Life is splendor, humility, and the ability to persevere. Here she operates the training team. Weirdly, upon seeing you, she asks if you're mad at her. Either this is because she's clumsy and sloppy and is prone to making mistakes, or a deeper story reason that I guess we'll find out later, Lamau. Midway through the conversation, a sacrificial pawn disguised as a valued employee named Tiffany talks about how she would have hung herself by now if not for Hod's unique desire to see her get better. Then, valued employee, what do you mean she has a name? Leaves to her different department where we can only assume good things will happen to her. It's thanks to Hod that we the player get to see Lady Angela's indifferent cruelty for the first time, irreparably demolishing Hod's employee wellness program and telling her how Tiffany from the other day committed toaster bath. Apparently, Hod's employee wellness program involved distributing enkephalin to the employees. Quick reminder, enkephalin is an opioid, a highly addictive drug. Angela then continues to stomp on Hod's idea of employee wellness into oblivion, as human death and suffering are needed to create enkephalin. This is a McDonald's, people. Put the fries in the bag. We would replace all of you with robots by now, but unfortunately, employee suffering is extremely profitable. Netzach is the source of conquest and the path of victory. It's the urge to get things done. A mystery to me, because this guy is lazy and tries to no-scope himself over the course of the game like 6 times. I guess the thing it could be symbolic for is how the green man wants to urgently get his life done. Hey, not on corporate hours, buddy. I still haven't done the billionaire thing where I take a rocket into space. Stealing resources from Africa is coming up soon, though. Netzach is depressed as hell and extremely resentful of his role as safety team leader. Not even remembering anything before he was given the role. Life is a prison.
Bro, it's just
Enkephalin
like
is
me
the
for
only
real.
escape
Too
from
high
this
to
hell
remember
that we
shit.
call Hod. And of course, there wouldn't be any safety team
Also
if there
real.
was nothing to keep employees safe from. Let me introduce the abnormalities. Man, I'm dead. So this is the first abnormality in the game, so I'm gonna use it to also talk about stuff like work types and stats and
I'm sorry.
ego too. The first
I'm sorry. What was that? What is re-extract? What does that do? Chat.
The first and arguably least dangerous abnormality is known as one sin and hundreds of good deeds. Everything will devour, snuggle, or do an epic reference. And if it does none of those things, it makes your entire facility bald, which is arguably a million times worse. One sin is hard-coded into being the first guy you're ever given, and it is perfect for not killing your day one employees. And it's also the least likely to drive agents into sheer hysteria due to being so chill with all work types. Instinct to work is done to satisfy an abnormality's physiological needs. Agents that perform this get increased fortitude or higher max health. Something that will be necessary when it comes time to gently tell God to go home. Insight work is done to improve the abnormality's quality of life. Insight work does require your jelly bean to touch the abnormality though, which can sometimes have consequences. Agents that perform insight work train their prudence, leveling up their sanity cap.
Oh my
and
god, I
making them
fucking
a
remember
lot
this
smarter,
censored stuff.
making the sight of these imperceivable abominations slightly more tolerable. Attachment work is done to fulfill an abnormality's social needs.
I love that
Agents will act as
concept.
companions or even playmates to an abnormality. This work teaches an agent how to connect with abnormalities and trains their ability to carry out work quickly and efficiently. A high level of temperance is also needed for an employee to resist some abnormalities, traps, or pulls.
What the
Lastly,
fuck?
repression is unique because it seeks to do the opposite of all the other works. It keeps them hungry, it keeps them alone, it keeps them in pain, it keeps them in check. Not a lot of abnormalities are privy to repression, so justice is a little hard to train. Employees with high justice can enjoy the effects of better, more decisive decision making. They attack faster and move with more confidence and certainty. Certain abnormalities will respect a high level of justice, for example, the butterfly twink and the German man.
Why are you say this?
The amount of training a nugget gets is relative to both the amount of positive and Kefalin boxes and the risk level of the abnormality. Because the skull emoji is a pathetic little Zion, he's going to quickly get outclassed by something that has a little more bite. Upon the collection of enough positive and Kefalin boxes and unlocking all the information, you're able to use those boxes to purchase skull emoji's ego. Ego is the identity of any one person, and in this game it stands for extermination of geometrical organ. These are extracted from abnormalities
This
using
metaphor
technology and can be equipped
is just
on your
expanding
indentured
so
servants
much. I didn't even
when
realize
combat
the
time
extent
rolls
of it.
around. Some weapons
Like,
have
the
their
fact
own
that they just use the
abnormality-specific
name
special
Ego
ability.
for it
Skull emojis being a 5%
says
chance
so
to heal an
much.
agent's mental health by 10 on attack.
I
Every
would
abnormality has a
mansplain it
chance
to
to
you,
give
but
something
I'm
called an ego
currently
gift.
really
When an
lazy,
agent
and
is
I'm
given
sure
a
you guys
gift is
already know if
entirely
you know the
dependent
game.
on whether an abnormality vibes with their swag. If Skull Emoji enjoys their aura enough, they'll be given a crown of thorns, increasing their successful work rate with Skull Emoji. Easy guy, don't worry about it. Just don't tell him a lie, lest you be smitten. Wow, a tier list featuring my favorite
What?
three-letter word. Just for warning you, this tier list will be 100% personal bias. Holy shrimp! If you thought every abnormality was going to be a horrifying eldritch abomination, then you're wrong. Some of them can be quite silly. How zany is it that a couple of shrimp individuals will drug you and kidnap you? The silliness in every abnormality is always a farce, and this little puppy dog will
What the
snap
fuck?
your face to dust. Opened can of whale cheers is a vending machine
Damn, we got them
surrounded by
abs,
two
though.
shrimp men that can never hurt a soul. Only send people on an awful voyage on the SS Cheapskate. They
I'm
can
about to
now
pull
go
a
search
Schlatt.
for their millionth
Nah, I
dollar
shouldn't finish
ever
that
earned.
sentence.
Something paradoxical to me, because I don't pay my employees. When you complete any work type with well cheers, a can of soda pops out of the machine, and your agent drinks that can. Instinct to work nets you a cherry soda that'll heal 40% of an employee's health. Insight gives you a regular flavored soda that heals 40% of an employee's sanity. And the other two work types grant a grape soda that heals 30% of both health and sanity. What does regular flavored soda taste like? Don't ask me. I don't drink soda. Only carbonated water with extra shrimp. This is
Alright,
all if you
get
get
out.
a good or
Carbonated
mediocre
water's
work
fucking
result.
disgusting.
If you get a bad work result, your employee will instead drink the dreaded opened can of well cheers and get kidnapped. Yeah, that's right. These shrimps will abduct your employee, put them on this low-effort drawing of a boat, and send them to who knows where. Yes, the lowest danger leveled abnormality in this game is capable of insta-killing your most powerful agents. In fact, the higher level your employee, the more likely they are to spike their drink. You can have the most unstoppable, well-equipped monster of an employee kill a god, and then 5 minutes later have that employee get fucking trafficked. Welchers is a reference to a Korean urban myth, stating that people go missing after drinking a sleeping pill-laced can of Welch grape juice, later to be put on a journey to sail the high seas. So let that be a lesson. Don't drink
That's
from
an
unattended
urban
bottles of
myth?
soda.
That's so
Or better
cool.
yet, don't drink Welch's grape juice. According to an unnamed employee.
Granted, I don't
on
think
the
it's
prowl
Welch's,
for
but, like, if that's
the ladies,
actually an urban
they ended
myth.
up in a meeting in a different department. The leader of the department brought in dozens of
Yup.
cans
Oh,
of
that's
Welch's
so
and everyone
cool.
drank up. Next thing they know, they were in a boat. Instead of doing the usual kidnappy stuff that you'd think of when you hear abduction, this employee was offered some tasty ramen. The ship crew would train that employee in the art of sailing, pulling fish traps, filling bait boxes, repairing fishing nets, and cooking ramen. Till eventually, that employee decided on his own free will to become a member of the crew, living an undeniably much better life away from Lobotomy Corporation, where employee death is an unavoidable daily occurrence. If the story provided is anything to go off of, sipping the spiked soda is the best possible outcome for an agent working in this company, because it gets them away from a life of mental anguish and intense physical pain. But they didn't agree to vacation time when they signed up to work here, so we are not Prawn Really I Swear Incorporated can fuck off. They can krill themselves. Frequent visitors to the crustacean hydration station get drops.
I'm eating
of
a
liquid
crab right now with a
carbonation all
bunch
around
of
their
shrimp.
mouths,
Like,
which
they
is
can go
just
fuck
disgusting
themselves.
because it looks like a 5 o'clock shadow.
here.
For that, you go in shrimp tier. The
Does
Fairy
this
Festival is a big fairy
offend
mama
you?
with little fairy babies.
Oh, God, it's
Why does
dripping too
Mama
much.
have
I'm not
bloody
eating that yet.
fingers? Who's to say, really? Upon a successful or mediocre work result, the fairies will gift the working agent with their fairies' care. A magical site where the fairies surround a person, providing constant healing for 8 seconds. How whimsical. But remember the rules. Everything in this facility is a bloodthirsty monster. The fairies will provide the target of their care with constant healing as long as they aren't assigned to a different abnormalities containment unit. If this is the case, the fairies will quickly
it's
feast on
leaking
your
through on my
nugget and
mouse
fly
pad.
home
Oh,
to
no.
digest. It is thought by most employees that only those that are kind-hearted and good-natured will receive the fairies' care, not knowing that in reality, when a group of fairies gather around an individual, that's a sign they want to eat them. According to a document made accessible only to level 4 or higher employees, a man named Walter went under the fairy's care and was found dead inside the room of another abnormality. His face and stomach were all missing. Strange, because the abnormality that he was in the room of only inflicted psychological attacks. Meanwhile, the fairies had some blood and flesh smeared all over their mouths. The researchers came to the conclusion that
Yeah, I think I
fairies
just
are
ruined my mouse pad a
carnivorous
little bit, but it's
monsters, with the fairies' care simply being a method to keep the meat fresh. If an employee attempts to enter the containment unit of another abnormality, they gobble them up in fear of losing the food to something else. The low-leveled employees adored the fairies though, and because it helped with their morale and reduced their accident rate, it was deemed unnecessary to tell them the truth. Don't press the button.
Fuck this button,
No
dude.
matter what you do not touch it. You want to know what happens if you order work to be done on it? Everyone dies or everybody loses their mind. Same story if you even scroll past it. You can't even click on the thing's name. If you do that, absolutely everything that could go wrong will go wrong, draining every Qlifoth counter of every abnormality to 0 at the same time. Everything that can break out will break out. Oh wait, I haven't mentioned Qlifoth counters yet. Every abnormality has a Qlifoth counter that you can see here. Some are stationary and some go up and down depending on multiple factors, such as work results, people dying in the facility, people living in the facility. Your job is to simultaneously extract enkephalin and make sure this counter never reaches 0. What happens if it reaches 0? Bad things. Bad things happen. It can be prevented though by taking care of an abnormality's needs. Maybe sacrificing a person or two. In the top left corner, you can see the Qlifoth meltdown gauge. This thing basically counts the amount of times and abnormalities worked with in a day, and when that bar fills up, Qlifoth meltdown. Certain abnormalities will get a little pissy, these abnormalities being marked by the red box and having to be worked with by the time this timer ends. If they aren't worked with, their Qlifoth counter will immediately drop to 0, and they will either escape or use their special ability. TLDR, don't let it hit 0. So you can see now why it's a problem when every single Qlifoth counter in the building simultaneously drops to 0. To compound with this chicanery, sometimes Don't Touch Me will pretend to be another abnormality. So what you think is a lovable, huggable teddy bear is actually a retried day. You can tell if Don't Touch Me is pulling a fast one because the name will always be Don't Touch Me. Even on the deployment screen before you start the day, you can interact with it, and it destroys your computer before crashing the game. I must touch. I know what you're thinking. Man, this YouTube guy is probably feeling the effects of male pattern baldness. Anyways, here's an abnormality that makes me and my people feel very represented. You're bald. Your bald is an orb that's come to sing the praises about the wonderful world of hairlessness. Its liked works are nothing unless you're bald. And if an employee with hair shows up and interacts with it, wow, so much better. Because of this, I wanted to see what Kuluyaku looked like bald, so I opened up Photoshop and made this. I'm bald because I don't have hair. We're getting off track here, so let's start over. Your bald is a messenger, here to spread the word of bald, and won't stop until every last person on Earth has no hair. Upon contact with a hair-having individual, he will spread his gospel and speak into their minds, the truth causing a blinding flash of light straight off of their newly smooth dome. Your bald will then change his form, the orb itself now appearing to be thinning, as a lesser man would call it. Upon contact with a second hair-having individual, the word of bald will resonate through the halls, blessing all who hear it in the splendiferous white light of truth. May truth be found in their minds and hearts, in the same way that it's reflecting off of their heads. Your bald has now leveled up to his max potential, being completely, utterly bald. It brings a tear to my eye, it really does. Upon contact with a third hair-having individual, a holy light will shine, filling the hearts and souls of all, making every employee facility-wide bald, freeing them from these earthly follicle chains. It was a wondrous moment. After seeing this, I ran to the bathroom mirror and gazed into it to see if I too had been blessed with this gift. But whoa, clinging to my head were the same sparse, isolated, lonely strands that were there before. Life is a prison, and here I lay trapped behind bars, not of steel, but of keratin. Warning, you have been hit by the baldy bald psychological attack. If a non-bald person reads this, they'll be granted the privilege to go bald at an extremely rapid rate. If one wants to stop this from happening, they must be assigned to work on this abnormality. In addition, if you find 10 or more strands of hair on your pillow in the morning, it is recommended to peruse this encyclopedia article at least 3 times. Now, this next part may be extra disturbing, so viewer discretion is advised. The following account was taken between 2 employees.
Dude, I had an amazing dream today.
Can I talk now?
Yes, you can talk now.
What? Did you win the lottery or something? You stupid, bald fucking idiot.
Okay, so when I got to work, everyone here was bald. Everyone including you. Maybe even people outside of this corporation.
I love the scribbles.
I do think you've been pretty stressed lately. Why don't you, go see counseling and maybe get a hair transplant?
Counseling? Yeah, right. Dude, I don't need any counseling. Wait, what's that sound? Oh, hey, neighbor. Right after this tragic incident, abnormality Bald is Awesome appeared in the facility. May you forever rest in peace, Bald Bill. If someone ever comes into contact with this abnormality, they will talk or write about the positive aspects of baldness for about an hour, and ultimately make themselves go bald. These writings being pretty hard to argue with. Unrelated. Hey guys, did you know that if you become bald, you can save time because you don't have to wash and dry your hair anymore, allowing you to be richer than others? Did you know bald people can even reflect light off their head and blind their opponents like a solar flare? We won't need light bulbs in our facility if there are more bald employees, because light reflects off of their heads. This will also allow us to save a tremendous amount of our budget. Thank you. Bald is awesome. Which is my transition of choice to today's sponsor.
Oh, fuck off.
Sponsored by Manscaped.
I should have seen that one coming.
Just action, please recall of you. Shaving any of razor, clean, anything released, and often free international shipping. We can change anything.
Oh.
After the popularity of the all-around helper skyrocketed, We Can Change Anything was released as the second installment of XX Inc.'s Home Robot series. As to be expected of all XX Inc.'s products, it sports a variety of functions. It's quite simple. Just open up the machine, step inside.
Does he go through all of the abnormalities?
Shut.
Light Yagami?
Everything will be just fine. We Can Change Anything is a tool type abnormality. Every fourth abnormality will be a usable tool that has different effects which, if used correctly, usually have positive benefits for your facility. We Can Change Anything is one example of these. An Iron Maiden. Clamping your nugget and training them of their entire life force until there's nothing left. But on the plus side, you'll get an increasingly huge amounts of PA boxes. As time goes on inside We Can Change Anything, the amount of red damage it does increases and it goes a lot faster, ending in a brutal demise. Smart players can game the system in a few ways. For example, say you have a separate damage transference abnormality. Then say you have an abnormality that keeps an agent alive no matter what. Are you following me here? While it isn't foolproof and eventually the nugget in the machine pops, you can break the game design and instantly get 500 positive PE boxes in a day. Now, am I recommending this strategy? Yeah, Send level 5 fortitude fodder straight to the penis explosion chamber and watch as all your dreams are brought to life without having to do really anything. Thank you, XX Inc.
Would you be
Mirror of adjustment is another tool abnormality and one
like
that
I'm
has
just gonna
very,
skip this because
very
we got
niche
this
usage. This thing takes an employee's stats
Is that cool
and
with you guys?
randomly redistributes them. So if you take an employee with level 5 fortitude and level 1 temperance, gazing into the mirror could
we haven't
shift
done
it
this
so
one.
that the employee has level 2 fortitude
Sorry,
and level
my
5
bad.
temperance. I don't use this abnormality
We haven't done
much,
this one.
really.
It was
ever.
the painting I was thinking
It would be
of.
nice to continuously reroll for an infinitum, but if an employee uses the mirror once, then comes back to it, on the second look, the mirror will readjust their stats, but lower the
Oh my
overall
God, the
stat
monk.
values total. So you could end up de-leveling your guys if you forget that they used the mirror earlier in the day. There are some very specific uses that I can think of, those being this. Some abnormalities will get upset at a high level in a stat. To counteract this, you can re-roll that stat to go somewhere else, so that your agent will be safe when interacting with that abnormality. Another practical use is to level up justice. When you hire a new employee or strengthen a new employee, leveling their justice is exorbitantly more costly than the other stats, being 3 times the cost. So to counteract this, you could put those points you would have spent on justice into other skills, then hit the mirror and watch as it dumps some of those points into the hardest stat to level. Enjoy your movement speed. According to the one studying the mirror, those that face themselves in the mirror are changed in some way. It won't be obvious at first, but they were. It's theorized that looking into the mirror has you switch places with an alternate reality version of yourself. Repeated looks eating away at your humanity until you are nothing more than a reaction streamer. I never use this thing, but there are people that get a lot of use out of it, so it's cool.
That's fair.
I
Gambling.
love gambling. One day I'm going to give my son 3 times his college savings that I earned through gambling. What's this? An abnormality based on gambling? Finally, I can be my
Those
true
armadillos?
self. Take my legendary ego weapon and increase its attack power.
They're
That would be
puzzle
so
lizards.
handsome of you. Who knew the gambling abnormality would be classified as trauma? It's as simple as this. You put your weapon into the orb, and it may return you with a stat boost. Elsewise, it gets devoured whole, costing PE boxes as you spin the wheel. Every subsequent spin increasing the damage more and more, increasing the PE box expenditure and decreasing your chance of success as it goes. You could roll for a full-on doubling of your attack damage, but the chance of that happening are 1 in 4, and if you lose a weapon, then even retrying the day won't get it back. Gambling is nothing
Really?
more than faith in a promise. A misguided notion that will only leave us feeling hollow and betrayed. Those that try without high expectations, though, can sometimes be met with a pleasant reward. The damage boost doesn't even last from day to day, so I don't bother. Just don't bother. Who cares?
Yeah.
Incredibly brave take coming up here. Gambling is bad. You Must Be Happy is the biggest homie
this
of
one,
them all.
yep.
This thing lets you manage your employees' stats better than anything else, and before you ask, yes, it still can insta-kill. Come on, guys, let's just all assume that that's a baseline, but that's stripping abnormality, therefore employee that they say the drawbacks. As far as I'm concerned, these drawbacks
we know him.
is the types and freely kindest.
Plague Doctor Tris.
The Plague Doctor is the safest and kindest.
We got our boy.
abnormality. He responds positively to all work types and freely grants a blessing upon a good or even bad work result with a broken array of benefits.
Max
Hey Max
Verstappen.
Design Pro, go talk to the Plague Doctor and tell your 11 flesh clones to do the same. And Harry. The Plague Doctor came to the facility on its own volition, claiming that the world has contracted a dreadful disease.
Wait, so this
a
is
disease
literally
which can
just
only be
049.
cured by him. Sound familiar?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Despite that comparison, the Plague Doctor exhibits absolutely zero signs of aggression, treating employees that are injured
Yeah,
or
it's
sick,
049, but the
showing
foil.
nothing but empathy and benevolence even after weeks of observation. When an employee named Alex walked in with a
The creator literally just saw 049 and thought, man, that SCP's fucking badass. It sucks that it wants to kill everything and then just did the opposite. That's all it is. And I'm so here for that.
Fresh scar. The following interaction was observed.
I agree. We need the badass plague doctor to be good.
I booted up Skyrim.
I want to
with
not
at least
feel
800
bad
sex
for
mods. My gaming laptop instantly
simping.
exploded when it tried to render Jarl Balgriff's massive Balgriffs, and the shrapnel pierced my cerebellum. I'm too embarrassed to admit to Reddit that I play video games on a school-issued Chromebook. Please help.
You use Reddit. Cringe. You are coming with me.
Whoa, my body is healed, and I'm ripped as hell. What did you do?
Simple. I deleted Reddit off your phone.
Wow, thanks, Doc. I'm gonna go sex my hot wife now.
And just like that, another soul that found their way. It will not stop at you, Alex. I shall heal the rest of them. I shall cure the world of this dreadful disease. I must cover more sheep in the safety of my wings, to cover them from the unholy blight shining down from above. I must cleanse the world.
Everyone loves him. He treats the poor and tends to the sick.
Why is he?
He's like the Messiah. We'll come back to this guy. 1.76 megahertz is an abnormality. Message of early writing this, megahertz makes its presence known by the static overlay showing through on your camera, distorting things and playing a high frequency sound. A sound that after adjusting a radio's frequency to 1.76 megahertz, employees could hear a distressed voice followed by a bunch of explosions. After bearing witness this is the first guy that caused an employee of mine to have a mental breakdown. When an employee loses their mind because they took too much white or black damage, they'll go crazy. They might go on a murdering spree, commit suicide, run around screaming, freaking out other employees, this one's annoying as hell, and commit sabotage, trying to break out as many abnormalities as possible. If an employee panics, don't worry, simply have another
I've had all of
that
these
does
happen, I
white
think.
damage.
I don't know
Attack
about the
panicking
suicide. I'm pretty
employee,
sure about the
because it'll
suicide.
heal them and everything will be perfectly fine. Unless they're not an essential worker, in which case I would just shoot them, because who cares? When 1.76 megahertz breaks out, it'll spread to other rooms until you repress it back to 4. Anyways, 1.76 megahertz I don't really care about.
Yeah, that fucking escape is just kind of annoying to deal with.
Beauty and the breast brings me so much physical pain. Mouth with the juice looking attitude. Represses don't chill against of the creature any more than they're already going fuck out of it again. In the story of anyone who should go this kill it. Propagating so never see where through the growth. This abnormality because of that. Logically he'd be high tier or high mid tier at the very least, but like look at him. 8-ball. Behavior adjustment is another tool abnormality, a floating 8-ball in a tube-looking thing. Its use? Those who pick it up will, as long as they're holding it, attack faster, but lose some sanity points in return. Sacrificing sanity for justice. If someone loses all their SP or returns the device in less than 30 seconds after picking it up, they die a gruesome death. Actually, me watching the new Minecraft movie trailer. Here's a use case that I found while playing. This abnormality hates justice level 3, but likes justice level 4. And I wanted to level an agent's justice past level 3. So I had them pick up the 8-ball to increase their justice to 4, did the work, and then enjoyed the fruits of my labors at the end of the day. That is a very specific, extremely niche use case that could have been done better by the happiness machine anyways. You have it in you to be a good and righteous person. You don't need a magic 8-ball yo-yo to do it for you.
The bathtub.
Who put bloodbath in the bloodbath? Bloodbath is all the good operation. And she needed this long. Bloodbath level 1 them in the back chain elective to block distracting their body some
whoa,
when you
what?
so generate energy supply hand, so like no. Now I haven't explained it yet, but while enkephalin is the energy supply in positive enkephalin boxes, enkephalin is also generated by the human brain internally to block the transmission of pain signals. When you get a PE box from an abnormality, you in reality could be extracting their body's response to trauma. Every abnormality has or is dealing with trauma or some form of mental or physical anguish in some way. A lot of abnormalities are human, were once human, or are possessed by humans, which lends credence to the idea that we are, in a way, extracting the suffering of the most unfortunate souls just to meet the insatiable energy demands of the mega corporations. In other words, Lobotomy Corp is a poorly disguised Amazon warehouse. Jesus. It makes sense then that we gain more enkephalin as more people succumb to the tubby time terror because there's more enkephalin to harvest. Also, if there are 3 hands in the tub, the next person that walks in, no matter what their skills are, they'll get nabbed. This abnormality loves all types of work except for repression. Repression, I assume, being the equivalent of going up to a depressed person and looking them in the eye and saying, haha, get over it. So yeah, edgy bathtub. I hope they named the ego equipment something tactful like crumbling samurai
Fucking
armor
Sans,
with a
I saw
negative
that.
rock.
I'm not watching that again.
Dish or counted and the game writer if you Forsaken Murderer is a little goo buckled out is every time I
saw him.
Like or afraid and die, meaning Hatchman game. However named when it comes to mental the facility pitiful guys like the constantly more but for
yep, saw him.
Changing its voice not and they have to pay those people.
We're missing so many
again,
good
this
jokes.
guy's just with it and starts love feet.
Wait.
The cherry blossom tree is a
no,
tree that
that's
gains
not what I
leaves
thought
as
it
it
was.
grows closer to going sicko mode and captivating everybody to go get absorbed into
Oh.
it. The pretty flowers might look nice and all, but it's a trick. You will get nabbed into this hole at the base that nobody talks about for some reason. The amount of blossoms it has is directly tied to its Qlifoth counter. The counter lowering on a good work result. When the counter hits 0, the little hands at the base will begin excitedly caressing the walls of its little hole, and the tree will captivate a random employee. Letting an employee get got will cause everyone in the facility to restore full health and sanity. Actually quite helpful, as it only needs one employee to be satisfied and pulls in a lot of purposeless clerks into its net. Plus, if it does captivate an employee that you don't want to be tree fertilizer, just click on them and they'll snap out of it. Blood. Here we have another
bracelet,
tool.
I know that
1 minute. This happened.
What the
Alright
fuck
guys,
is
here
this
we
one?
have a real problem
What?
abnormality. Hey,
Meat lantern?
looks familiar. Legabule? Meat Lantern is a little mound of chicanery. I look deep into those eyes and the only thing reflected back at me is pure unfiltered foolishness. A fact that he's so clearly an anglerfish should be of no concern, and the fact that he buries himself in a random, barely
What the
detectable
fuck?
spot and jump scares you with 500 damage is also no concern. At least, that's what our boy Lloyd said to Paul. Don't mind that they sound exactly like me and Nova Cream 31. That's not a flower. Order all the employees nearby to evacuate immediately. Do not run away in a group. You have to slowly escape one by one.
What are you talking about? I thought I told you there's nothing nearby. Wait, I just felt a slight tremor beneath my feet. Is someone fixing pipes today?
Screw it. Enjoy looking at that flower all you want. No point in alarming your friends if they're already goners, right? So what makes this thing such a little bastard, you may ask? For starters, the maximum Qlifoth counter is 1, meaning you're 1 bad work result away from an instant breach. Beyond that, if your employee finishes work with him before 40 seconds have passed, he also breaches. Why is that? I don't know. You're best off hiring an employee with temperance level 1 or using the holy happiness machine to lower someone's stats to the point where they can work with him without getting breached. The game itself says that the entire corporation may collapse if this little mound of fluff breaches. Hyperbole? Yeah, if you have a ranged weapon, stand back and laugh maniacally as Legabulo is shredded from a safe distance. The pain points with this abnormality has less to do with its fights and more to do with the abnormality itself. To keep it at bay, you can never level up or send a non-temperance level 1 employee in there. And when it does escape, someone's going to die. Agents might be fine, but clerks are stupid and will walk right over it. Which may sound like only a slight annoyance, but it really becomes painful when you start getting abnormalities that are sensitive to clerk deaths. So in conclusion, he's a sneaky little stinker. I'd like to also bring attention to the ego gift, which gives your agent stupid little teeth. Those are pretty funny. Low tier. So I can put him in the ground. This is the world's loneliest woman inducing to first edge most certain. Work the moan. This story could be on any work type works with her. It knows every story, both known and unknown. This story could be all of his maladies. Implements can be a revolver. Tank. That's fun.
Pitbull?
This second wholesome 100 Pupperino has creatine and pre-workout in its containment unit. Can you guess why?
it's the
This
buff
heckin'
fucker.
Ponkerino wants instinct work and only instinct work. See these stats? They mean nothing. His Qlifoth counter will drop, which will turn him into a testosterone titan complete with tattoos and washboard abs. Breaching chunky Chungus 100 is just a more dangerous Forsaken murderer, moving much faster and dealing almost triple the red damage. L Forsaken Bacon. But when he kills an agent or clerk, he instantly goes home. In the managerial tips, it mentions Pepode taking something from a deceased employee. If I had to guess what he took, either he sucked out their human growth hormone through a bendy straw to fuel his unlimited gains, or dug out a bone to chew on like a good boy. Attempts to bring the abnormality out of its unit may occur from time to time, but this is not a concern as they are typically prevented by other employees. When too many employees want to work with this abnormality, a lottery will be held to decide who gets the privilege of doing so. Our employees tend to show symptoms of mental regression, such as oddly toned speech with a high pitch upon entering its containment unit. But it seems this is only a temporary problem. Many of our employees refer to this abnormality as the goodest boy in the world, Pepode. However, its official designation is simply Pepode. Please make sure you don't get this confused. Every employee who enters its containment unit must upload a video or photo report of this abnormality. This is highly, extremely, uber important. Ensure that nobody misses this step. Did you know Pepode is the Korean word for poofy? This makes sense because Pepode is a dog, and some dogs tend to be that way. This is the nicest dog in the game. Society when book. The prophecy of skin is a book made of skin. When someone gazes upon those fleshy pages, their prudence will improve. The drawback being a new weakness to white damage. Upon repeated uses, their prudence will continue to increase as the weakness gets more severe. Losing your sanity while under the influence of it will open up a portal to the flesh dimension, through which arteries will merge and drag your agent down to watch the Borderlands movie on repeat. The writers believe that in order to preserve the sanctity of the tome, they had to write it in skin. Those who read it will be enlightened to unimaginable truths like that the Earth is a velociraptor and the correct way to pronounce Tigrex is actually Tigrex. Pointing out that second part will surely leave them without any friends or invitations to social gatherings. Those who master these truths are called prophets. It's actually pretty useful if an abnormality requires a certain level of prudence, and I never really had that much of an issue with the white damage. But just remember, you must be happy. The Loud House revamped fanfiction, etched into virgin flesh with over 16 million words, is mid-tier. This guy is a little blob of distilled perfection. I love him. Breaching containment whenever he feels like it, and when he does breach, he only gently pecks the people that he's upset with. Why does he breach? Well, it's because he's possessive, and someone that he likes entered the containment unit of another abnormality. A woeful day when Punishing Bird's wrath befalls the facility. Obviously, he doesn't have much firepower, but you have to send him back to his perch somehow, right? Now, once he gets his anger out, he'll go back home on his own accord. I mean, you could suppress him, but why would you do such a thing to this cute little fella? Not to mention the fact that fighting back isn't a good idea. He'll just activate his death be upon ye move, dealing double the damage of Meat Lantern's ambush attack because he deserves it. I feel a special little connection with this little guy because on my first meeting with him, he broke the game and replaced one sin and 100 good deeds as my beginner abnormality, breaking the game out of sheer silly guyness. He's good with every work type, barring repression, and is only ever an issue when he's breaching past the day's quota, which keeps you from being able to end it without losing a lob point. He's a small and fearsome bird that punishes the evil and the guilty, mightily fluttering its tiny wings to do so. People have been committing sins since long ago. Why do they commit sins, knowing it's wrong? The small bird wondered. It must be because there's no one-
honestly, for that, like how it breaches is actually kind of clever for what it is. It punishes the sinful, so anyone who fights this tiny helpless bird gets fucking destroyed. And then anyone who just takes the pecking because it doesn't damage them enough to warrant a fight back is spared. That's actually kind of clever as a metaphor for that.
And to punish people for their misdeeds. If someone takes that role, then no foul act would happen in this world ever again, leaving the forest it lived in and never going back. We gave him a little perch to sit on because he deserves it. Also, regretfully, his ego equipment is nothing special, though the suit is notable due to having a writhing chest, as if it were alive. My favorite abnormality, easy top tier. An abnormality based on the short story, The Little Match Girl. A girl who tried to sell matches that nobody bought. So in fear of being beaten by her father and in remembrance of her grandmother, she lit all the matches and died in the cold when they went out. Oh no, guys, the video game character has a sad backstory. The Scorched Girl's charred body represents the child's crumbling hope, while the eternally blazing match impaled through her torso represents the obsession for affection. This desire for affection becomes significant upon her breach, as she'll choose a completely random target to try and get affection from, and mark them with a matchstick. She'll then make her way to that person, talking about warmth the whole way, and wanting to be held. And when she reaches her target, she'll explode, killing her target and anyone else in the immediate vicinity. This is one of the easiest breaches to handle because she doesn't have a lot of health and will completely ignore anyone that isn't her target. So you can just dogpile on her. This abnormality that wants love and connection wants attachment. So performing that on her is asking her to break out and eat.
We already have
Spider Bud is such a homie. She's my Spider Bud. D. She's a fantastic way to train up fortitude as long as you don't touch her babies. Otherwise, your agent will get cocooned. That means not doing insight work, because part of insight work is cleaning the room. And, you know, if you clean the room, then that's gonna probably end up squishing one of her babies. You do not want to do that. Of course, that is unless you want extra PE boxes. When the Spider Bud has more bodies, it'll give you more of that sweet, sweet brain juice. And it is kind of unnerving to think that a cocooned agent isn't actually dead and is being kept fresh and alive for her babies. With the spider's toxin slowly poisoning their heart. But they knew what they were signing up for when getting hired to Lobotomy Corp. Definitely not expecting joy and happiness. What the? A tool abnormality without a drawback? No instant death, no peer-reviewed scientific study that I have to keep in mind. You can just have an employee pick it up and enjoy some nice buffs. Oh, something feels wrong. Maybe I should put it back. Oh, I getcha. You got me good, you little stinker. The Heart of Aspiration is awesome.
Okay.
You have someone pick it up.
I didn't realize
that they
All right,
shocked.
but yeah.
They're still in.
We already
It's
saw that one.
great. Lads, I know what you're thinking, but no, you cannot sex the Spider Bud. You can, however, pop into this containment unit and stare at this woman's rear. Don't worry, she won't mind. Oh,
What?
wait, yes, she will.
The
Scare back.
fuck?
The lady facing the wall is based on the Greek story of Orpheus, whose bitch failed a QuickTime event, and he now has to get her out of the
Really?
underworld. Hades allows him to go get her under the condition that
That's
he can't
based
look
on
back at
Orpheus?
her until they're completely out of his underworld. And he did exactly what he was told not to do.
Like, I imagine
And
that there
because
was
of
gonna
that,
be a
he
Greek
lost
fucking
everything.
myth in here
Similarly
somewhere, but,
to
like,
the
I wasn't
story,
expecting
those
a
who look back at the
naked
lady
woman to
when
be
finishing
that.
with their work
Maybe
as well,
Aphrodite.
on temperance will look back and see her face extended out to them. God, women are scary. She's a solid early fortitude trainer. Attachment might look nice, but obviously this is Lobotomy Corp, and everything that looks nice has like 8 layers of traps on it. Performing attachment is a guaranteed drop to her Clefoth counter, and letting it hit 0 will cause her to scream, which freaks everybody out. This won't kill or panic any agents, but every clerk is like a wet napkin in terms of durability, so yeah, they're gonna die. Also, her weapon is rated at a he, while herself being a teth, so it's pretty good for when you get it. I'm still getting over the fact that there's a FNAF jump scare in this game. F tier. I hate you. You give me nothing but stress and pain. What is this abnormality's ability? Does it have some unfair or overpowered trait? No, not at all.
But
it plays music.
No, like, it was actually useful for me when I had flutter butterflies and no one had level 3 stuff. Like, it kept them alive. That was a sick ability.
That heals
I got
sanity
really
points
lucky
of
with that
everyone in the department that the music plays in. Incredibly helpful. Why do I hate it? Because after 30 seconds, it'll drive the employee using it mad. And I always forget to make them stop using it.
That's
in my
fair.
original
Alright,
playthrough of this game, I had an employee that I always sent in that would always come out running and screaming, running around the entire facility, freaking out clerks, making the clerks die, which upset my clerk death dependent abnormalities. Bro, chill out. Clerks do not run so fast. Is responsive to trauma in line where the damage is a unique fella. Petty. Today's shy
Wondered
look
where that
is a
mask
unique
came
fella.
from.
His work result is based not so much on what type of work you do on him, but actually on the mood of the abnormality. To decipher this guy's mood, you just gotta watch the little fella skitter between faces until he winds up behind the extra happy face. Oh whoops, he zipped from the very happy face to the very angry face. Guess you'll take twice the amount of black damage and get half the work done. According to the game's logs, today's shy look was just a normal guy living it up in the city, feeling a little down. That sadness wouldn't suffice to the corporate overlords, but this guy simply couldn't bring themselves to force a smile. So they flayed their skin, hung it up to dry, and carved 5 different faces into it. A response given to why they do such a terrifying thing is simply, I'm just shy.
The fuck?
Just shy. Just don't look behind the skin. That would be rude and invasive. If today's shy look likes an agent, they'll offer them a gift. This gift being a tanned face that they can wear. Delightful. I love the uniqueness of this abnormality. It's such a little bastard that always jukes me out by running away from a happy face to an angry face. Epic troll. Why is this thing not a Zayan? Standard training dummy rabbit is something you can only get if you're in the tutorial of the game. He's a harmless little fellow that thinks he's a fellow employee with a tendency to follow agents out of its unit. All work types are enjoyed with a 100% success rate on attachment. Be careful though. Using powerful unforeseen telekinetic powers, he can hypnotize Bong Bong into setting him free. Bad Bong Bong, bad. He can show up in the actual game though. That sneaky little button of doom will pretend to be him in the hopes of getting pressed.
I never did the tutorial. I never saw this. I thought it was going to be basic, but that's so cool that it has its own thing.
The fluffy little guy lives to sleep, and he shares that passion with all that he comes into contact with. People with level 1 temperance will enter a permanent slumber in its containment unit, and when it breaches, it also makes employees fall asleep outside. But these people can be awoken just by shaking them. Attempts to suppress the little guy will make him pull his cock out, with a crow causing every sleeping employee in the department to instantly go insane. According to the logs, this abnormality causes psychological damage, not with nightmares, but by giving dreams of such unbelievable bliss and pleasure that employees simply do not want to burden themselves with waking life. It wants to give out sweet dreams, enrapturing dreams that they themselves desire. Whether the side effect of having the affected employee spiral into depression is intentional or not is unclear. It's implied to be able to feed on dreams after the fact. Void Dream is based on the Japanese yokai Baku. Quoting from Wikipedia, legend has it that a person who wakes up from a bad dream can call out to Baku. A child having a nightmare in Japan will wake up and repeat 3 times, Baku-san, come eat my dream, which is near identical to Void Dream's observation log. He's cute, his gift is cute, and he's a neat final teth to cap off the list. Alongside those teths, there's also the ordeals. The uncontainable dudes Malkuth described as being even spookier than the abnormalities. Ooh. At dawn, there will be an ordeal of amber, crimson, green, or violet. The ordeal of Amber Dawn is food-themed, spawning in a horde of hungry worms in a hallway of every department with the goal of devouring your clerks.
Those worms.
Before moving on to another hallway. Not so scary. The ordeal of Crimson Dawn is carnival themed and has these little baby clown things.
Fucking banger. I mean, like, not so banger that they steal all your energy,
that also
but still,
appear in the
banger
hallway of
one.
every department.
So easy.
Their
to
goal
get
is
rid
to
of.
upset abnormalities and drop PE boxes. They also explode on death, which is kind of annoying. This is the most worrisome Dawn ordeal, but to be honest, still not that bad. The ordeal of Green Dawn is ancient war machine themed and spawns in some of the easiest to defeat enemies in the game, with the goal to sow doubt in the people that watch as it dices up their coworkers. The ordeal of Violet Dawn is otherworldly themed, spawning in a little pink thing that can either be the easiest suppression in the game or the biggest headache. Get to him fast and step on his stinky little pink forehead, or wait for 2 seconds too long and then scream as your entire facility goes down in flames because it released one dude that's too annoying. As the days pile up and the missions are completed in greater numbers, more strange, horrific things start rearing their heads in the seams of Lobotomy Corporation. Things that beg the question, who am I? Who is the character that I'm seeing this story through? We receive messages from a character that goes by B, one of the 3 original creators of the company, warning you that your mechanical assistant Angela is not to be trusted. To counter this, Angela begins warning you of a rat in the system and talking in metaphors to hide the fact that she is molding through the floorboards. She drops the warm and smiley facade and fully embraces her resentful self. Machines aren't supposed to have wants and desires. Even though Angela was given the ability to feel every human emotion possible.
Yeah, the fact that she kept fucking bringing it up is so obvious.
Purposely hidden to us. But that's whatever, right? After all, a woman is finally talking to us.
Yeah, you say not entirely sure, and like that's what I was clued into with the first video, because it talked about it as if it's only a theory among the fans, and that was really fucking cool to me. I love giving enough information and then still leaving the fans to have to piece it together and give it like actual history. Like, we don't know for sure, but this is like our best conclusion that we come up with. I love that shit. I love giving enough information to piece together your own shit, but it's still not the complete picture. It's still not directly confirmed. And you have to say, like, you know, there could be another explanation, but this is what we got.
This is
so
at
cool
least
to me.
5% less sad than having an
Makes the world
18
feel
plus
fucking
chat with
massive.
the character AI, or just any chat with character AI for that matter. Now it's time for the middle layer, Bria. Bria is based on the Kabbalah's Bria, the world of creation, with the Sephiroth being the Tifereths, Chesed, and Geburah. Tiferet is harmony, truth, compassion, and beauty. The balance between attraction and repulsion, represented by these two tiny machines. Tifereth female is immature and impulsive, whereas Tifereth male is on some different planet than we are. He's a little special, don't worry, we love him regardless. Connected to Tiferet on either side are Geburah and Chesed. Chesed being the source of love and outward growth, whereas Geburah is the source of hate and withdrawal inward. Chesed is a coffee-sipping salaryman that hopelessly complies with everything Angela tells him to do, and Geburah is... Why do I feel like I've been here before? Geburah wants to eviscerate every abnormality to the point where nothing remains but a red mist floating wistfully away in the wind. And if she can't have that, then maybe her underlings will suffice. As previously stated, this is where the difficulty really ramps up. This is where we start getting more and more wows and even Aleph abnormalities and higher frequencies. There's a lot more space in the facility that you got to keep track of and manage, as well as these higher level monsters, so it only gets worse from here.
Do you accept Reddit karma?
This reminds me of the world's worst social platform, Kick.com. Brought to you by the fine folks that developed We Can Change Anything. All Around Helper is a must-have home robot produced by XX Incorporated. It can make coffee, feed the dog, do your homework, evade your taxes, perform a vasectomy, and clean. Clean, clean, clean. And record people's conversations, apparently. Why do I feel like there's a lawsuit in there somewhere? I mean, for the recording private conversations, I guess that killing people is also lawsuit worthy, but never mind. This helper came from a family that was found all massacred after the daughter of the family asked it to clean. Its methods of cleaning you'd probably better understand by looking at its full portrait. When the word cleaning is mentioned, or if an agent is assigned cleaning via insight work, the all-around helper will extend 4 mechanical blade arms, the function of which being to blend up any meat it comes into contact with. When breaching, the abnormality will barrel down a hallway, with blade arms flying, before hitting a wall and retracting its appendages. It'll then take a little nap, giving your agent some time to wail on it before it gets up to continue the cycle. Reddit.
This is Sicilian danger.
Der Freischütz, English name the Free Shooter, is a world-hopping German man on a quest to kill baddies. He made a deal with the devil to get a magical bullet that can hit anyone, apathetically killing all his loved ones with it using his custom Martini Henry, becoming a devil himself, sometimes fighting for those in need,
Oh my God,
not out of
it's
any sense of
Spriggsy.
goodwill, but to simply collect their souls.
fucking know I
He
usually
takes
check.
issues with agents of low justice, dropping his
If you
flip
can't
off
tell,
counter,
yeah, we're
and at
watching
zero,
videos.
he
That's
will
why I got a
aim
little
his gun
distracted.
into a
My
portal
ADHD's
and
kicking
fire.
my ass.
This bullet traveling a full horizontal line
Forgot
through
to
the
change the
facility,
category. No,
hurting
yeah, no.
anyone it touches.
We're just watching
this
the,
abnormality is incredibly unique because in the place of attachment, you can instead commission it to shoot a bullet at a place of your choosing in the facility at the
so
cost of 10% of your PE boxes. Imagine you just really hate your coworkers. They go to you, try to talk to you when you're busy fantasizing about your coming goon session. What if you could just delete all of them? Bam, easy. Just like
I have
that,
to dip
everyone on
them,
the
still
floor is
have
done
live
for.
play.
His
I
ego
mean,
here is ridiculously
yeah, no,
good for
that's
the
probably a good
tier,
idea.
at least. I would say that if it didn't toggle on friendly
Honestly,
fire.
as
Insane
long as you don't
damage,
have, like, the
insane
story
defense,
spoiled,
and
it's not
insane stat
terrible.
boosts. And
But
not
a lot of
only
the
that,
gameplay
but when
is trial
combined
and
with the
error, so have
complete
fun.
set, it
Bye.
increases attack power.
Don't
All
die.
that power focused on one bullet going straight into your coworker's
Mr. Tumblr
prefrontal
Sexy Man
cortex.
#2. Oh, fuck. Which
That's a
one was
shame. Has been hotel looking ass. Fuck shit. Bitch.
Shit.
Sex. Intercourse. Hell.
Hold on. Sorry. He's so real for that description. And I somehow did not put that together. I did not even think of that. Okay, that's funny. Your last bullet will kill your loved one. What if I killed all my loved ones instead, Abno?
Fuck sex.
Yeah.
Butterfly Twink has near identical stats to German Man, and likewise has no tolerance for people of low justice. Though unlike Guy from The Guys Who Lost, he also really hates agents with high fortitude. If I had to guess why, it would be because they have the highest health and are the furthest people from death. Butterfly Twink is fixated with death, originally coming to Lobotomy Corp to free the dead employees. What it means to free already dead employees won't make sense right now, but when we start talking about the boy who steals time, it'll make a little bit more sense. This, like Forsaken Murderer, was one of my first problem abnormalities. He breaches all the time and floods Harlem.
It wasn't an issue
I grew
for
up
me because
toddler
you guys were
schemes
so
in
fucking
hotel.
goated and telling me how to take care of him.
You're all right, I guess.
Oh, is this the...
I love tool abnormalities that make me explode and melt. It goes like this. If you drink some tree sap once, nothing will happen, and your employee will feel great. They'll get a huge regeneration bonus to their health. The problems arise on subsequent uses, i.e. if you send another employee in there to take a swig out of that sippy cup, the sappy cup, they'll have a 15% chance to explode, which further increases upon subsequent uses. If I had to guess, this was a mechanism by which the giant tree the sap came from could get its nutrition. The outskirts of the city is lacking in not much of, if any, suitable soil for plant life, so think about it this way. The first animal goes and drinks the giant tree's sap and feels great. So that animal disappears and brings its family or pack to drink from the giant tree. Now that there's more there, a member of its pack violently explodes, killing everyone in its vicinity. The giant tree in that way has created its own nutrition. I treat it like a
That's
one-use
really
abnormality
interesting.
that I usually forget about anyways. I always feel so nervous around
That was
this
the one I
guy.
had you
He's
avoid at
extremely
all
simple,
costs.
and that's
Oh,
where
the
my issue
train?
with him lies. Don't have an agent work with it two
Or
times
the
in a
tree.
row. If you do, they'll get hugged to death. The teddy shows incredible affection and will hug whoever tries to hug it so hard that it breaks their neck. It really is as simple as that. I just always forget, and my
Avatar
children
2?
always die. Also never use
Train,
instinct
okay.
because he hates that. The little witch Letitia is a doll that deeply cares about her friends, coming here to cheer up the gloomy people of Lobotomy Corp. If she likes someone, she'll give them a surprise gift in the form of this heart. That way everybody can laugh when one of her friends mentioned in her entry bursts out and starts cutting everybody down. You can actually see the friend in Letitia's portrait if you zoom in far enough on the heart. Pretty neat little detail, I think. She gives her gift on a normal work result, and it'll lay dormant on that
the train is a
until
pain,
they go
you're
to
saying?
perform work on another abnormality that isn't Letitia. As the employee gets closer to the containment unit that they're going to, the heart will crack and shake. This being your time to cancel the work order or otherwise sacrifice your agent. The friend isn't incredibly dangerous, but you can just avoid it entirely so easily. Your ego equipment are also all crazy
There's
good.
the gun. I was
HE
wondering where that came
abnormality
from.
that's this low maintenance and worry-free is nice. Unlike the next guy. Blob-shaped hate. Very temperamental. Don't get a bad work result once. Don't even get a normal work result once. Only interact with it if it's necessary, and it's having a meltdown. And when you do work with it, have a high fortitude nugget work instinct. What happens when it loses that singular point on its counter? It starts crying uncontrollably, begging to be fed. This crying upsetting all the other abnormalities in its department. That's right, even other abnormalities don't fuck with this guy. So what do we do to stop nameless fetuses crying? The higher level employees get together and spin a roulette wheel. The purpose of this wheel is unknown to the lower level employees. They being told that the selected get a promotion, transferred to a branch called headquarters, and their family gets paid a fortune. It's always so strange to them when everyone starts crying.
How the fuck was that
and
Gamma?
bidding
It was
person
clearly
farewell.
Theta. Oh
Not
my,
even
I
Shrev
fucking
Joy.
hate that wheel
One
so
day
much.
you'll understand sell when you're
Just wanna see what he would roll. Apparently it can be different.
It just looked wonderful. A named fetus sound stupid. Auto-quarantined. Because Easter is a notebook full of events will explode. If they get into combat and take damage while also holding the note, they will once again explode. The note from a crazed researcher is a notebook full of incoherent babble phrases. People that pick up this thing without reading a good amount of its contents will explode. If they get into combat and take damage while also holding the note, they will once again explode. Coating their coworkers in a viscous red slime that will no doubt be a topic of discussion in their next psychiatric wellness meeting.
Did I have the notebook?
Born again, huh? I wonder if that means anything in the grand scheme of things. Porcubus is all about plot.
Yeah, okay.
Beyond a lot to reach.
I had this one.
Tell. Despite have high reaches the agent, him. Malady gave me still easy guy.
Oh, Wizard of Oz.
This abnormality gave me way more problems than it probably should have on my first playthrough. Its ability is kinda exactly like Nameless Fetus's if you were able to save the person on their death march. This thing will possess at random one low temperance agent. This thing will possess at random one employee, sending them on a psychotic rampage if they're not shaken out of it before they reach the shoes. On my first playthrough, this thing was agony to manage because I didn't realize you could just click your dumb, stupid agents out of it. People wearing the Tims will materialize in acts and become obsessed with covering them in blood, being deathly afraid of them getting taken off. So they become stronger and kill everyone they see. Sometimes the axe is a downgrade. If you have a facility full of people with Aleph and WoW gear, then killing the person wearing the shoes should be just so easy, so effortless. Tigo gear is insanely drippy too, so good for you, Mr. Shoe. Did not expect to be putting you as high as you are.
No shot we got sent. I shouldn't be surprised.
How cute.
What the?
Guys, look. Santa and Rudolph. Sorry, Rudolta. And his sleigh.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas. Aside from the sheer horror one should feel gazing upon this festive disaster, Rudolta is actually pretty chill. It loves insight and attachment. Plenty of space for a good work result, and its breach isn't too bad because of its relatively low health for an HE level threat. It does do this thing where it spurts out some blood occasionally, which is pleasant, but as long as your fighters are psychiatrically intact, they can jump Santa Claus with little to no issue. No one on the face of the earth has ever got upset when they got Rudolta. He is the chillest HE. This thing saved me against a certain abnormality. Give that spoof at the Arakan Arc conjunction with Twisted and issue interact with the bloodied with feeling.
Yeah, we've seen
get
him.
Spell longs of Emerald as to the scare. I get them since I've hired him and Fortune Freuda. More of a hassle than anything else. Schadenfreude, the sense of satisfaction you derive from observing someone else's misfortune. If you ever watched someone play the video game Monster Hunter DOS before, that's Schadenfreude. This is an incredibly unique abnormality. You can tell when the manager's looking at him, and he's a little shy. While testing Schadenfreude's ability, they put a blindfolded person into the containment unit to stare directly at the abnormality. This blindfold blocked their vision totally, and Schadenfreude didn't react. A second test happened with another person wearing a nearly identical blindfold. The only difference being the one wearing the blindfold could see enough to make out shapes and forms. Schadenfreude responded aggressively. A third test was sent in with a blind employee that would stare directly at the abnormality, and there was no reaction. Please dispose of the subject used in D004 immediately. This concluding the experiment that it doesn't matter if something is looking at it, it will always be content as long as it's not being visually processed. Same with my SCP lookalike. While the thing in the keyhole is under observation, the abnormality will grow restless, permanently scarring observers into believing they're always being watched. If you rest your camera on it while it's being worked on, it will quickly breach, being quite strong and dangerous to kill for early gamers. But as you may be able to guess, the second it stops being directly observed, everything is completely peachy fine, okie dokie. The dude will freeze and be just completely safe until it's contained. Tigo suit is cool because it also has the eye, this one increasing the defense and justice of the employee wearing it when they're being looked at. Its sprite also has this weird 3D effect or 3D look to it that I don't really know if I like. It's just kind of feels out of place.
Yeah, it does.
I don't know. He's a weird guy. He's cool though. It may appear just to be an ordinary grinder, but please be careful. Every abnormality may not have a reason to exist, but they all have a will to persist. Singing Machine is notorious, insta-killing any high fortitude, low temperance agents and turning them into music. This music bewitching another employee with its sheer grandeur, making them unable to listen to Maroon 5's first album. This employee will lose their mind and attack other employees to throw into the singing machine in order to continue the music production. The more music produced, the more employees falling under its spell, and the more murderers on the loose. Don't worry though, because as long as you have a low fortitude, high temperance employee, you should be fine. Ah, fiddlesticks, I forgot. The insta-death bewitchment will happen anytime someone steps into its room while its Qlifoth counter is at 0. Its maximum number? 1. At that point, when it's 0, I play a little game called Pretend This Abnormality Doesn't Exist. It does have a really cool weapon and gift, so that's something, and it's also implied to be the creator of Bald is Awesome, so that's epic. Here's what you need to know about the shelter. It was made by another wing that will protect any one single agent from dying, and prolonged use will cause every abnormality to lose their mind. Other two, you can cheat hard and torture them out to protect them 400 some while in the die. Sure, they stay, shelter can reach as usual. You might think you could end the day early before the we can change anything machine kills its user to save the user, but that's not true, and what's worse, the game will actually punish your greed by taking not only the PE pig, but also the sheltered agent too. Oh yeah, and make sure you don't send the wrong person into the shelter. If so, the damage transference thing will kill the agent, then jump to another agent to kill them, killing half of your facility in seconds. Very cheesy abnormality. There are many more cheese strats that you can do epic that every March.
What's the recommended amount of dedicated wham?
Child of the Galaxy is
I
a
just
boy
got
with attachment
flashbang
issues
with that
with
one.
no care for what type of work is done on him. He just wants to feel loved. Everyone that does work with him will receive a little token of friendship, something that's directly linked with the child's mood. When an agent with the gift walked into another abnormality's room, the child will feel neglected, and his Qlifoth counter will lower, and he'll start saying sad things. When work with him starts with a token holder, he'll feel happy, and the counter will increase. If token holders die or neglect the sad boy too much, he will then start bawling like a little baby. Anybody holding a token will die synchronously. Pretty easy to contain if you ask me. Just designate one person to be his friend for the day and you'll be good. I'd be bawling too if I was cursed to wear this raggedy old shirt forever, knowing that my suit looks like this. I also love that its ego is named Our Galaxy, with the people that wear it getting increased benefits from having the child's token of friendship. It's really sweet, and the sad boy should get over it.
I'm so cold that I'm shivering.
The Snow Queen is an awesome insight trainer, inspired by the 1844 Danish fairy tale by Hans Christian Andersen. This abnormality is perfectly fine to spam for 99% of the day, and for the other 1%, she'll bend you over and steal your lunch money. Oh no, my dudes!
Don't worry, we're just chilling out.
Okay, that's cool. If someone gets frozen by her, send in a high fortitude employee to commence a duel to rescue them. If successful, they will both be freed, and given a great zero drawback ego gift. Her weapon is also really cool, and yeah, this is just an incredibly helpful abnormality. I remember the day we put her in the cryo coffin with her own hands. At some point, her joyous laughter was gone. She just cycled through laughing and crying, and eventually
that
she was
first line
found
went
in
fucking
a bathtub
hard.
soaked in red with her wrists cut. One day, it spoke to me. I remember you. You were a kind-hearted person.
You were.
The moment I heard it, I was seized by the urge to destroy what I had created with my own hands.
That bastard
Notice the
went
phrasing
fucking
here.
hard.
It seems derogatory and carries with it a feeling of disgust. This is one of the most important and telling quotes in the game. It's referring to the same situation that the bloodbath did, and I know I say this all the time, like a lot in this video and just other videos and just all the time. We'll get to it later. We'll understand later. We'll see later. It's a surprise tool to help us later. Snow Queen's pretty chill. Warm-Hearted Woodsman is another member of the Wizard of Oz abnormalities, similar to the Scarecrow. The Tin Man asked a great wizard for a heart, to which the wizard gave him a heart of lead. The wizard explained that, as the Woodsman was a machine, he didn't need a heart, and told him off. In response, the Woodsman cut him open, removing that hard, cold, mechanical heart and replacing it with a soft, warm, ooey gooey real heart. Now whenever he breaches, he goes on a killing spree, felling people instead of trees, cutting them down and warming his heart with bears.
With a new
He's
subclass.
similar
it's
to
the
the Scarecrow in
reverse.
that if you send
Her
someone
skin
in with
gets
a high
replaced by
temperance,
metal while their
he
heart
risks
stays the
breaching.
same.
I guess high temperance mean the agent has a big heart, whereas insight means they have a big brain. He doesn't immediately breach though, and instead waits to ambush the next person.
yeah,
that
I
comes
really
in,
wish
so
I had the
it's also
patience to
kind
go
of like
through
singing machine
Baldur's
in
Gate
that
3
way.
again,
If
'cause
the
I
counter
really
gets
wanna
to
do
0, don't interact
bunch
with
of
him, and
playthroughs in that
everything will be
game.
just fine.
But
This
I'm
is
just
an
too
aside,
lazy.
but Warm-Hearted Woodsman's design is fantastic, and I love how well they conveyed the sadness in his defeat animation. Dejectedly trying to get his heart to beat once again before it disappears, leaving him to fall to the floor.
Aw.
Sad man can stay sad. Al Ryun is a doll that
What
wants it
the
to be
fuck?
human, except it lacks a heart and a
Is that a
soul
centaur?
and
It's got 6
carotid
limbs.
artery.
Or is
Without
it an
blood flow,
insect?
one might suggest that she doesn't have a brain, a notion with which I'm inclined to agree. When she gets a bad or good work result, yes, I said good work result, she has a 70% chance to escape. When she escapes, she appears in some random hallway and stands there menacingly. This is the first WoW class abnormality, and they're called that because wow, everybody's dead. The way to deal with Al Ryun is to constantly have normal work results. My intended method is to have someone with high temperance do attachment work with her. The forced normal work result gimmick is used again for another far more notorious abnormality, which will
Fuck, the silent
Al Ryun,
orchestra.
She's alright, I guess. I really like the design. Blah. Good job for standing.
What's wrong, McFly? Chicken?
The backward clock is simple. You take a specifically level 5 agent, have them turn the key 4 times, watch as it doxes your time zone to your Twitch followers. When things inevitably go to shit, turn it one last time. Doing so will rewind every catastrophic event, barring any abnormalities or creatures that might be above time, such as God, the apocalypse, or those fucking shoes. If mishandled, i.e. sending in an employee that's lower than level 5, everyone will go insane or die instantly, except for My Hero Academia Rule 34, I guess. After proper use, the machine and the level 5 employee that used it will then disappear somewhere else in time. Great job, Max Design Pro. You will be dearly missed. This is the best tool abnormality, full stop. I'll just say that here. Knowing when to use this thing is critical for not showing yourself to the retry button, and it has one broken use for the hardest day in the game. For now, we'll put you in S tier.
Okay. Oh, fuck off.
Big
Don't
and
chat,
might be
no.
Bad Wolf? No, big and will be Bad Wolf. Hey guys, have we ever heard of Vor? When an agent gets a bad work result, the Wolf will devour them, altering his appearance to deviant art. Peeling back a layer of this character, this
God
could be
damn
the
it.
Wolf expressing regret for eating a person, only doing it because in every children's story, the Wolf is always the bad guy. A fact that he maliciously complies with and is clearly resentful towards. Instinct work will instantly free any agent stuck inside his tum. And before we continue with the Wolf, let's talk about the other half of this story. Little Red. Hey guys, you ever watch Hoodwinked 2? Yeah, imagine if that movie was good. This is the better timeline of Little Red from that movie, where instead of going to Gilf Paradise to learn the cougar drop, she instead became a mercenary, doing
Yeah, the
odd
second one was
jobs
fucking
while in
weird, but the
search
first
of
one
that
was
bitch
absolutely
wolf.
goated.
She can
Guys,
be
watch
contracted to
Hoodwinked,
take care
seriously.
of abnormalities for you at the cost of PE boxes, being a fantastic
We're gonna
asset
watch this
against
one, even though we've
most,
already
and
had
will
Red.
furiously auto-breach if Big and Will Be Bad Wolf howls in her containment department. Likewise, if Little Red enters the hallway of his containment unit, Big and Will Be Bad Wolf will auto-breach to get her ass. And so, this is a bloodthirsty two-way rivalry we got going on here. The wolf, when it breaches, will go to marked rooms, killing and eating people. If this thing after eating people is suppressed by Little Red, everyone it ate will be freed and get a neat little ego gift. Don't ask me why you can't see it on their faces. As you can see here, it's on. I don't know why it's not visible. My game glitched. Here's what it should look like. Also, be careful not to get the killing blow instead of Little Red. If an agent steals the wolf kill from her, she will go berserk on that agent, giving her a damage and speed increase to take out on them. Wolf's equipment is great. Huge red resistance, which is tasty. The weapon does have a stipulation though. When they're at half health, the claw gets a damage increase, but can also hurt your bros. Same with Little Red's weapon. Little Red's ego suit and gift are also great. We're kind of heading into the territory where every ego thing is great, so I probably won't mention it unless it has some like crazy ability. You two fight it out, alright? I love Judgment. I also love Lost Judgment and Found Judgment. I can't wait to play them for the first time. This guy cries out no to say justice. Guy to say melody. Insanely broken. These two and
they are fucking
with his
broken.
other Black Forest bird friend. Just don't have these two and the next bird around unless you want a mortifying, death-defying challenge. Judgment Bird's all-seeing, sparkling eyes now
Okay, here
rest
we go,
in
Trist.
Big Bird, a hulking monstrosity of a bird that can see everything happening in the facility. If too many people die, he will break free and start chomping off people's heads himself. Not doing it out of any sort of malicious intent, but to make it so that they don't die at the hands of whatever else is rampaging through the facility, causing the deaths.
That's
Little does he know
crazy.
that the person
I
responsible
really
for
like
the
that
deaths here
idea.
is myself. To Big Bird, death is salvation. When a girl travels out to the forest at night and meets Big Bird, the reason why he bites her head off is not out of malice, but to save her from a beast that it believes to be somewhere in the forest that it has yet to see. This thing can be extremely dangerous if it escapes, creating a darkness in its current department. In that darkness, it can draw people to it with a wave of its lantern to be decapitated in one bite. If you see an agent with a little yellow circle in a darkened room, that means they're about to get drawn to Big Bird and have to escape the dark rooms, or else they'll meet a guaranteed death. In the meantime, have your other agents whittle away at its gigantic 1600 health. Like Judgment Bird, God bless, does it have some good ego equipment.
Hell world.
It's so nice having these guys in the same facility. Hey, what is this door frame? And why are all the birds going towards it? Oh no. The apocalypse.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Please don't merge, you three.
What the fuck? Oh, here's the fuck you train.
There is not an abnormality more awful, more annoying than the fecking Express Trek to heck. You all probably noticed in the game clips I've shown a giant fucking train bowling through the facility and killing people. That's because Choo Choo Train of Doom is the game equivalent of Satan himself. Not even the actual Satan equivalent in the game has given me as much stress as this godforsaken soul-powered locomotive. This is the ultimate run ruiner, and easily the most notorious abnormality in the game. At one light on, the person interacting with it will get a health boost. At 2 lights, the person interacting with it will get a significantly larger health boost. At 3 lights, all employees in this department will get a health boost of 50. At 4 lights, your entire facility will get a health boost of 50. And if you don't send someone in to collect a ticket at all, a giant train will then come barreling through your facility and wreck an entire department, if not multiple departments, depending on its placement, potentially killing everyone there. If not that, then draining their sanity to the point of going crazy. And the best part, unlike most abnormalities that will only move when work is done through the facility, based on Qlifoth counters and stuff like that, this thing counts real world seconds, 30 to be exact, which speeds up and slows down depending on the game speed. So you can't just chill out and watch things go by while planning your next move, unless you pause. If you are unreasonably lucky, you can have the train chug the gap between Bria and Asia. Banking on that is stupid though, because this train exists to watch managers suffer. I hate you so much that it's almost endearing. But not that endearing though. Choke on a carbon monoxide detector. Got him.
Yeah.
Dimensional refraction variant is like 1.76 megahertz and has no
Yeah, I
physical
see why you
form,
told me
being
to
more
not
of a
go for that
phenomenon
one.
than anything else. The vacuum phenomenon, though strangely unlike megahertz, refraction variant doesn't have an abstract classification, but instead a religious one. It can be best described as a small contained field
that's
of gravity.
cool.
Those who
That
pass
second
through it get
classification, that's
pulled
really
apart
cool.
like my favorite.
That's a
Lego
great way to
figure.
remember
Only
those.
this time my
It's not
3-year-old
just
cousin
fucking
doesn't eat
random.
them. When it gets out, employees won't be able to see it, so you as the manager have to track down and order its
That's the
suppression
biggest bonus about having an
Normally
SCP
that's fine
game
because you can just look for the
that
trail of mangled
is
clerk
all made by the
appendages
same
as
guy,
they get
is you can
phased
have the
through by
fucking
intense
classification
contradictory
mean something.
gravitational changes. The religious classification is still a mystery though. In its logs it mentions the start of its attack resembling crucifixion, but as far as I can tell that's the extent of it. It also takes a lot of psychological damage and is completely resilient to physical damage, so maybe it's like a spirit thing that doesn't know what it's doing but just wanders around, and since it's obviously extra dimensional, anything that it touches is unintentionally shredded. It would kinda explain why it's weakest to unconventional damage types and can't be seen. I know all that's a huge stretch, but I'm doing my best with the information provided. Easy WoW to deal with and keep contained, solid for stocking up on white damage weapons. Don't worry, it's on the tier list somewhere, you just can't see it. Attention all employees. BTS has appeared in a containment unit in the disciplinary department. Please go steal the lead singer's legs. Dream of a Black Swan is one of those sad abnormalities, so in the background, we will be using sad music.
Swan one?
Elijah
Oh my god.
had a very large family to provide for. Her parents would say, "We're poor and going to die." Oh well. One day a big fog came by, setting the native air quality to be akin to a good day in Los Angeles. People puked and retched, but Elijah convinced herself that if she worked just that little bit harder, she could provide her brothers with their failing music career a chance to survive and be happy. things would be happy. Things would work out. Just like that bird who eventually spread its white wings and became the envy of all. She put together clothes made out of nettles to protect them from the Long Beach AQI. One day on the way home from work, she bumped into a filthy, stinky local who seemed to be deathly afraid of her. He opened his mouth to speak, and from it he spat out some of that sensational prime energy. A delightful taste sensation. Elijah dropped the man and began to walk towards a shout in the distance. There were many people amidst the fog, some screaming, some laughing, some wielding clubs, some curled up, bodies covered in wounds. Dark, wet, and fetid dregs were scattered all over the ground, covered in footprints. She began to look for her brothers, her family who needed to wear the nettle clothing to be free from the curse, ones whom she shared happy dreams with. She saw her brothers in the distance, and Elijah fell to her knees, and finally started to puke up the same thing everyone else was vomiting.
The lake ripples gently, as if a number of swans took flight.
I don't know what any of that means. Thank you, Elijah. Very deep. Please do not become a giant swan monster with a funny umbrella. Assumedly, these are Elijah's brothers, and as the Qlifoth counter lowers, the more they show the fog's symptoms. Losing appendages and organs until it hits 0. When it hits 0, Big Sister will come to the rescue as this thing. She has a big umbrella which can reflect all attacks back at attackers, which carries over to her weapon. She's also able to drop the Qlifoth counter of every abnormality whose containment unit she walks in front of. Halfway through the fight, she will ditch her human face and go full Black Swan mode, which gives her a screamy move. Also, is it just me, or does this ego gift remind anybody of the Dark Matter swordsman from Kirby? She also has the most visually upsetting portrait and a whole laundry list of things to get her to spawn. In order to spawn the Black Swan, you have to let 5 employees die to gouge out the first brother's eyes, have 5 employees panic to de-arm the second brother, have 3 abnormalities breach to melt the third brother's legs. Melting the legs also reveals the 6th brother behind him with a big, beautiful smile. Get a bad work result to melt the 4th brother's ears, and to get a normal work result to replace the last brother's jaw with bug juice. Man, I wish I was that guy. I like that every brother has such a distinct criteria. It makes it feel like this isn't just one abnormality, but a collective group of 6 individual abnormalities with different yet intertwined fates. Stupid Black Swan, be a turquoise swan instead, and turn the British boy band turquoise too. Now, Firebird is a proud Russian representative that loves it when people are hunting for it, granting those who do feathers. Firebird has a reversal gimmick to its Qlifoth counter, where a good work result will lower it and trigger its ability, and a bad work result will bring it back up. When its counter drops to 0, it becomes that one boss from Sonic Unleashed, and the agent there to witness it has their eye sockets burnt out by the sheer grandeur. Its attack is really annoying to deal with, blitzing to the other side of the hallway, dealing a lot of damage to anything it comes across, blinding those people as well. He's a total bitch to kill when he gets out. So don't. After 90 seconds, he goes home, so just evacuate that department, kill all the clerks yourself, and have him attack someone with high white defense. Elsewise, sign a contract with Gebra to have the rabbits do a hit on the bird. Even lamer and even easier. Killing the bird yourself instead of letting it go home will reward you with the ego weapon, the Feather of Honor, which I think is one of the best WoW weapons, full stop. It's a bird, he goes caca. The Clouded Monk is one of those OSHA dudes advocating for clerk rights. You know those uncontrollable, squishy ones rewrite in your body, a monk temple, and talking to the old man then, and he grit. A true monk, evil spawns, and soon the monk was up at the pagoda, now in the form of a Preta. Evil spirits with swollen reaches, eating with 100% corrects become specific to tour the wanderer. He's ornament with employees, so it's that if
Our Father, who art in heaven.
Here's another tool abnormality.
Oh wait, we've done this.
A metal cross that if you don't pray too long enough, you die. But if you pray for too long, you die. Also, every abnormality breaks out at once. Yeah, this is a pretty useless tool abnormality in my opinion, but I just realized I forgot to write into the script that this thing has a positive usage. As long as sanity. No pianist on the planet. Awuga?
Fuck
Question
you.
mark? This abnormality is the best pianist on the planet. Whenever she's on the planet, that is. Sometimes she's on the moon, I guess. Whenever someone steps close to her piano, they start playing. This music being the most amazing tune they've ever heard.
looks like
even healing
the female
people in the
version
facility.
of
that
like
person
Whiplash
will then
going to
disappear.
happen.
Where do they go? Probably the moon. She's classified as a non-escaping entity, even though she clearly does when you do too many performances and her counter reaches 0. Looking at this containment unit, I see the problem. They need to put the lady on the other side of that tape and the piano on the door's side. Such a simple, easy fix. She'd never get out that way. When she does get out via performances, an agent will play Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata as she escapes for 90 seconds, returning home when the song concludes. Very cool character on all fronts. Thank you, Miss Luna, for forcing me to turn down stream volume whenever you break out. The Angry Broccoli is very high maintenance.
Yep.
Every time
We know this
click
one.
on an agent, higher work purple. That does sanity damn Pikmin and out of hand the day's Pikmin bulb that go lurk stores out of her bait. Agents, it's very easy to make her. Hey, that's kind of gross. Queen Bee is a clerk
You like
exterminator.
jazz?
It's very easy to make her mad, and when she's upset, she'll release billions of spores out of her body. Spores that will find their way into any nearby fauna's body and rapidly incubate.
Oh.
Agents report intense hunger and pain in the abdomen. After enough time has passed, the now grown adult bee will eat its way through the affected employee's neck. Now on a genocide spree, with the goal of killing and injecting pupa of their own into the bodies of other employees. Creating a cycle
I
of
hate
killing,
that.
then birthing more. It might sound scary, but these things are pretty weak, and a couple high-level employees will wall them pretty hard. The same cannot be said for clerks, though. They will reproduce the fuck out of your clerks, minus any sexy fun twist. If you get this thing and no clerk rights activist, this abnormality is nothing. But if you do have those pesky human rights workers, then you'll have to be extremely careful working with her. It should also be noted that your agents will also get spored, but they can survive this if they have enough health. If I had to guess why, it's because their bone, skin, and organ tissue are denser because of the Flintstones gummies that they ate before coming into work that day. And because of that density, the drones took a longer time to burrow through their body, giving their gummy-powered immune system enough time to wipe them clean. Remember to eat your gummies.
Apple.
Snow
Flintstones.
White's apple. It thought it was doomed to rot and
Good
die,
old
having
Flintstone
its
gummies.
eyes and skin eaten out by animals. Those animals dying soon after. After some time, already
I hate
decayed
that.
roots grew out of her and absorbed the nutrients of the dead animals.
I hate that.
Growing into a princess of its own right. A princess without a prince. On Breach, she teleports to a random room and covers that room in thorns, slowing and damaging everyone that they touch, making Snow White's apple a real bitch to deal with on Breach, so make sure to repress the fuck out of her quickly with ranged weapons. If you don't, she'll grow thorns that stay there until the end of the day, which is quite a lot to deal with. So thank you, Snow White's apple, for also standing.
That's horrible.
Hey, remember that one abnormality that hates it when you look at him? Yeah, this is the opposite. The containment unit is but a facade. Contain it in your sight. When you're not working on it, that's fine. It can be ignored. When it is being worked on, keep it on your screen the whole way through. When it breaches containment and isn't in your sight, it will disappear to a random room and make incredibly quick work of your employees, hanging them high for all to see. I'd argue this is one of the most dangerous abnormalities to mismanage because look
Not even
at
a
how
corridor.
fast those deaths mount up. After it does escape, you have to find it very quickly, otherwise it's going to ransack a couple departments. Unlike Shy Keyhole Guy, who just becomes a minor inconvenience on Breach, this thing
The
is
buddy.
guaranteed to kill at
okay, I
least
see.
one agent if you keep your eyes off it too long. I see you, you bastard, looking at me. This guy is like express train to hell and is the bane of my existence, ending so many good runs solely due to the fact that I forgot to look at him. If you are forgetful and you have like a good run that you're planning to take far into the later days of the game, do not pick this guy. Do not make my mistake. It is not worth it. Shockingly, his favorite
Yeah, I'm very
work isn't
forgetful,
in
which is one of
sight
my
for
biggest
the
issues
funner.
with this
For that,
game.
he's doomed to be... I can't say it. The word mid is too overused, and I actually think this guy's cool, so here. I'll even give you a little pillow to rest your eye stalk on. Even though you are the bane of my
Having the
existence.
gruesome will ruin your
Autism
run.
spectrum
Oh, yeah,
disorder
I
and
imagine.
ADHD with the side of substance abuse. The Dreaming Current is a baby shark boy that dreams of being free from the walls of the facility. It has an injection needle sticking out of its head, which could be the candy that, quote, lets him see the ocean. This abnormality kind of makes me sad. The logs describe a child with a learning disability that was orphaned because his parents thought he would die soon. He became a test dummy for
that's
psychoactive drugs
horrible.
that made him feel like running around on a rainbow ocean. When it breaches, it begins LARPing as a BMW. This is the fastest abnormality, barring the burrowing heaven, when not being looked at. Destroying anything in its wake before crashing and burning. It teleports between random hallways.
That's so
you
sad,
can tell which
but
halls
fuck,
it's
that was
about
funny.
to dart through with this rainbow liquid overlay. If someone's in a rainbow hall, they have mere seconds to leave before they get fucking atomized. This is one of those abnormalities that I can't help but feel sorry for. It doesn't deserve to be confined, but like the rules say, any kind of attachment at all towards the abnormalities is strictly forbidden. So instead of high tier, I'm putting him in mid tier. No high tier. He's a WoW that's way too easy to manage for mid tier, only freaking out when a Temperance level 1 employee enters his unit or when someone panics in his room. Thanks for that, champ. I guess I can't help but get attached. Time for the magical girls. There are 3 in total.
God.
2 of them are fine, and the third is the Queen of Hatred. No, that's not an exaggeration. That's literally what she's called. This is the King of Greed. A magical lady trapped inside an egg, designed by the girl to keep herself sedated, knowing full well that if she wakes up, she'll transform into this thing that looks like it wants to offer SpongeBob and Patrick ice cream on their trip to Shell City. Greed begins as the simple desire for
that looks exactly
a
like
desire
it.
that grows larger and larger
piss-colored.
until eventually that's just not enough. The magical girl that was once a hero fell under the same spell and began eating more authority, money, fame, and many other forms of pleasure, eating away anything in her sight, leaving only visceral greed. When her counter hits 0, she'll teleport to a random hallway and sweep through it, devouring everything in her path in an instant, only being attackable from behind. Rogun, just stay there. You are a new hire that I expect way too much lob into. Come on, just wait just 1 second longer. Rogun. Rogan? Not so bad. Very cool, King of Greed. I should also mention that despite being a WoW tier, her weapon Gold Rush is A-Lift tier and is absolutely amazing, so fucking use it. Oh man. This one brings me pain. Hey, so you know how I talked about those abnormalities that really don't want clerks to die? Well, here's one that wants the opposite. Kill those clerks. Death be upon them. If you don't, she'll become a giant snake monster with a giant fuck-off laser beam that can wipe multiple departments in one shot, while also healing off the damage it's dealing. This laser beam having a 500 million% chance of angering every last clerk rights activist in your facility. To get around her minimum 3 death requirement per Qlifoth meltdown, you have to routinely pick off those clerks via execution bullets. And if you don't have execution bullets, like I did on my first playthrough, you have to go through the mind-numbing process of escaping an abnormality, letting them kill 3 clerks, and resuppressing them. This annoying my clerk rights abnormalities counters, but hey, that's a problem I had to deal with later in the day. So this is just one of the most high maintenance abnormalities, full stop, and one of the most hated in the community, right next to Choo Choo Charles.
Yeah.
It does provide some good services though that isn't transforming into a snake and violating my managerial pride. Like whenever the second trumpet sounds, she'll break out not as a snake and starts whooping the abnormalities causing trouble. Now, to go on a quick subquest, because I just realized I haven't explained the trumpet system yet.
looking.
Here's what you need to know. The more abnormalities that break out and the higher level those abnormalities that are breaking out are, the higher the emergency level, a system that the game calls trumpets.
She
a
looks
reference
like a
to the biblical
fuck-off,
7 trumpets in the Book of Revelation. The first trumpet is when something is out, but who cares? Probably just punishing word again. The second trumpet is when multiple abnormalities break out and deaths are happening. This is the trumpet that the Queen of Hatred will help you fight. It'll also insta-breach Big Bird, who wants to save the employees of LobCorp. Of course, we all know what it means to be saved by a big guy. And finally, the third trumpet, which is the last that we're able to reach in-game, where the day is virtually unsalvageable. Like I said though, it can get worse than this. These are out of the game things that happen if we, as the player, didn't restart the day or rewind the memory repository. The fourth trumpet means that all hope is completely lost.
There's a fourth?
The branch and your job is over. The fifth trumpet means that not only has your branch been
five?
destroyed, but abnormalities are now above ground, wreaking havoc outside. The sixth trumpet means utter destruction to L-Corp as a wing, and the seventh, extinction
Okay, I mean, alright, I should have pieced together that was the 7 trumpets of fucking the apocalypse at this
and
point.
This trumpet is a warning to everyone left that it's all going to be over soon. Give up. Anyways, Queen of Hatred is a neurodivergent hero that twisted good and evil with balance. If there's no evil in the facility, she becomes the evil that must be overcome. She questions her purpose if nobody's dying in the facility before eventually being impaled with her own
thought
spear
all
and
of these were
transforming.
in-game.
When she dies, though,
Obviously,
she
they were supposed
returns
to
to
be
her
the
old
7
self.
trumpets of
She
the
is
apocalypse,
extremely vocal and will say different things depending on the threat level of who she's fighting. When she encounters an A-lift, for example, she'll say either, "Everyone get out of here," I'll protect everyone, even if it means I have to die. Or, it has the strength of a major arcana, and I'm alone in this, but I won't run away. Also, because of her relationship with the King of Greed and the Knight of Despair, she'll say something new to both of them. When facing the King of Greed, she'll say, I'm sorry, Senpai. The only thing I can do is stop your rampage. And on victory, she'll say, Senpai, if I had to face you outside, I'd totally be dead right now. When encountering the Knight of Despair, she'll say, so you've been consumed too, Senpai. Can the cycle really not be stopped? And on victory, Senpai, I know you tried your hardest to hold it back. Her weapon is unique because it's the Kirby Star Rod and can deal all 4 damage types. Very cool. If you have execution bullets, she's a high tier, and if you don't, then she's a nightmare of a low tier. I'll put you in mid tier. Enjoy your spot among the villains. And reminder that her snake form used to look like this. The Knight of Despair is, in my opinion, the easiest WoW, with extremely high rewards compared to relatively low risk. After realizing that, despite all her hardships, nothing was ever protected under her, she noticed things about the 2 other magical girls. The Queen of Hatred became evil after realizing there was no evil left in the world, and the King of Greed began to devour everything. She loves attachment, and she will grant the first good work result protection in the form of a blessing. I know it's supposed to be a shield, but it always registered to me as like a pants or shirt pocket. Anyone with a blessing can enjoy halved damage to all types besides Pale, and no work for the rest of the day. The Knight of Despair has 0 Qlifoth counter. The only way to get her to breach is to get the person with her blessing to die, which is pretty difficult, by the way. Out of shame for failing to defend once again, and in rage against the world, her swords now point to those she could not protect. This one is a nightmare to deal with when it breaks out with its long range and pale damage, but this abnormality only ever breaks out if everything else is already going to shit, so like, who cares? Get this abnormality and win. It's literally that easy. Even its equipment is really good, so she's the easiest WoW and just has the tastiest gifts, so wonderful.
Mushrooms.
The Little Prince is a reference to the 1943 novel. A reference in only name, because very little about this guy applies to that story. If anything, he's more of a Terraria reference. The Little Prince is lesser liked among the abnormalities. Employees hate the way it churns out spores and find it revolting. Few people interact with it, making it a pretty lonely abnormality. Little Prince is a sad mushroom that is especially dangerous to more socially outcast employees, drawing them in with the promise of love and connection, making it so they go to it on their own will to become transformed. Lonely recognizes lonely. They say misery loves company, and that company can sometimes take them to a higher plane of existence. Hearing mushrooms speak it directly into their minds. Finally, a point of being even higher than Crab. The goal when managing this abnormality is to keep agents from growing attached. Don't send one agent in more than 5 times in a row. Every time an agent works with the prince, they'll get a hidden increment to a counter. Every time that agent interacts with the Shroom Prince consecutively, it increases. Whereas if they interact with another guy, it decreases. Just keep it from reaching 5. And if you don't, then that's fine. The mutant shroom isn't that hard to deal with. This is also one of those possession via glowing thing on the face that you have to click to stop abnormalities, just like the angry broccoli, but it's even worse because it looks like this blue cloud can be spread, all for another angry mushroom. And I'm allergic to mushrooms. I love worms, especially ones that crawl inside you. The Naked Nest is a game of
don't
RNG.
say that.
You do
I
instinct
hate that
work,
already.
only do instinct work. And if you get a good work result, nothing will happen. If they take a small amount of damage and get a mediocre work result, something might happen. If you get a bad work result and took a lot of damage, then it's probably good to sacrifice that employee to prevent an outbreak of whatever these guys are. Them and their melty, strandy faces. The Naked Nest will worm its way in through even the pores of your skin, aiming to infect your frontal lobe and taking control. Those that have even a mild infection with a meager 30% of their brain controlled are already doomed, as the infection will influence their brain and actions. Keep infected employees away from healthy employees. Worm disease is extremely contagious. Just have high red defense on people that work with it and always spam instinct. It's so fine. Yin is awesome because he becomes fish. I think this suit also tickles my inner Monster Hunter fan because it's like black to orange koi fish scales, and I think that organic material animal to armor thing just really sits right with me. Yin is one half of a complete whole, being the dark half. It's also the abnormality that causes the Clouded Monk to breach, probably filling its mind with evil, selfish intentions. Selfish. The real tragedy of the story is that its ego equipment is called Discord. So close to greatness. And Yin's other half, Yang, makes an appearance as, surprisingly, a tool abnormality, being the only tool abnormality that can breach, unless you consider manslaughter vehicularing multiple departments via locomotive a breach. But whatever. When these two meet, they can do just that, making an enormous dragon even bigger than the choo-choo train of doom to fly through the facility, messing with contained abnormalities and totally annihilating your run. The breach is also super annoying because you can suppress one fish, and if the other fish is still alive when that first fish is suppressed, then the suppressed fish will get back up and just be at full health again. So you have to kill them at the same exact time, and it's really, really annoying. Yang isn't receivable as an abnormality until you have Yin in the facility. And for the tool's effects, it heals an agent's SP and increases their resistance to white damage. But they can only hold on to Yang for 30 seconds before they both breach, making it almost completely worthless as a tool. For reference, I tried to record how they also go Dragon of Dojima form when a person carrying Yang enters Yin's containment unit, and my agent barely made it halfway there before they both breached. That 30-second limit makes this tool so worthless. Not worth it in my incredibly agreeable, humble opinion. Mid-tier because they're both still kind of cool at least, even if Yang is a literal meme. Yeah, so just imagine 30 of these things in one facility. Don't worry, it gets even worse. Now we have Noon ordeals that begin way before the Bria layer. Whoopsie, skin. The ordeal of Crimson Noon is the evolved version of the baby clowns, being an amalgam clown that roams hallways and attacks everybody that spawns the baby clowns upon death. This reminds me of the time I worked at an elderly care home in Pretoria, Africa, where they would have these clowns come in and entertain the elderly. There was one named Freaky Feral, the clown, that always came in late to do private shows with the people. One time I got curious to see what the special show was, so I installed Facebook and flayed my own flesh to tan in the sun, giving it an old, wrinkled look. Things took a turn when it actually got to the show. Come to find out, Freaky Feral was actually very pregnant and gave birth on my lap, leaving me with a child and a lifetime of therapy that could never even hope to undo the psychological damage.
I just got entirely flashbanged by this story. What the fuck does it have to do with the clowns?
The kid was sad, so I turned to him and told him, "Hey, cheer up," and handed him my emerald mining company. That kid would grow up to be Elon Musk. The ordeal of Green Noon is actually pretty scary if you're a little bitch and don't do enough damage to drop the robots in seconds. They have big guns which look intimidating and do a lot of damage, but literally just don't die. It's that easy. The ordeal of Violet Noon is the easiest Noon, which is crazy because this looks like it should be terrifying, right? Huge monoliths that drop into large rooms, instantly killing everyone and tentacling the fuck out of any survivors. So eloquently put, I know. Here's how to not die. You see that Violet Noon is going to happen, you lead everyone into a small room or hallway, send someone into a containment unit to trigger the Noon, watch as absolutely nobody of value dies by the spawn attack, and then send every agent back in to clean up. Boom, easy. You literally smell so good right now. The ordeal of Indigo Noon is unique because it's directly tied to in-universe lore. Earlier, I mentioned the back streets of L Corp, the areas of the city outside of the Nest's care that are bloated with crime and poverty. Well, not only do the subhuman brokies that live there have to deal with that, but they also have to deal with a near infinite amount of these former human monstrosities that clean the back streets by consuming anything organic, dead or alive, from exactly 3:13 a.m. to 4:34 a.m.
Good job thinking you can live without the government's protection, idiot. Now give us more money or your son will be the next to get swept.
The Sweepers are talked about in Tifereth's backstory, how life as a child in the city is a living nightmare, as we can all probably guess. They make an appearance in the ordeal of Indigo Noon, being one of the few ordeals that are actually creatures from outside of the facility breaking in. They're definitely the most dangerous out of the Noon ordeals and the rarest, hurting a lot and gobbling up bodies to heal. If you can't overwhelm them in groups, then go for lone sweepers. They can really hurt if they attack all at once. The ordeal of Amber Dusk is a re-revival of the Hungry Worms, taking the worms from goofy little pipsqueaks to holy geez, everybody's dying. Remember the King of Greed? Imagine there's 50 of those in the facility that move way faster. Yeah, that might be a little bit of an overstatement, but I don't care. The point is, once an Amber Dusk happens, all your clerks get nay-nayed. Deal with them the same way you would the King of Greed. Also, big guy spawns little guys because, of course it does. Hey guys, do y'all remember the clowns? They joined together once again into this enormous ball of clown and are now rolling around the facility. Please chase it down and kill it. That thing is terrifying. Chasing down Giga Clown is pretty annoying, but once you catch it, it really isn't that bad, so You can pulp it without a hassle and watch as it divides into the noon clowns, which then go on to divide into the dawn clowns. More so than anything, this guy
That's
is just a
just slimes
hassle.
from
I love the
Minecraft.
design though, and I'm kind of sad that this is as high as the clowns go in terms of threat level. We do not have the Junkler come out for a midnight ordeal. The Ordeal of Green Dusk is a bunch of robot construction machines that spawn lesser iterations of themselves forever until they are destroyed. It's better to destroy them sooner rather than later. Green Dusk continues the trend of having the green ordeals being very goo goo gaga, who cares, machines are stupid. Except for these ones, they're self-aware, and still maybe a little stupid. Coinciding with the game ramping up dramatically in difficulty, the story takes a dramatic turn.
Whoa!
As it's revealed through a complicated process of time rewinding and memory erasing, you, the player character, are actually A. You are A. A is the front man behind the creation of Lobotomy Corporation, the person that built the set, that added the characters, that stationed himself as the director, and entrusted his assistant Angela with the script. After that, he died, but lives on as you, given the ability to rewind time to the first day thanks to T-Corp's time-controlling technology. Angela being programmed with the ability to track every last restart, being something of an outside observer, watching you make mistakes and set you on the right path to completing the script. If you'll recall, when you start off again on day 1, you'll get a unique loading screen with Angela. She's here because she's wiping everything clean and resetting the stage for the play to begin anew. Everything must go exactly according to the script, her singular goal. The reason why she comes across as so forward and cold to the Sephiroth and you is because she knows if she doesn't, the script won't be complete. Everyone will act awry and everyone will remain in this loop. Angela resynchronizes our memories and we get a glimpse of memories that A had with B and C. C talks about wanting to be someone wise in her next life, how she extracted a medicine from the human subconscious. That makes no sense, but you go, queen. We got some backstory where A is the creator of Angela but shuns her at every turn for some reason, and that B is a big ol' suck up. There's also a day where we get to chill in the grass with our bitch, our sitch, before it transitions to someone that looks like Malkuth in utter agony, just begging to be put down. This is one of the first mentions of the substance, Cogito. But before I talk about the substance Cogito, let's talk about Atsiluth, the emanation layer of the Tree of Life and the bottom layer of the facility. Angela never ventures this far down into the facility, as the Sephiroth here are not only the most intense, but are also completely cognizant of their situation. Bina in the Kabbalah is understanding, the analytical mind. I pronounce it Bina because it sounds like pineapple. Here she's a super intense, deeply sadistic robot that smiles while subjecting everyone and herself to mind-destroying horror. She also speaks in nothing but deep metaphors and never gives a straight answer, which is so helpful when you're just meeting her and have no idea what she's hexagoning out about. Bina, using deep metaphors, describes 3 important things: the bucket, the well, and the river. The bucket is Cogito, the well is the subconscious mind, and the river is what gets withdrawn. Removing the metaphor goggles, Bina uses the Cogito substance and injects it into a person. When this Cogito comes into contact with their brain and that person's ego, it draws out their subconscious mind and manifests it into a new, tangible form. In other words, an abnormality is extracted. That abnormality is then classified. At the end of a successful workday, you'll be brought to a screen with 3 shaking containment units, each containing a different abnormality. On the first encounter, it'll show their subject classification. The subject classification system is broke up into 3 parts. The first letter being the source of inspiration. Some abnormalities, like T, were born from trauma. An employee that suffered from severe arachnophobia might give birth to the spider bud. Or someone that should have been put down the old-fashioned way might give birth to the choo-choo train. Or instead of trauma, they can be born from fairy tales, originate from outside the corporation, or were so generously donated by people that gave the developers money. After the dash, the next 2 numbers describe an abnormality's form. 01 means they possess human-like characteristics. 02 if they resemble animals. 03 if they seem otherworldly or religious. 04 if they're inanimate objects. 05 for machines and artifacts. 06 if they represent something more abstract and don't really have a form, they're just kind of there, they're just kind of something that exists, mostly relying on the perception of human beings. 07 for specifically the funny white fish, 08 for something not in the game, 09 for tools, and 00 for my special little fella. The third number represents the order in which the abnormality was extracted from the human subconscious. That is how abnormalities are created. These things aren't otherworldly monsters gathered into one place for study. They're people, they're our fears, our imagination, our desire to put our OC into a video game. They're us. And sometimes when the extraction process goes wrong, like the cogito not being correctly administered, an ordeal is created. Ordeals are like abnormalities in that they manifest themselves, only they have the ability to manifest themselves whenever they want. Waiting outside of our world until the time is right, and then getting real. With the only countermeasure that we have against them being that they could be predicted by the Qlifoth counter. Okay, so that's Bina, just letting you all know. This was translated from like super heavy metaphors and like 14
really
Reddit explanation
that
posts.
metaphor
And I'm
that
still
was being
certain
used,
I've
and I
got
like
like
how he represented that
99%
as well.
of that wrong. So if you're still curious about
That was well
abnormality
done on
extraction,
both the
look for the
game
Project
and
Moon
the
fans
YouTuber's
screaming at
part.
me in the comments. And if you can't find that comment, then make up fake lore and put that in the comments instead. I know everything that I said is like a 70% accurate, and that's still a passing grade, so I'm moving on. Hokma! Hokma balls doesn't even make any sense. It was never a funny joke. Why do people force it so much? I don't get it. It makes me so sad. Hokma in the Kabbalah is wisdom. And if you take one look at this guy and the room he's in, then you'll probably agree. Hokma is similarly cognizant of the circumstances like Bina, but unlike Bina, he is not a total bitch and actually cares about A. Hokma is the one in control of time in Lobotomy Corp, and is the entire reason why we can stop time midday to figure out what our best course of action is. He's also the one in charge of the employees and judges you harshly when you name an employee something awful like femboy nodder. Please don't frown subtly at me, Hokma, I didn't mean it. He shows you potentially the craziest thing about L Corp yet. How completely meaningless life and death is in the facility, giving you an exercise where you bring a 10 years deceased woman back to life, just to kill them again. Time, life, death, everything is meaningless here. And now that we're down to the final layer with the final Sephiroth, this seems like a logical place to talk about the tip top of the food chain. The Alephists.
Uh-oh.
Don't choose this. Just don't. This is my first Aleph, an abnormality that I was delighted to see. A new Zion. Wow. I thought I had all the Zions. Wait, why did he give me like 90 PE boxes? Oh, whoops. 15 clerks died in my facility and he split into 4 different Alephs in random places around the facility. Uh-oh. He does huge damage to anything he's passively in the room with. That's not so good. And now he's in the main room. Huh. What's he gonna do? Salute me and explode into a black heart-shaped mushroom cloud, decreasing Qlifoth counters, letting out terrible Alephs, and instant panicking all the clerks in that department? That's unfortunate. All because only 15 clerks died, by the way. And as just a reminder, clerks will die if they swallow their spit incorrectly. The only saving grace to get Army in Black happy again is to recontain another abnormality. Stop resisting, Rudolta. Pink Heartman is feeling a little sad today. I'll say it right here. I think Army in Black is the abnormality that caused me the most problems out of any of them, besides maybe the
that
train
makes sense.
and the eyeballs. So you get
What
that
was the point of
trauma
even putting
benefit
it in
as well.
Zion?
You can tell Army in Black to protect an employee, which is actually really good. But that also drops its Qlifoth counter by 1, and if the target of its protection is level 3 or lower, it will just possess them with love and kindness. 2 qualities that will not be tolerated in our beautiful corporation. As expected, this abnormality is an Aleph, so his equipment is rightfully insanely broken. Every endgame Lobotomy Corp player equips their whole agency, and specifically Aleph equipment because of how absurd it is. And Army in Black is no exception to that rule, with a very high white damage long-range gun, with a gift that increases the damage even further. Unfortunately, the gifts of Alephs are very hard to come by, most of them being a 2% chance to receive after a completed work. My rant is way overblown because only a couple decent agents equipped with full WoW gear could comfortably take down one breaching Aleph Army in Black. So it's not that terrible to have him breach, but look, you gotta believe me. This guy caused me so many resets, maybe even more than the train. I can't help but want him to rot in F tier. Now, don't get me wrong, right? I like feet. Toes, heels.
What
mwah.
the
Can't
fuck?
get enough of them. But when they drag me across the entire planet into their core, I get simply too excited. When I entered its containment unit, I couldn't help but throw myself into its core to be reborn as a star. and I
didn't
like
even
birth.
process that it was
The blue
all
star,
legs.
plain and simple, is the most powerful abnormality when it comes to possession. Temperance level 3 or lower employees will immediately throw themselves into the heart, and so will any employee that
What, are
takes
you
60
watching?
seconds
A
or
summary
longer to
of
complete
Lobotomy
work on it.
Corporation.
Gleefoth counter at a max of
Welcome
2
to the
will
party.
lower whenever someone takes too long, or when someone with prudence below level 5 works on it. Reserve work with this thing only for the best of the best agents. And when it does breach, only agents with high temperance and prudence can be in the room with it. Low temperance and prudence agents will be sucked into the core immediately. When it's out, it produces a huge shockwave from its core that spans the entire facility, doing big white damage and sucking everybody that panics facility-wide into its core, only disappearing when its
If you don't have enough
2,200 health
resistance, you
drops
just
to
get
0,
consumed
where it'll
by
then become just the core.
I almost said
sadly
community.
to the
That's
ground.
not the word I wanted
Its
to
ego
use.
weapon, apart from being one of the best white damage dealers in the game, increases damage as the using employee takes damage. And the suit has the ability to heal every employee in
Just
the
a
room just a little
Miyazaki
bit.
reference.
Aleph
Yeah, I
Ego Gear
forgot.
are the most
Tarantino had
powerful
a-
types,
had-
and as
had a-
such they
had a
require the
time
most
developing
calm-minded,
the game.
physically strong, and mentally sound personnel to use. Those that make up 0.1% of the world. The people that are uncommon among the uncommon. People like Hagward and My Hero Academia Rule 34. I like... This is by far the most visually horrifying creature ever. Any talks about it need to be reserved for specifically level 5 employees. Bearing witness to this thing is enough to invoke horrible feelings. The employees unfortunate enough to work with it are told that if they begin
Jack
to suffer from a surge of intrusive thoughts, or
Only
decide
Jack
to count
Black can
down from
resist
10
the
but fail
horrors
to
beyond
remember what
human
10 even is,
comprehension.
or feel an uncontrollable regurgitation of vomit or saliva, or if this place starts to feel like somewhere else other than the company, or if they suddenly feel insignificant and think that suffocating is your only hope, then they need to get the fuck out of Censored's containment unit. Censored reminds me a lot of the Call to Cthulhu. Something so incomprehensibly vile that even the tiniest, most fleeting, inconsequential glimpse through an extremely filtered camera lens will instantly send the viewer into hysteria. Many managers had to be replaced from what they saw, even when the cognition filter was at the max possible setting where only the most basic shapes were visible. The thing cannot be described. There is no language for such abysms of shrieking and immemorial lunacy, such eldritch contradictions of all matter, force, and cosmic order. Let's talk about fear. When a low-level agent encounters an HE abnormality, they'll feel significant fear and take sanity damage. Whereas when a high-level agent encounters an HE abnormality, they won't be afraid at all and take no fear damage. The fear damage going from level 1 to level 4, where an overwhelmed employee instantly loses their mind. Level 5 employees can't be made afraid, so why does a level 5 agent immediately feel hopeless at the sight of Censored? This is one of the harder abnormalities that caused a lot of resets for me, as the fear damage more than halved my best agent's
then there's just the
sanity.
train.
Though eventually I stumbled upon a strategy. I took my Censored agent and had them interact with the portrait of another world, then sent them into work so that the work damage would transfer to the other person. It isn't pretty, but it gets the job done. As you could probably guess, the fear thing also applies outside of his containment unit when it goes horse mode. Just like when it's contained, only level 5 agents can perceive it without going insane. So only the most powerful of your squad can even begin to raise their weapons at it. It's too bad that it endures every damage type except Pale. Now if that isn't insane enough, when it kills someone, it will heal itself and plant a piece of itself in them, striking a pose and creating another smaller Censored. That's not all. These things will increase the fear damage dealt to employees, making it strictly impossible to enter a room with Censored and 2 minions, even to level 5 employees. Into the religious trauma blender they go. This thing is one of the few abnormalities that must be contained, no matter what the cost. With a max counter of 2, they don't make it easy. And if it drops 1, there is only one way to bring it back up. The same wheel used for Nameless Fetus is back, here to keep a much more dangerous abnormality appeased with a blood sacrifice. Sadly, Censored has no suit, but does have a fantastic weapon that heals 40% of its damage dealt. This is an aside, but my god, the LobCorp fan wiki is horny. Everyone in the fandom wiki thinks he's a giant shape-shifting penis that sexes employees to reproduce, but I guess to be fair, the censorship on that log doesn't do it any favors. I think it's a genius way to make people assume the worst, which is probably just what the embodiment of Fear Monster wants. I like him. Remember the naked nest? How I said that was the most contagious abnormality? Yeah, I'd like to rephrase that. The naked nest is the most contagious wow. The most contagious abnormality is a title that belongs to Melting Love, the slime girl whose bathwater becomes a deadly weapon. Just like Censored, this one is best sat out. When an employee works with her, she'll give them a little slimy heart that heals their sanity and periodically makes little pink slime explosions. These explosions having a 25% chance to infect people in the area. And just like that, it should be clear why this abnormality is such a nightmare. Every single clerk in the area must go, and the person that has the heart must be quarantined. My method is to execute every clerk and to tuck the agent away in an elevator. When her counter hits 0, she'll change from anime wife to goop monstrosity. With
So
her, every infected employee will then become a pawn in her army.
I basically
She'll
just
fight
need to
alongside
treat,
them
like,
and
the
even
silent
heal off
orchestra,
them,
which isn't
herself
even an
being
elf,
immune
it's
to
a WoW.
physical damage. She has a special bond.
You do
with
it at the end of the
employee
day,
she
and then you
blessed, and if they
fucking
die,
be
she'll
done.
become enraged
You
and
end the
become an
day.
even bigger bitch. A-lifts aren't all the biggest headache to deal with. The only question left now is,
Cranston.
would I?
Yeah, I would. No.
This is not an Among Us reference. This is not an Among Us reference. Not an Among Us reference. Not Among Us. Meet nothing there. Out of all the A-lifts in the game, this is the most famous. That's right, this is the guy of Lobotomy Corp. Every A-lift in this game is so amazingly unique in the way that it wreaks havoc on the facility. Army in Black frees your abnormalities, Blue Star uses mass possession, Censored uses fear, Melting Love uses contagion, each of which being things that we've seen from lower level abnormalities to lesser effect, but nothing there uses something entirely new. Deception. Deception and transformation. Taking inspiration from the classic
fuck
horror
off.
movie, Nothing. And not the other thing. Nothing there seeks to break out using agents as a shell. It'll also escape if an employee with low justice enters its containment unit. This abnormality is terrifying to the corporation because unlike the others, nothing there doesn't outwardly show what it does, what it wants, or what exactly it's capable of. It sits there and observes, figuring out exactly how this person acts, figuring out exactly how this person conducts themselves. Upon a bad work result, it'll kill and take the form of the agent and start mimicking human behaviors, saying nice things like, I love you, over and over again.
I love you.
Just like Melting Love,
fuck?
nothing there's completely immune to physical red damage, as long as it's in its true form. If it breaks out disguised as an employee, you have one shot to shoot the disguised nothing there. Shooting him with a bullet, dealing 10,000 red damage, instantly controlling the situation. The more likely situation is that you don't find him in the allotted 10 seconds, and you now have to fight one of the most difficult A-lifts in the game. The Amalgam Dog runs fast, hits hard, and has a lot of health. But then, he becomes an egg. An egg that heals off all damage dealt in Dog Face. And then, the egg hatches, transforming its limbs into insanely powerful weapons, shooting bone shards that silently rip an entire room apart, and his most deadly attack, turning his arm into a huge blade.
Goodbye.
The dog's equipment is called Mimicry, and the de facto best red damage and red resistance in the game, with an emphasis on healing. A healing isn't as good as Censored's weapon, but it's still fantastic.
Wait,
despite how
doesn't-
scary as I
Oh, yeah, 'cause
might have made
Justice
it
said-
sound, nothing there
what
in my experience
was
hasn't
the
been that
red-haired's
difficult
name?
to keep contained.
The
If
red
he's
haired
broken
girl
out,
that
then
so many
that's
people wanna
usually a
fuck. She
restart.
was
Yeah,
holding that
but
blade
I always
in the
designate a person
cinematics.
as a nothing there tank that can usually be trusted to get through the workday
Wow.
while consistently working with
That
them.
implies a lot about
I
her
like the
character.
The Mountain of Smiling Bodies. One day, a large group of people were sealed into a chamber with multiple breaching abnormalities. What do you know? They all died. Normally, the cleaning of bodies happens almost overnight, but because those abnormalities continued to breach, they couldn't get in there to do it. And so the mountainous pile of bodies was left to rot. That rotting caused the bodies to fuse. They fused and smiled, now taking the form of a loathsome monster. This log ending with the person recording it swallowing a large bomb. The mountain is coming for him. Maybe that will keep it from killing anymore. Can't get a more imposing name or story than that. And that's really something because in my opinion, this is the second least threatening Aleph right behind Blue Star. This is the de facto clerk rights activist because the smell of 10 bodies will drop its counter, or if an agent steps into its unit while hurt. If it breaks out, this might be the easiest Aleph to contain as long as you get to him early enough. The more it's left to its own devices, the more clerks and low-level agents it will eat, and the more segments it will amass, becoming an actual massive screaming vomiting threat at 3 segments. At this point, that's basically a reset. Its puke does so much damage. Continuing with the Aleph thing of filling in different roles, the Mountain of Smiling Bodies is the most simple, being just sheer aggression. Kinda like Forsaken Murderer's final form. Have a good Fortitude worker with high prudence assigned to him and bask in all those tasty Aleph boxes. Just like the Angry Dongo creature, people that wear a suit heal by eating dead bodies. Finally some good fucking food. We only have 3 abnormalities left to talk about. And these last 3, while not being the most popular to hate, are, generally speaking, the worst of the worst. Each of which having the ability to wipe your entire facility and control time itself, disabling your ability to speed up, slow down, or even pause. And right here we have the self-proclaimed composer of Lobotomy Corporation, here to play the music of the apocalypse.
Oh, I thought it was WoW, never mind.
Here's what you need to know about the Silent Orchestra. If you get a good work result, his counter drops. If you get a bad work result, his counter also drops. If you want your facility to survive, always aim for those low work results. Not common or very low, just regular low, and hope you get lucky with a normal work result. Wait, that probably sounded hard to follow. I mean, normal work result, like after you get done with working with it and you see the happy, sad, or neutral face, you want that to be neutral. But you want to do the work that has a low success rate. If you want your facility to survive, always aim for those low results. Not common or very low, just regular low, and hope you get lucky with a normal work result. Upon breach, it begins a performance with 4 movements and a finale, with each movement stepping up the intensity and damage. The first movement, it's immune to all damage except pale. The second, immune to all but black. Third, all but white. And fourth, all but red. Oh, and by the way, if it gets to the 4th and you have survivors, all the energy you collected in the day will be gone. You're welcome. And the finale, where it's immune to all damage. All its hoes are present and it sends a massive shockwave through the entire facility. Oh yeah, did I mention that its attacks damage your whole facility? I'm sorry, I was too busy crying about my fucking energy being wiped. Now I gotta go see the Foot God again. Wait, that's a bad thing? His equipment is hot as fuck, look at this. And the gift combined with the suit makes an employee completely immune to all white damage, which is absurd. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty cool. There is no full stop immunity in this game, except for this. Thank you for that, mister. Wow. In summary, this is one of those abnormalities that you'll want because of its absurd ego, and for every other moment, you'll either be too stacked to care, or you'll be neglecting him out of fear that he's gonna breach and flay your facility with the power of music.
I neglected his ass. That was fucking terrifying. Fuck the Silent Orchestra. I hate it. I don't care about the immunity.
There is not a single other sound in this planet that makes my heart drop more than... Yeah, it's this guy again. Where to even begin with White Knight? With the deception of nothing there, the control of Blue Star, the abject horror of Censored, the infection of melting love, the intangibility of the Silent Orchestra, with the power to heal and brute force its way through everything like the Mountain of Smiling Bodies, White Knight is deservedly the most dangerous abnormality, turning its 12 apostles from before into 12 different Aleph level threats, each of them alone being able to go head to head with other Alephs and 9,000,000% of the time winning. The best part, if they do happen to fall, White Knight with his whopping 12,000 health will instantly heal them back to full. White Knight is the Antichrist, bearing the mark of the beast around its neck and a halo crown of thorns, here to collect its 12 disciples who will learn from it and receive miracles from it, even being called Lucifer in the game's files. Just like Jesus, one of the disciples is a betrayer, the 12th that didn't fully become an angel but still wears the mask of an apostle. With them, you can do only one thing. Pray. Confess thy sins. And there's nowhere else to do that but in front of our favorite emoji. When the betrayer confesses their sins, one sin will totally bone White Knight, doing consistent 666 pale damage. Damage that, if you remember, is linked to a being's soul. White Knight will be defeated, leaving the apostles to skewer themselves, before being likewise boned like their savior. After the transformation, Plague Doctor will cease to exist and instead appear as White Knight, now an abnormality in containment. This is the most high maintenance guy out of them all. This is the only non-tool abnormality that drops its Qlifoth counter based on how much real-world seconds have passed. That's right, it shares an attribute with the Pain Locomotive. What a good sign. Just like Censored, White Knight has a new fear level in Reverence, making only level 5 agents capable of working on it, lest they suffer the mind-breaking force of witnessing Ra, the biblically accurate angel. If the person doing work with White Knight gets a good work result, White Knight will be pleased and his counter will raise back up. He also has the courtesy of healing everybody facility-wide. If not worked with for too long though, he will choose 12 disciples at random in Advent again, taking away your pause feature and forcing you to watch his disciples rip and tear through your beloved employees once more. White Knight's gear is called Paradise Lost, a reference to the story of Adam and Eve, equipment that is full stop some of the best, period. With the suit being the best in the entire game, even outright canceling weaker attacks. And while it does have a weapon, you can't receive it by conventional means. How do you get it? By defeating White Knight, without the help of one sin. So if 12,000 health and dealing a shit ton of pale damage aside, as well as having a ton of other top-tier Aleph threats roaming your facility, each of which being your own unsavable controlled employees. On top of having 2 static guards that never leave his room that receive constant health from him, on top of being extremely resistant to all types of damage, and outright healing from light damage, that fucking blows. Here's what you can do. Assign 12 agents to a day, dispose of 11 via execution bullets, and then with the last agent selected, right-click on the We Can Change Anything machine. When White Knight naturally gets angry via his neglect mechanic, your selected agent should turn into an invincible false apostle. When that happens, order them to enter the We Can Change Anything machine. You should still have the We Can Change Anything machine selected, so just click on your agents tab and they should go right in. Congratulations, you now have real infinite energy. Using your infinite energy, you can now go to your favorite German man for a little commission. See where I'm going with this. Commission his tasty German ass to shoot at White Knight and do it again, and again, and again. Listen, nobody said it would be an easy process. What matters is that you have Paradise Lost, unequivocally the best pale damage weapon in the game, and beyond that, arguably the best weapon, period. I don't know, this next abnormality that we're about to talk about.
My God, just
good.
round
I'd say
after
they're equal.
round.
They're
It's
like
like
on the
me
same
fighting
plane.
Deathclaws.
Once you have the abnormality defeated and back in its containment unit, pause the game and select Rewind to Memory Repository. This will save all your employees and let you keep your sweet, sweet prize. Good job ruling out God and wasted 45 minutes of your life like a real gamer god. That thing will come in handy because wowee, we have a long road still ahead of us.
That still requires level 5 of every stat. What's going on? What's going on? Not the birds. Is it gonna be all the, like, entities that are related to each other?
3 birds, know as one, looked around to find the monster, but couldn't find it. There were no creatures, no sun and no moon, and no monster. All that is left is just a bird and the Black Forest. The prophecy has been fulfilled. No sun, no moon can be found over that forest. Just a terrible beast. When 2 of the 3 birds breach containment, the 3rd will breach and head towards a doorway. This doorway an opening to the Black Forest. There the birds will converge and transform into Apocalypse Bird, a hulking monster with 330,000 health. And with each of the bird's signature moves dealing huge damage to your whole facility.
But
Upon
even
the arrival
Apocalypse
of the bird,
Bird was
3
like,
eggs
nah.
will follow, and these eggs
Your
are
mouth
how
is
you
wide
really
open, we're gonna
suppress the
fucking
abnormality. Keep in
rip apart
mind,
your throat.
Small Beak's egg absorbs and heals off of red damage. Long Arms pale and Big Eyes black. Destroying an egg means removing the corresponding bird's ability from Apocalypse Bird, so my strat is to get rid of Long Arms and Big Eyes as soon as possible, later finishing off Small Beak.
Keep in mind, Apocalypse Bird will be rampaging through your facility and you won't be able to pause. People will die during this, especially if there's clerk rights activists slinking around the place. The first course of action is to destroy the Long Arms Bird egg, sending any pale damage dealers to Big Bird.
What?
Long Arms has 9,000.
How is this not already
his
a
ability
fun
keeps
thing?
you from pausing time. It should be obvious by now that being able to stop time and carefully plan things out is everything in this game, especially when it comes to Apocalypse Bird. So taking care of this egg is
I tried to make
priority.
White Knight and Apocalypse Bird fight against each other. Guess who won?
Next priority is Big Eyes.
Is it
Will do
Apocalypse
what
Bird?
Big Bird normally does and hypnotize people into coming close for death. Big Bird is only able to make people come to him that are in his darkness, but when it's Apocalypse Bird, the entire facility is dark, so anybody's at risk.
White Knight.
Far-sighted
Wow.
eyes of Big Bird have been
That doesn't
blinded.
surprise me.
Finally, Little Beak. His mouth attack is going to hurt if Apocalypse Bird teleports to a room with your agents in it, but if all that's left is the mouth, you can destroy this egg with patience. And Little Bird's mouth that devours everything has been shut. The twilight was endured, and we now face towards dawn, as the birds twittering in the forest finally stopped. All survivors of Apocalypse Bird get a free broken ego gift that rivals White Knight's, with a weapon that deals every damage type and a suit that makes its wearer deal even more damage as their health gets lower. Also doing passive black damage to any enemies to the person in the suit. Busted as fuck. Everyone say thank you, Funny Birds.
Thank you, Funny
Along
Birds.
with Alis, we
That's
also
fantastic.
have Midnight Ordeals, which are ordeals nobody should ever encounter based on how awful they are. The Ordeal of Amber Midnight is a rough one because it has two giant worm heads popping into rooms and chomping up everyone, before spawning in a ton of Amber Dusks, which then spawn Amber Dawns. I don't need to tell you how much of a nightmare this ordeal is. Literally look at the carnage that's unfolding on your screen right now. At the end of this day, only 2 people survived. What a load of poppycock. The Ordeal of Green Midnight introduces the last Helix, an enemy with 22,000 health, making it the tankiest enemy right behind Apocalypse Bird. The Helix spawns in and does a massive fuck you clockwork sweeping beam of the entire facility that kills every clerk that somehow survived up until midnight. That's pretty scary, but it's still a green ordeal, so it's still the easiest ordeal color. Take all your agents, put them in the elevator, and when the beam is about to
That's by
pass
far the
through
one that I
and melt
hated the
everyone's
most.
skin, have them go down to a lower floor and be completely unharmed. Then laugh as you slowly shred the last helix until nothing remains. This concludes the green ordeals, leaving them as the easiest ordeal in
I suppose
literally
that is
every
pretty
category. Thanks, Robo. The ordeals of Violet, Dawn, and Noon were some of the easiest ordeals to get, so the developers at Project Moon decided, you know what, I don't want the players to have fun, actually, and made Violet Midnight. This random event somehow makes Apocalypse Bird look like a little baby asking for his rattle. It's ridiculous how difficult they made Violet Midnight. What does it do? It's called the God Delusion and spawns 4 monuments of every damage type. These monuments having insane attacks that spawn absolutely
How the
everywhere
fuck does
in
the game get
facility.
even
Like
harder?
the pale one's eye that shreds everything in front of it. The white one's tentacle that is
Green
comedically
ordeals
unfair
and
with
gear
how
checks,
big the
essentially.
area of
If you
attack
run-
the tentacle has. The red and
If your
black
run
with
is
their
going well,
fast,
you won't have
straight shot
too many
claw and
issues.
thorn that are comparatively easier to avoid than the tentacle and eye,
Okay.
but that doesn't matter when they fucking kill everyone instantly. By the way, they all attack at the same time. You're welcome. Also, they heal if someone attacking them has their damage type. You're welcome again. Hey, at least at no point in the game are you forced to fight this thing. Yeah, it would never do something like that. Like, no way. On day 38, Angela admits something to the player. That every single last drop of energy collected in their time was not given out to supply the city, but instead kept inside of the corporation. She also thanks you for giving her the script for the metaphorical play that you and her are doing, before having a rare moment where she opens her eyes and hints at her own free will, a story beat that will go nowhere. And on day 41, she talks about a technology called singularities. Every wing has its own singularity. These being a fantastical piece of technology patented by that wing and used to do physics-defying things. T-Corp controls time. R-Corp is home to the rabbits and uses cloning. P-Corp is preservation, and our own L-Corp with their singularity, Cogito.
Rabbits
The ability to
fucking
reach
cloning
inside the
themselves,
subconscious mind and pull out a creature that wants to burrow into your skin and use your flesh as a shell. These are also the last few
That's
days
par
you
for the
can
course
talk
at this
to
point.
Lady Angela, and her grudge against you is as clear as ever. But she's fulfilled her duty as a machine, and thus we move on to back to these guys because we gotta beat the trauma out of them. As it would turn out, The abnormalities are the very least of our troubles in this game. You see, every single Sephira that we've touched on, just like you, is also a reborn person. A person that, because of UNC, have sustained some real heavy trauma. Trauma that will inevitably rear its sinister head no matter what. And upon their mission's completion, every Sephiroth will have a meltdown called a core suppression. These are Lobotomy Corp's boss fights that give you fantastic rewards in return for being really fucking hard. Starting off with Malkuth. Before she was Malkuth, she was Elijah.
What was that? Why are there so many crates? How did you even... You know what? Alright.
Off with Malkuth. Before she was Malkuth, she was Elijah. Elijah is a venerated figure in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The name itself meaning Yahweh is my God. Which in this case, Yahweh could be referring to either A or C.
Don't worry about it.
Elijah was one of the first Kagito experiments, and given that they had no idea what its effects would be or the correct dosage, she fucking died. Describing it now in her Sephira form as knowing true helplessness. So for her meltdown, she aims to make you similarly helpless by remapping your controls. Heh, that's funny. The control team captain takes away your control. They should make every core suppression like this. That would make me hit the like button, since everything in this Roblox experience has to be wrapped up in like 70 layers of symbolism and deep metaphor. I despise this game. Now we're at the point in the video where I can really drive home how stupid hard this game is. Here's what you're supposed to do for Malkuth. Every new Qlifoth meltdown level, the 4 work types are rebound to another work type. So using the skull emoji, the bird of justice, and some other who cares baby abnormality, do random who cares work types with them, and then grab a literal physical piece of paper out to write what it got rebound to. From there, you're playing a normal day of Lobotomy Corp. It sounds so easy, but to me, it took 3 separate streams to understand the gimmick. Once the gimmick was figured out though, it only took me like 8 minutes to beat, and the honorable sacrifice of Mr. Beast. Good job, big man. No, I will not be buying Lunchley. Malkuth was overlooked, and because of that, she worked harder than everybody else, including being one of the first volunteers to the experiment that would end up costing her her life. Tragically and coincidentally, dying in the shadow of the person that she was trying to get attention from. And now, after an incomprehensible number of years that the player character doesn't remember, both Malkuth and A were able to face that memory together. And Malkuth gains the will to stand up straight.
Okay, it is just straight up referenced in the game. I fucking knew it. No way a YouTuber came up with lines that go that hard on their own. God, that was
time for 8 more of those. Lamau. Here in plain text, we finally see the true end goal of Lobotomy Corp. Redeem yourself to all your friends and collect a fuck ton of energy to nurture the seed of light to 100%. This seed is the true reason why all the energy is being stored instead of being sent out into the city. C's plan was to cure the disease of mankind. Everybody in this world had no purpose. And instead of filming a bunch of shitty motivational videos and uploading them to her YouTube channel, she instead elected to force the light into their hearts, using this tree of light. The true reason why all the energy produced is being stored inside the corporation. Before he was Yesid, he was Gabriel, and also just as much of an OCD germaphobe as he is when he doesn't have a metal body. Gabriel is venerated in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, and is an archangel with the power to communicate God's will to humanity. His name meaning literally, God is my strength. His job was to ensure the safety of the Kagito experiments, and after seeing Elijah fucking eat it, he went insane with the workplace safety, covering himself from head to toe to prevent bacterial infection, and also he began scratching at his skin relentlessly. The scratching being enough of a cause for concern to have him forcibly medically examined. Nothing was found though, and he was left to scratch until he tore his own throat out. He has the easiest core suppression by far. As the leader of the information team, he kneecaps you by reducing the information you see, by pixelating everything to the point where everything is illegible.
Wait, that's not a filter? Oh my
really
God.
Basic shapes and colors. By this time though, you should be pretty comfortable with discerning the basic shapes of things, especially nothing that are in White Knight breaching in succession. But that time doesn't count because those guys suck. So it really only took one attempt. After suppressing Yesid, he's given the rationality to maintain discretion. which sounds like something I would put on my 7th grade research paper if I wanted to sound smart. Hod! Wait, why is everybody screaming? Don't worry, guys, we got the happiness machine. It's okay. She can't do anything. Before she was Hod, she was Michelle. And Michelle is just as much of a dumb bitch. I couldn't really find any biblical origin for the name Michelle, but a similar name that is in the Bible is Michael. Michael is an archangel that is supposedly the protector of the church. Does that make sense with this character? No, not really.
By the way, can you guys hear me well over the video?
Church,
I can't tell.
Michelle was a timid employee during the original Kogito experiments, and after seeing Elijah's horrific death, she sold the group out to the head. This betrayal being something she dearly regretted, because the head would send a fucking arbiter that would go on to liquidate everyone. An arbiter that we are very familiar with at this point.
We're only
this
almost
is one of the
4
most
hours
infamous course suppressions based on how many people that popped into my chat and warned me how she'll be hell on earth. Newsflash, sunshine! I beat her on my first try. She was the easiest core suppression, and it's all thanks to this little gizmo right here. Hod, as captain of the training team, sort of untrains the agents by lowering their stats. This is bad. At least, it could be, if you didn't have a funny little doohickey that could completely reverse
I don't know why,
her
but this just sounds so
This
silly.
suppression ended up taking me only 15 minutes, with only 1 death. And when you know it, that 1 death was caused by that fucking train. But that's fine. Truth be told, Hod would be a nightmare, but this machine is the perfect counter. When she's beaten, she realizes that,
there
hey,
better not be a fucking
maybe selling out all my
train that
closest
just
friends and
one-shots you. I'm
coworkers to
gonna
get
be
squad
pissed.
wiped wasn't the nicest action. So she picks herself up, apologizes, and attains the hope to be a better person. She also gives what I think is the best core suppression reward in having every single new hire start out with all their stats at level 3, making every single new hire a level 4 agent. Actually broken. Before he was Netzach, he was Giovanni.
See, this is why
the
we
Hebrew
love Hod.
name meaning God is gracious. Giovanni and A never
Somebody
really
ping
had
Gio.
that much in common, so they rarely talked.
Both
but he was
Gios.
good friends with
We got
C,
2
with this
Gios.
cutscene being my first exposure
That's why this
to
guy's
her
name is
real
Gio on my chat.
Carmen.
That's why
When
the
Carmen
better
died,
Gio is named
A
Gio.
convinced Giovanni that she could be revived with Kogito. He just needed to find the right dosage. This being a tremendous lie, and Giovanni would quickly die. A knew he couldn't revive her from the start. Giovanni was only a test dummy to find the correct dosage. Here in his machine form, he tries to overdose on enkephalin, and from that, the core suppression begins. Netzach's suppression is simple. No healing. None. You can't use healing bullets. Your main Hall healer doesn't work. All damage is permanent until the next Qlifoth meltdown level, where then everyone gets healed simultaneously. In short, the game forces you to take everything at a snail's pace and carefully weigh every option. Did you know Netzach in his life was a DJ? This is never stated anywhere in the video game. I can only make that assumption based on how much his soundtrack bumps. It doesn't take that much effort to readapt to the game where you can't heal, so Netzach ends up really not being hard. After his failed suicide attempt, he recognizes that there's no escape from his duty as leader of the safety department. And instead of trying again to turn back around and escape, he instead gains the fearlessness to keep on living.
Did you get Gio
Tifereth
to
B
die?
has foundational issues with being turned into a machine, needing to constantly be crushed and replaced due to numerous errors and bugs. Errors that show up sooner and sooner with every replacement. This has led Tifereth B to be a hollow, empty shell with very little semblance of the original person behind the machine. And because of that, Tifereth A is none too pleased. Before being known as Tifereth, they were Lisa and Enoch, 2 children from the outskirts of the city, taken back and sheltered on Carmen's request. Enoch would tell Lisa about how much he doesn't like his life and how he was approved to participate in the upcoming Kogito experiments. Uh-oh, that's not good. And he tells Lisa about how he wants to talk to her again in another life. Maybe in the next life, things would be different. The Kogito experiments would commence, and ascertainably, ya boy didn't make it very far. He participated in the experiment, and he fucking died in the place of Carmen. Something Lisa would remind Carmen of a lot, and kicking off Enoch's death loop that he is only vaguely aware of, continually making the same exact promise that in the next life, things would be different. Now Tifereth is here on a pile of dead Tifereths, orchestrating the song of their hometown. This is colloquially known as the easiest core suppression to do by the community. And just like how HOD was easy, this one took me multiple attempts, and the one that was successful was over half an hour full of nail-biting stress and careful planning. Because it forces you to go up to meltdown level 10, which is just the right amount of time to give me 4 fucking Violet Midnights in a row. It's not like a guaranteed Violet Midnight. I just kept getting so incredibly screwed by the game's RNG. Keep in mind, every time I saw that a Violet Midnight prior to this was gonna happen, I would start over because it's just that ridiculous. This is a 66% chance for me not to get a Violet Midnight, and yet here we are once again. This isn't quite a fearsome mom moment, but it still hurts. It also draws attention to Lobotomy Corp's balancing mechanics. The fact that people genuinely recommend you restart the day after making it this far, seeing you get a Violet Midnight, really says something. It's a problem because even if I did get a Green Midnight or Amber Midnight and won, I won't feel like I overcame an incredible obstacle. I would instead feel like I just got lucky because I didn't get a Violet. After being thoroughly convinced, and no one's like, I just got lucky.
It's starting to fully hit me how wild this thing is. I've noticed like Twitch chat appear in the bottom corner regularly. It was mostly Ladyfish and like some other people. It's really cute. It's fucking funny. I'm just from Violet Midnight alone, and seeing of how one of these required him to reach midnight 4 times, not even Violet, just regular, just any randomized midnight 4 fucking times, makes me really happy that I didn't try to beat this game, because this would have taken not just probably like twice as many streams as Elden Ring alone, just from the hourly gameplay, but from the restarts, it would have taken like quadruple of that. Like, Jesus Christ. This game's great, and the writing is even more fantastic than I realized. But my fucking God. Look, we love to send our friends into madness with these games. That's why I usually have these lore videos at hand. Thank you, Grengor. Thank you.
Because I didn't get a Violet. After being thoroughly convinced in no uncertain terms that the path to heaven went through a Violet Midnight, I finally gave in and bit the bullet. Violet Midnight is called an outer god in the game's files.
What the fuck?
And you know what? I ended that day with 2 deaths. 2 deaths. I am losing my goddamn mind. As the god delusion crumbles and we escape with our lives, Tifereth A finally accepts the fact that Tifereth B will be eternally resurrected, having his soul rot more and more with every rebirth. But this time, she genuinely holds on to the idea that maybe
this is what you're
at the end of these
missing,
cycles,
fucking glad.
with the help of the manager, maybe the next life will be different, gaining the expectation of the meaning of existence. Before he was She said he was Daniel. Daniel meaning God is my judge. In the book of Daniel, he interprets dreams and receives apocalyptic visions. Here, he's a rich high society boy that, due to his knowledge, could have made it into any wing in the world, but chose Lobotomy Corporation. What a big ol' mistake that was. When the Arbiter sent by the head arrived, he was the first to greet her, and the last to be killed by her. Now in this metal body, he sits there and takes it as Angela and Gebra say nasty things to him, making sure the viewer knows in no uncertain terms that She said is a bottom. His core suppression has to be taken super slowly. As the leader of the welfare team, he flips the script and makes work more dangerous for employees, making randomized damage types 5 times stronger. So basically, he just forces you to work with only baby abnormalities. This damage boost also has the kind of hilarious side effect of making dawn ordeals like the worms extremely dangerous, because now there's tons of extremely high damaging monsters in every hall of the facility that has to be dealt with at long range. He forces you to see the game in a completely new light, which I appreciate. And thankfully, doesn't force you to do 4 Violent Midnights back to back to back to back. When finished, Angela calls She said in no uncertain terms a loser.
I thought it was gonna be like a slow
maybe she'll
build
stop
fucking
bullying
banger,
him.
but
And
no,
She
it just
said
went
feels
hard.
inspired to become one who's faithful and trustworthy, just like Carmen was. Before she was Gebra, she was Kali. Kali being the name of a Hindu goddess associated with time, death, and destruction. A name that could not be more accurate, as Kali here is a living legend, a color fixer known by all as the Red Mist. She's like 50 A-lifts packed all into one angry metal box. Kelly was hired by Carmen to be the one to do the company's dirty work, to venture into the outskirts and to protect the company in case anything goes wrong. And things did go wrong. After Michelle betrayed everyone and the head sent its claws and an arbiter down to put a stop to L Corp's hijinks, the Red Mist fought like a champion, dicing 2 whole claws before being subdued by the arbiter. When it comes to raw power, arbiters are on a complete other plane of existence. Even though Callie was a living legend, she stood no chance whatsoever. But that doesn't mean she couldn't land a miraculous blow on the arbiter, saving A and B's lives while sacrificing her own. Now she's letting out all the hate and rage on her coworkers, and unfortunately, I'm one of those. To suppress Gebra, you have to take down the Red Mist. She's reawoken, and my god, does she hurt real bad. She also has this theme that sounds like 2 homeless people going at it in a metal dumpster full of cooking appliances, which has this weird quality to it where it sounds like garbage, but after like 2 weeks of listening to it on and off, I started seeing the vision. Like, do I like it? I genuinely don't know. We can all agree that the last phase theme goes crazy though.
Fucking play a section so I can hear it.
The Red Mist is here to show our lowly agents how to truly wield ego. By beating them over their stupid foreheads with it. In her first phase, she'll use baby little egos like Skull Emoji or Spider Blob, which still hurt like hell for some reason. Mixing in occasional freak charges where she uses Gold Rush to annihilate all the coworkers.
The last video was actually very good.
Like this clerk right here that I caught seconds before the moment of impact because I thought it was absolutely hysterical. She goes from 0 to 99 real fast by pulling out A-lift gear.
I see why you recommended both of these, Grangor.
Mimicry and Decapo hurt to get hit by, so my strat was to be uber safe and have melee damage users draw her aggro while ranged users peppered her from relative safety. It's not foolproof because occasionally she pulls out Burrowing Heaven's Spear and perforates an entire latitude's worth of gallbladders. She still does her Gold Rush thing to get to new rooms, but also breaks the laws of physics by throwing her Decapo and jumping after it through walls. In phase 3, she'll get fed up with her current weapons and throw them away. Something that shocked the hell out of me because they travel the entire width of the facility and do enough damage to instantly exsanguinate my entire beloved kill team. From there, she switches to Smile, which is more like its Roblox Item Asylum equivalent, and will tear you a new ass, and Judgment. This is a dangerous phase because both of these weapons are insane, so in order to beat them, use a more insane weapon that she doesn't have. That's right, splash your gooey, slimy bathwater all over her thighs, and watch in sheer horror as she unwraps Judgment and goes full anime Demon Slayer mode. When Judgment becomes Twilight, she'll begin blitzing through the facility, dicing everyone that crosses her path into literal red mist. Imagine being pulped so hard that your blood takes a gaseous form. That's the level of absurdity that this boss introduces. She sprints with the goal of killing one person marked with an eye, and when she reaches the room they're in, she'll do an imperceptibly fast flurry of slashes spanning the whole room before pausing to recuperate. Your only window of time for getting in a counterattack. She is a monster of a monster, and sadly, she can be cheesed pretty easily too. This boss is so much more fun and so much more fulfilling if you actually beat her once, so I recommend doing that to get the enjoyment out before restarting the day and doing the cheese strat. To cheese the Red Mist, take an agent, put them in the shelter from the 27th of March, and wait for an hour and a half. I remember putting on a Markiplier video with German subtitles and playing the Nova Cream 31 card to hopefully have Lil Bro hop in to alleviate some of the pain of sitting there for 4 hours straight.
Squidward is real?
Squidward is real, and I'm killing myself in real life.
What? And it's all my fault.
Yeah, it is all your fault. You're gonna be on the note, fucker. The shelter will continually auto-breach all of your abnormalities, which means the Red Mist has to deal with all the A-lifts that you have. Shout out to Blue Star and Nothing There for being the only dudes to really do anything to her. Mio of the Rabbits team under R Corp also interestingly seemed to have some kind of history with the Red Mist. Though I think animosity is a better word for it, because she calls her a bitch. That's kind of weird because it's through one of Gebra's upgrades that we get into contact with R Corp and obtain access to the rabbits. But it's whatever. Not all coworkers have to like each other. After her suppression, she talks about how despite being hired to protect the original L Corp workers, she failed dramatically. And because of that, she has since been filled with rage and hate. But she didn't fail completely. She saved both A and B, referring to B as that other person. From this experience, she's given the courage to protect, and gives you yet another game-breakingly broken reward. With the reward, you can essentially double the amount of ego gear that you get from the abnormalities. That might not sound like much, but
No,
Think
that's
about it.
great.
You basically just doubled the size of your kill team. You doubled the amount of agents that won't get killed due to having weak gear. Actually busted. From here, we have the final 2 layers with the most hellish core suppressions. Unsurprisingly, the man in control of time and the woman sent by the head to kill everyone and put an end to L-Corp shenanigans aren't easy boss fights. Before he was Hokma, he was B. Benjamin, one of the 3 core founders of Lobotomy Corporation. Benjamin meaning son of the right hand, being basically A's right-hand man. Benjamin was A's biggest glazer and the only other survivor of the Arbiter attack. Carmen was dead, and A was upset by that, not realizing that the Carmussy was limited edition. So he built an imitation of her, aided by Benjamin.
No,
Benjamin kept trying to warn A that building Angela was a huge mistake.
Fuck
and wouldn't you know
off.
it, after seeing Angela for the first time, A realized that this machine was nothing like Carmen. Brilliant. Hokma's gimmick is probably my favorite just from a pure gameplay perspective. You're stuck on the standard game speed and you can't pause without sacrificing an agent. It wasn't until this suppression that I realized how much of a little bitch I was to the stop time mechanic. And this suppression really makes it clear how much you take it for granted. My favorite part about it though is that unlike the other time stop deniers, you can still stop time. You just have to weigh the risk of losing a valuable agent against the precious breathing room that a pause timer could grant. That's right, pausing time kills or panics one employee. The time stop becoming even more valuable the further down the Qlifoth counter you.
Okay, the thing that I love about this is that it kills or panics one employee. That doesn't sound like a lot. But the entire game is designed to make you spam that motherfucker so that that one employee turns into a full site-wide wipe if you just are not cautious about it. That's so ingenious. The fact that it can be like, oh damn, that sounds horrible, but at least it's only one employee, to realize just how much that's gonna rip it apart. Like, holy shit.
You go, as Hokma will force the natural game speed to double. Oh, and by the by,
just
the
play
suppression
like
only
Fallout
ends when you get
Shelter.
to meltdown level 10. You know what that means. Alright, here's what you have to do with the Violet Midnight without pausing at 2 times
Yeah,
speed.
muscle memory
First,
is gonna,
have
like,
everyone
you're just
jump the
gonna
pale
click
pillar
space
with
on
all pale
accident, and it's
damagers
just gonna
attacking
murder
the
your
white
best
pillar.
guy.
With sheer firepower,
Not
the
only
pale
that, but
pillar
you're
should
trying to
get
use
dropped
the power-
pretty
Yeah,
quick.
exactly.
Then, get your entire facility skewered by Blackthorns and realize that this isn't happening. Step 2, retry until you get a green midnight. Easy. I don't know why people keep complaining about the midnight ordeals. It's so easy. Just press the dodge button. It's gonna take a while because the helix of the end has like 3 billion health, but it's still not this. After the midnight ordeal, the suppression is done, and we prove to Hokma that we're strong enough to complete the script. Hokma admits that the only reason why he did this was because he was afraid to face the end. Afraid that X would fly off into the unknown. So he decided it would be safest to keep things as they are now. He never wants to leave you. And before the cognition filter turns Hokma into his robot form, you can see him briefly turn into Benjamin one last time. With a newfound determination to grant a proper end to everyone here and to A, Hokma becomes the I embracing the past, building the future. I guess that leaves just the one and only hardest core suppression. Bina is a bitch. Before she was Bina, she was Garion. The meaning, gelding, which is a castrated male horse. I looked for other possible meanings for this name, and it seems like it also means guardian. I'm not really sure. This name has its roots in Christianity rather than Judaism, which sets Garion apart from the rest of the L-Corp employees. That makes sense since Garion was never even a part of the L-Corp organization. Gelding was an arbiter, an assassin by the head whom they send to lay waste to people that break the taboos of the city, or fuck up anybody that could possibly threaten the head's superiority. When Hod, then Michelle, told the head about the monsters L-Corp was growing, the head grew suspicious of them and sent Garion to destroy them. It's unknown why exactly the head wanted to destroy L-Corp at that time. If I had to wager, they'd sense the monsters that L-Corp was creating could have threatened the head's power. Regardless of the why, Garion came down, wrecked the place, and died in the surprise encounter with a red mist. A would then probe Garion's brain, extracting crucial information like becoming a wing and learning about the head. After that, using her to become the first Sephira, the mass murderer to coworker pipeline. People should not make an eye contact with the drawer. If you're wondering why there are pineapples on the screen right now, it's because I decided to put one up there whenever I died and had to restart the day. Binus suppression is notorious because not only is it insanely hard, but it's also uncheesable. Yep, that immediately makes her hundreds of times more dangerous than every other fight in the game. She also sometimes just decides someone dies, so that's funny, and causes meltdowns of the facility that give her powers and breach abnormalities. I'm having fun right
Fuck,
now,
remember that scene you'll see in the future. Which scene was it? Oh, was it this one?
Yep, that immediately makes her hundreds of times more dangerous than every other
one where
fight in the
she drinks
game.
tea. Oh,
She also
okay.
sometimes just decides someone dies, so that's funny, and causes meltdowns of the facility that give her powers and breach abnormalities.
Oh,
I'm having fun
sitting
right now,
instead of the-
guys. Oh yeah,
in front
almost
of the,
forgot.
completely
Until those
destroyed
meltdowns are dealt
building.
with, she's impervious to
Yeah,
damage.
okay.
Enjoy stupid. So yeah, she sucks. To make her unsuck, for one, put your kill squad in disciplinary. They'll start out close to extraction, but make sure you have a couple people in there to take care of the meltdowns. Next, have everybody that isn't on the kill squad in a containment unit at all times. Believe me, it is so much safer. Next, call the rabbits at the very start of the day. They'll get her through phase 1, and they'll also rightfully freak the fuck out that you called them on an arbiter. In phase 2, she'll do another facility sweeping meltdown attack that you'll have to get people into rooms for. If you can do this quick enough, you'll weaken her enough for the rabbits to down her second phase. Then, phase 3. The rabbits will all die, and that's okay. Her kill squad is stronger anyway. In phase 3, her immunities are all gone, so just kite your agents around attacks and jump her when she's trying to move to another place. Congratulations, you can now serve diced pineapple at your birthday party. You've now proven yourself to Bina. She sees now in you something new that she hadn't before. Something that reminds you of
what
her.
theme is
Firstly,
this?
that you're a sadist monster that smiles at gore, but more so, she admires your ability to ignore the path immediately ahead and set your sights on the future. 2 mutants of the generation.
This violence
While Bina
sounds
disagrees with A, that anything will really change in the world,
Oh, wait, no,
she
maybe
understands
that's
now
violent.
that if change
Viola.
could
Fuck.
happen, it won't if they're just repeating the same cycle over and over again. And nobody changes anything
Name of
about
the theme
that.
is Maya.
And she wants to see you try, with the eye facing the fear, breaking the cycle. And now, it's the end. The last 5 days.
But I had to say
An
otherwise about the
absolute gauntlet of
uncheesable. I
pain
used a
and
clock for
irritable
phase
bowel
2 and
syndrome.
skipped 3
Angela,
by
having
jumping
gotten
her
to
with
the end of
literally
her first
everyone.
script, is unceremoniously written out. Certainly the machine with a full set of human emotions that's done harder work than anybody else here won't feel resentful at all for being cast aside like this. From here on out, X begins grappling with mirrored versions of himself, each of which X will have to subdue before completing the script. The first...
I also want to say this is the first like piece of media. Well, not it's technically not the first, but this is the first one that I've seen that actually like takes it on fully, of mirrored personalities of the main character, and he has to face and grapple with each one, because most of the time it's just one mirrored personality that's the dark reflection or some shit like that. I don't know why I'm making fun of it so hard. I literally use this as well, but I like this aspect because it feels so much more realistic. There's so many different darker reflections of people that reflect different avenues of their personality, and I really like that. And I really like the fact that he has to grapple with multiple of them instead of just getting rid of one, or like conquering. Not that's not the word. Accepting, coming to terms with. Those are healthier words. I much prefer that. And most other times, whenever it is like quote unquote mirrored versions, that's more than one, it's usually not. Like Puss in Boots 2, where like he has to face like his eight his 8 past lives. Like, yeah, that falls under the category, but it's not like mirrored you get what I mean. I really like that. I really like how this story does that.
To being Abel. Abel is the name of the son of Adam and Eve.
Also, yeah, I was
who
about to
killed
say,
his
all
brother.
of these are
He greets
fucking
X
Bible
and warns
names.
him about the agony he's about to go through. Yeah, sure is. The 45th day introduces white ordeals. Fixers sent by the head as punishment for breaking the AI ethics amendment. They're only little baby fixers though, nowhere near the pay grade of the Red Mist, don't worry. The Red Fixer is a pseudo-cyborg man equipped with futuristic weaponry like a big laser blaster and a knife hand. He's not tough, but when he dies, he gets spiteful and shoots a massive laser in a conical area around him. What a dick. The White Fixer is the worst because she can't just be overwhelmed.
Who the
and
fuck is
sometimes
Ball
makes an
Blender? I
enormous
saw
death
that.
cloud that ruins everything. Mid-battle, she starts preying on thy downfall,
I saw CEO
reflecting
Bitcoin
all
too.
damage, which is really annoying when I just want to throw her into the kill squad meat grinder. The Black Fixer is unique in that she freaks out the abnormalities she's nearby, and occasionally makes her hammer scream, upsetting an entire department. Huh, that's pretty annoying. And the rarest is the Pale Fixer. Just some dude with a briefcase. I recognize this.
I should have been paying attention to
Just tell him that you don't have a Netflix account and watch as his manager honorably discharges him for not getting someone to pay for their shitty service. At midnight, things are ramped up as an executioner of C Corp is sent to ransack the corporation. The Claw. You've really fucked with the Head if they're sending this guy at you. The Claw is one of many super soldiers owned by the Head, using special serums to augment its abilities. With a good kill team, he should be whittled down in like 15 seconds, but problems arise when he starts marking your agents for death. When someone is marked for death, they'll get this spinning gear around them, after which the Claw will rush them at such a fast speed, he is literally a smudge on the screen. If you don't want your beloved children to be meat paste, send them into a containment unit and hope that he doesn't reach them first. This move is why you can't hide or keep everybody together, as seeing people get dropped instantly will cause your employees to panic, and that panicking leads to more panicking and more employees dropping. In short, the Claw is a total bitch and needs to be dealt with Fortnite. The succession after beating day 45 pisses Abel off, who doesn't see a point in going on as he's never made it past this point. He wants X to just accept that nothing will change and that everything will continue to stay the same. He shows us an audio recording of Benjamin's death. If you'll remember earlier in the story when B called us, he was cut off before finishing his statement. It's revealed that the recording was cut off by none other than Angela. Neither Abel nor Benjamin in the story expected change, and to Angela, that wouldn't do. So she killed him, possibly mid-story, and turned him into a compliant machine in Hokma. Benjamin was going to offer an out before things got worse, not expecting that things would ever get better. And now Abel is beating over your stupid little head, the fact that you killed all your friends just to fail to achieve a goal. And normally this would be it. You're shown the door and walk away knowing you've ruined everything, but if you did the core suppressions, then you can use the lessons that your Sephira learned, that you can stand up straight, that you can be a better person, that you can keep living in spite of it all, that you can do whatever this means. If you completed the Asya suppressions, you can stick it to the old man and move on to day 46. This is when the trial truly begins. Day 45 exists only as a way to introduce you to new ordeals that you'll have to face from here on out. The white ordeals. You'll have to fight them in conjunction with, guess what? Every single Sephira per layer. Yay! This is more of Abel's suppression than anything else. You can see his thoughts and words on screen, just like in the other suppressions, when you could see their thoughts and words. This day sucks for 3 reasons. White ordeals, which can hurt a little bit. Breaking out the Malkuth pen and paper again, which hurts a lot. And then Hod. Oh my god. Hod. In her previous suppression, she drops your stats little by little. It's really not so bad. Nothing that can't be fixed with the funny machine. But on day 46, Hod does the equivalent of rip every agent's arms and legs off, cut them in half, hand them a pair of chopsticks, and tell them to fist fight a grizzly bear. Something you can't do because you took my hands. Not even the happiness machine can undo the damage that she causes unless you forfeit to chance and let it go for 30 seconds. Half the time you'll get an agent that is just as good as they were before the hardening, and the other half the time they become a toaster strudel. You know it's horrible when even Zayn and Tets are actually killing level 5 agents. Oh, by the way, don't forget those white ordeals, smile. Do worry, it doesn't get better. The next shard of A we have to look at is Abram, which is the original name for Abraham. Abraham was the first ever person to believe in one God. He was the original monotheist. Abram believes that the suffering that he's inflicted on himself and others cannot be overcome, constantly mulling over the past with Carmen. He dreams of her, proposing the idea of the Sea of Light, of lying with her in the grass and talking. He's constantly reminded of finding her in that bathtub. How we yoinked her nervous system and put it into a tank after being told
story was saying that he
Spider-Man
was 12 years old when he fucking
This is Carmen.
when you
Here
beat
in
the
this
thing,
tank,
and
she's
that
a
was just
fountain of
instant on the
Kagito,
spot, bam,
now
hammer.
a mother to every abnormality in
And it
this
gets worse.
facility.
Jesus
The bucket with
fucking
which
Christ.
they're withdrawn.
Yeah,
Abram
all
talks
right,
about the
I'm glad I
process to
stopped
become a
playing
wing.
this.
How many awful things.
My
A
God,
had
this game
done.
gets horrible.
Probing through Guardian's brain for information, reincarnating
I'm
his
glad
friends
I
to
stopped
suffer
playing
the
it in the
same
most
pain every
loving
day,
way possible.
killing
'cause
employees
this
to
is
create more
fucking
energy.
sick, but
Now
Jesus
A lives in this
Christ.
cyclical hell for his own atonement. But just like with Abel, X uses what he's learned from Bria Sephiroth to get past Abram. Carmen never would have wanted A to stagnate and wallow in his misery like Abram. Everyone wholeheartedly trusts A, even long after Carmen's death. By the way of the indomitable human spirit, Abram steps aside and lets us go to day 48. Ooh boy, this one's rough. It's the same song and dance with every Bria core suppression. I genuinely have no idea what Tifrith does besides force me into a Violet Midnight, but hey, I'm not forced to go to Meltdown level 10, and even if I was, I'd only have to fight the Claw. I love how genuinely busted Violet Midnight is, that this late game super enemy is actually the preferred outcome. Phantom, she said, is here to whittle down your agents with the help of color fixers, taking them from damn, these enemies suck, to oh my god, the white fixer just blew her load, and half the solar system went insane. Wait, I'm forgetting something. Okay, so the red mist reawakens at Meltdown level 5,
no.
ready to take apart your weakened facility. Same old song and dance for her. Also, I like that doing it this way
the type
kind of
of
makes the
game you
red mist sort
develop
of
ADHD just to
uncheesable, as you'll have
beat
to
it.
use solid agents to make it
What
this
sucks is
far
that you also
in the day.
need
And
not
switching gears to have
ADHD
someone
to
camp in the
remember
shelter will
everything.
definitely lead to some nugget death. Just deal with the red mist like a man, and remember that in her phase transition from 2 to 3 has that massive horizontal hitbox because fuck your agents. When in doubt, squirt it out. Also, the red mist is at like 40% health, and she said stops doing anything when she spawns. I think the health drop that drastic isn't necessary, but oh well, I guess it's nice that they're having at least a little bit of mercy on us. This to me is the most fun fight in the entire game, by the way. After watching the red mist
That was a
pulp your
sick,
beloved
like,
baby doll
dodge.
collection, you're taken to Adam. Adam is the first human created by God. Here he's a maniac that's convinced he's found the answer, releasing the seed of light unfinished, turning every human being into an abnormality. They are our truer forms after all, the human subconscious manifested into creatures. Would it not be a wonderful world if everybody revealed their truest form? Is that a fucking Kezu horse? This is the smartest, most powerful version of A X has to get through. Adam didn't understand what Carmen's goal was. Carmen wanted to give everyone light, to give them all purpose. But Adam realized that people can never have a purpose, as long as the head and its wings were constantly instating its will. To live is an endless struggle to be a feather in the wings. But if everyone was an abnormality, everybody could be their truest, rawest self. That way they couldn't be controlled by the wings. The wings couldn't use their singularities on the populace anymore. Humankind would finally reach its final state by becoming crab, monkey, fish, or whatever other perfect being is out there. Adam doesn't realize that what Carmen really wanted was to give everyone the light so that they could find their own purpose. So X answers, determined to break the cycle. With eyes that face the fear and eyes that build the future. And before moving on to Adam's challenge, we get brief words by someone, upset that they won't be in the finale of this play. Who cares? It's probably nothing. Time for the hardest challenge in this entire godforsaken video game. Day 49. Pokemon and Bina are here to disable foundational game mechanics and kill everybody in sight. And this one day took me so many attempts. I'm afraid I don't have the amount counted, just no, it was like 3 streams in the making. At twitch.tv/pigpig, please, I am so lonely. Here's what you do so it doesn't take 5 years. Have your whole kill squad in the bottommost layer. Keter. Keter is the crown and is the source of all delight
it's a
and
fucking
pleasure.
SCP
You will also
reference.
take delight in knowing that the Keter layer is completely immune to Bina meltdowns, so you don't have to care at all when you send your kill squad towards the evil spiny tropical plant. We still have white ordeals, which suck bad. The Arbiter spawns at Meltdown level 5, and if you get a noon ordeal at that time, just restart. It's nowhere near worth it. Once you have your kill squad stationed just outside of the extraction team before Meltdown 5, assign 1 person per containment unit and send them to stand outside. The Arbiter has this big wave attack that happens per person. So if all 5 people are in one room, then 5 people will get hit by 5 waves. It's not worth it. Once she's spawned, pause the game and sacrifice an agent. While paused, send every person into their assigned containment unit. And if you see the agent that's panicking from the pause, just kill them. they're not worth the headache. Phase 2 was what really got me down bad. She had so many new moves that were just ridiculous and kept killing people and breaching abnormalities. I was so lost until I decided to try an abnormality that hadn't seen a lot of use until now. The backwards clock is an absolute game changer. I would put it in S++++ tier, but I can't find it on the list. I think it teleported away. I cannot believe this fight has a literal win button. After no-selling phase 2, in phase 3, do the same thing where you sacrifice one pawn to Crazy Land and have every agent go to their assigned containment unit. After double, triple, and quadruple checking that every meltdown was dealt with, Bina becomes not completely immune to all damage, and you can just focus solely on dropping her. After putting the hate fruit down, the game is finally over, and as it would turn out, A was the last Sephira that needed closure. As through the final suppression, the Seed of Light is completed, and we can finally meet the true A.
What's up?
This is Ayin. Ayin meaning nothingness. The concept of nothingness in Kabbalah, where the Sephiroth came out of being. He states the plan is to sow the seeds of light in the hearts of everyone in the world, so that they can choose what they want to do with the gift of life. Ayin then invites us, the manager, to our final day, managing the abnormalities.
Wow. I just got chills. Not the fucking train.
In a beautifully artsy and slightly nonsensical turn of events, the whole facility inverts and becomes a proper tree of life. Something that I noticed on stream and popped the fuck off about, even though nobody really cared. Everyone's upside down, beautiful music is playing, and after sending Ball Blender into work with Censored one final time, we can now finally lean back and appreciate what we've created. All those fails, all those deaths, all those salty nights staying up and thinking about how annoying that choo-choo train is. It's finally time for us to set down the script and step down from the stage. The play is over. The tree of light planted, and it's time for Ayin to fade away without a trace. With the great pillar of light shining into the sky, people felt found, like their life had purpose. It filled their hearts with light and joy, something to finally feel at peace about. Humanity was saved. And then Angela happened. So yeah, as it turns out, the android assistant with full human emotion, having experienced over 1 million years worth of thankless nannying, some Sigma grinders trial and errors, will get real upset when he won't even be bothered to notice her at the end of this metaphorical script. Angela, with now no chain to tether her to her android assistant life, hits the jongleur smile and becomes Bird. Sensational. She wants to experience life as something other than an android. She will cut down the tree of light, leaving humanity with incomplete seeds, so she can study the chaos that ensues. Now the ending is looking more like Adam's ending. Ending the tree of light in 3 days instead of 7 created a chaotic world, one that she would gather all the knowledge of and
I'm sorry. I'm trying to think back to every single biblical reference that I know. Because in so many religious texts, the number 7 and the number 3 mean a lot. There are so many things that involve the number 7 and the number 3. For instance, the 7 trumpets, the 7 days to create the universe that God took. There's a lot of 7s and there's a lot of 3s, like the Holy Trinity. And I'm trying to remember if there's any single myth that takes 7 days and then cuts it short to 3. 7 anything, then cuts it short to 3. That pattern actually happens a lot in the game. Like how there's 7 trumpets, but only 3 show up in the game. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. I have no clue how you have the attention span to watch a 3-hour YouTube lore video. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I was actually planning, like, okay, I feel like I shouldn't say this because it's kind of mean to say, but I'm not gonna lie. Because it was 4.5 total hours of lore videos, I was planning on opening up Fallout Shelter to play in total silence while these videos were going. But not only did I forget to open up Fallout Shelter, but I also was just so enraptured by these videos that I just didn't think about it. So these videos actually captured my attention way better than I even thought that they would. Speaking of 3, I just saw that it's 3 a.m. and I have to wake up at almost 8. Oh my god, go to bed, Trist. Good night. Don't die.
Range into books. Angela
Glad you
wants
enjoyed
to
this
create
story.
A library. And following Lobotomy Corp, Project Moon would go on to make Library of Ruina, where all our favorite guys and gals will return. In what state they return in, I really don't know. I haven't played Library of Ruina. I fucking plan to because Lobotomy Corp,
I'm only able to listen
you
to
all
them
should
that
know
long
by
if I'm
now,
doing
is
something
amazing.
like shower.
Even
Yeah,
if it gave me
that's
kidney
usually the
stones,
same thing for
I need
me.
to get my love
But I
for
also
games that
wanted
make me
to
hate my
welcome to the
life check
brain
out
rot.
before it goes
It's
too far.
very
Ein dissolved
surprisingly
his body
engrossing.
into
I mean,
the sea of light alongside the manager, and I must also go and dissolve into a giant beam of light. So I'll leave you, the viewer, with my parting thoughts. 1, thank you so much for watching this far in the video. It does wonders in the algorithm.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it was a nightmare of formatting to watch through with Lobotomy Corporation's
both of these
nature, where you
YouTubers
can,
did a
you know,
fucking
approach
great job.
obstacles
Like, they have
and
both
bosses as you
different
go
energies
whenever you
and
feel
different
like it.
pacing. And they
Translating
both
that
did
to
a
video,
great job.
especially this type of video, it's like it might come off a little scattershot or
Friday or
weird
something, isn't it
when
pretty
I
late
talk
for
about
you?
what
It is pretty
I'm
late.
trying to make more of my
I
content
wasn't even
feel
supposed to fucking
unique or
watch these videos
me.
until the
Second
weekend,
thing,
but I
the
said
editing
fuck
for
it.
some parts of this video might seem
And
pretty
here I am
rushed.
now.
I gave myself only 1
Right
month to edit
next
this
to
thing like an absolute
the
moron.
7 deadly sins and the 7 virtues. You are right. There is 7. That's a fantastic example, actually. 7 deadly sins and 7 virtues. I don't know if they get cut short to 3 though, ever. I'm really gonna have to think about this because I feel like there is an example somewhere, but I just can't fucking think of it. And it really annoys me. There's also, I mean, with the fact that like the number 7 and number 3 show up a lot, they also show up a lot in folklore because it's so religious. Like the 3 brothers, where like you have the older brother, the younger brother, and the middle brother. Like the older brother does something extreme, the younger brother does the opposite extreme, and then the youngest brother like does something in the middle and then finds like the solution to the riddle or puzzle that shows up in the folklore. Or like the 7 dwarves, the three little pigs, all that stuff. What do you mean middle brother head? Wait, what reference did I just make? It's fine. Anyways, these YouTubers did a fucking fantastic job. Genuinely. Full credit to 8-Bit Hypocrite and Pack. They both did a great job. I mean, like, this guy was more tailored to fucking jokes and ADHD, so it was a lot easier for me to sit through this video.
And editing a 3.5-hour video as
Yeah,
a
the Holy
one-person
Trinity.
team isn't easy. But, you know,
That's
I think
another 3 example.
despite that, I really like how this video turned out. I love Lobotomy Corporation, and I hope you guys do too. I'm sure there's problems here and there in the video, like not researching a name correctly, or mispronouncing something, or just getting lore wrong, and I apologize for that if I did. And if I did, then leave a comment correcting me. I love
Funny
learning
little
about
work
this
story
stuff.
that today I
Third, if
had
you want to
to
support
educate
me in
old
the
lady
channel
on why
more
sticking
directly,
her
you can go to
chopsticks straight up
pigdrop.shop.
in her
That's
bowel
right, I'm
of-
doing merch
her
now.
bowl of
Everything in the
rice is a
store will be
no-no at
available
any
from
Asian
now
restaurant.
until the new year, so
I don't know
if
why
you
I
like
said
birds,
red
then
bowel.
go take a look. There will be a link in the description. And lastly, join the Hod Mind. Resistance is futile.
Hod for all. Oh wait, actually, it just hit me, yeah. There's like, it's some sort of like cultural thing where it's an insult to the chef, I think, if you just stick your chopsticks straight into a food, which is something I did as a kid, because I didn't know how the fuck they worked, so I just stuck it straight into a fucking fried chicken to eat it. She had no idea. Yeah, a lot of people don't actually know. Oh my god, we're getting pack lore. Oh, it's because it's too similar to incense at a funeral. It's a bad... Okay, yeah, bad omen. Okay. Right. My question is, why the fuck did she stick it into rice, of all fucking things? Like... Okay, look. The logic for when I was a kid was like, stick it into the fucking chicken and then pick it up and then eat it then. Rice isn't... You're just gonna break the rice if you even do that without it like just slipping to you know what? I'm not gonna ask. Anyways, Lobotomy Corporation is fucking great. It's fun. I love what they did. The writing is honestly pretty fantastic for how they told it. Like there's a couple like tiny issues. The game, of course, has issues. It's their first game. I'm not gonna deny that. But for it being their first game, it is honestly kind of amazing, and I can't wait to move on to Library. But with that being said, tomorrow I'm going to be taking my day off because I scheduled a family meeting with my parents for the upcoming trip, and I want to hear their trip to Iceland and all that stuff. I'm sure they have plenty of stories to tell. And then Thursday and Friday we will start Indiana Jones. And then once we're done with Indiana Jones, we'll go to Silksong because that has been fucking getting plastered in my recommendations every single day of my life. And then we'll move on to Library of Ruina. So have a great rest of your day, fucks. Don't die. You all know the drill. I can't believe some of you sat here and watched this with me. It's been 3.5 full hours. This is so... You can be a critic about it. Most of us hate it, but somehow come back. Yeah, it's weirdly good. It's weirdly good despite like its flaws and its insane difficulty. But the insane difficulty I shrugged to the side because I feel like it's entirely intentional. So have a great rest of your day. I can't wait to see how this turns out. See ya.